Dear listeners, this channel publishes only full and exclusive audio stories. Please subscribe and like them if you enjoy them. Chapter 1: The Letter Beneath the Floorboards. The house stood at the end of a narrow lane where the hedges grew taller than the fences and the road seemed to slow into silence before it arrived. Grace noticed that silence first. It was not the empty quiet of abandonment, nor the ordinary hush of the countryside at dusk. It felt layered, almost attentive, as if the air itself had been holding something delicate for a very long time and did not wish to disturb it. She switched off the engine and sat without moving, both hands still resting on the steering wheel. The journey had taken most of the afternoon, and the fading light had followed her over long roads lined with stone walls, small fields, and villages that seemed to drift in and out of memory. She had imagined this arrival so often in the days since the letter came that the real house before her felt strangely dreamlike, less solid than it should have been, as though it existed not only in the world but also in the private room of thought where she had already visited it many times. A thin path curved from the gate to the front steps. Roses climbed the fence in pale, untidy clusters, their scent faint in the cooling evening. Beyond the house the land fell gently away toward a line of darkening trees, and behind those trees there was the sea, though it could not be seen from where she sat. She knew it was there because her grandmother had once told her that on still nights the tide could be heard from the upstairs rooms if the windows were left slightly open. Grace closed her eyes for a moment and tried to summon that voice. She could remember the softness of it, the patience in it, the way her grandmother had never seemed to hurry any thought into speech. But memory came to her in fragments rather than scenes. A hand smoothing a blanket. A silver thimble glinting in lamplight. A summer afternoon long ago, and the smell of lavender drying somewhere near an open window. The house had belonged to her grandmother before it belonged to no one. Then, with a single envelope and a single key, it had become Grace's. For when you are ready to listen. That was all the letter had said, aside from the address. No explanation. No instructions. Only those words in the careful familiar script that had once written birthday cards, notes tucked into books, and recipes copied onto yellow paper. Grace opened her eyes and reached for the envelope lying on the passenger seat. She did not need to read it again. By now the words lived in her with the stubborn clarity of something too simple to dismiss. Yet she touched the paper anyway, running a thumb over the fold, as if reassurance might be hidden in the texture. She had not been ready when the letter first arrived. At least she had thought she was not. She had left it unopened on the kitchen table for 2 days, walking past it each morning and evening as though it belonged to someone else. Then she had opened it and spent the next week wondering why her grandmother, who had always spoken plainly when it mattered, would choose now to be mysterious. She had considered calling the solicitor whose name appeared on the back of the envelope, considered ignoring the whole thing, considered driving down only to sell the place and close whatever chapter this was meant to reopen. Instead she had packed a suitcase, taken leave from work, and driven south. Now that she was here, the reluctance that had accompanied her all week was beginning to thin, replaced by something she did not entirely trust. Curiosity, yes, but something gentler than that. A kind of inward turning. The peculiar feeling that the house knew she had arrived. She opened the car door and stepped out. The evening was cooler than she expected. It brushed against her face and moved lightly through her hair. Gravel crunched beneath her shoes, then softened as she reached the gate where grass had begun to grow over the edges of the path. The gate gave a small measured sound when she opened it, not a harsh complaint but a low note of recognition, and for some reason that sound made her smile. She did not know why her first emotion should be tenderness, but it was. The front steps were worn in the middle. The brass knocker had dulled with age. A climbing ivy had reached one corner of the porch and stopped there, as though respecting some invisible line. Grace stood before the door, the old key in her hand, and again there came that tiny pause between intention and action. She looked up at the upper windows. They reflected the evening sky in pale blue-gray rectangles, giving nothing away. Then she fitted the key into the lock. It turned easily. The door opened into a cool, dim hallway carrying the unmistakable scent of old wood, linen, dust, and something faintly floral that time had not completely erased. Grace stepped inside and closed the door behind her. The click of the latch settled into the house like a final thought. She did not move at once. She let the stillness gather around her. The hallway was narrow and painted in a shade that might once have been cream. A small table stood against one wall. Above it hung a mirror with a dark wooden frame. Grace caught sight of herself there, travel-worn, pale from hours on the road, her hair slipping free from the knot she had made that morning. The sight felt oddly intimate, as though the house were seeing her properly for the first time. Her suitcase looked too new for the place. She set it down near the stairs and took off her coat, folding it over her arm. Then she walked slowly into the front room. Everything inside the house seemed arranged not by decoration but by habit. A chair by the window, slightly angled. A low bookshelf. A lamp with a pleated shade that cast a soft amber circle when she tested the switch and found, with some surprise, that the electricity still worked. A rug faded beautifully in the places where sunlight had once found it most often. Nothing had been disturbed. Nothing had been staged for inheritance or sale. It looked as though someone had simply stepped away from it all for a little while and expected to return. Grace moved to the window. The garden beyond was larger than she remembered. Or perhaps childhood had made her memory unreliable. There was a stone path running between overgrown lavender and roses toward what looked like a small summer house near the back wall. The glass of it caught the last of the light. She could not recall ever going inside. Behind her, the room remained very still. There are places, she thought, that preserve not events but moods. A room can hold the shape of waiting. A staircase can keep the memory of careful feet. A kitchen can continue to feel warm years after the fire has gone out. She walked into the kitchen. There, more than anywhere else, her grandmother seemed briefly near. The dresser, the row of blue-edged plates, the ceramic jug by the sink, the clock that had stopped at some unknown hour. Grace touched the handle of the kettle and found it unexpectedly cold, which made her aware of how much she had half expected some residue of life to remain. A folded cloth sat on the table. A cup rested upside down on the draining board. A small bowl still held 3 polished stones Grace dimly remembered collecting from the beach one summer and bringing home for no reason other than that they felt smooth and perfect in her hand. She looked at them for a long while. Then, quietly, because the silence seemed to ask for quiet, she said, "I came." The words sounded small, but not foolish. They did not vanish in the room. They seemed to rest there. Twilight deepened, and with it came the practical need for light. Grace found more lamps, tested more switches, opened windows for a little air, then closed them again as the evening grew cooler. She carried her suitcase upstairs and chose the smaller bedroom at the front because she remembered waking there once to the sound of gulls. She unpacked only what she needed. A sweater. A nightdress. Toiletries. The novel she had brought but knew she would not read. Routine helped. It gave shape to uncertainty. When she had done all that could reasonably be done in the first half hour of entering a long closed house, she stood in the upstairs hallway and listened. The house answered in the softest ways. Timber adjusting to the cool. Pipe somewhere within the walls. The faint brush of branches against an outside pane. Nothing more. And yet, there was one room at the end of the hall that seemed to draw her attention each time she looked away from it. Not dramatically. Not in any way that felt uncanny. It was simply the room in which her gaze kept settling as if some small unanswered thought lived there. Grace crossed the hallway and pushed the door further open. The room faced the garden. It was nearly bare, holding only a narrow bed, a chest of drawers, and a chair placed near the window. White curtains moved faintly in the evening air where the latch had not fully caught. The scent in the room was different from the others. Not stronger. More distinct. Lavender, perhaps, but old, dry, woven into wood and cloth rather than freshly present. She entered without knowing why she had chosen this room first. The floorboards creaked softly under her weight. She moved toward the window and looked out over the darkening garden. The roses had become pale blurs. The summer house stood quiet among the shadows. Somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the fields and the trees, a dog barked once in the distance. Grace rested a hand on the windowsill. That was when she felt it. Not a sound exactly. More a difference in the floor beneath her. One board near the center of the room seemed slightly less steady underfoot than the others. She stepped back and looked down. At first she saw nothing unusual. Then, kneeling, she noticed that the grain of one board did not line up perfectly with the next. A narrow seam, a slight irregularity, the kind of thing most people would overlook. She touched the wood. It was smooth with age. Her fingertips traced the edge, pausing where the line dipped very slightly. Something in her body went still, not from fear, but from recognition of hidden intention. This had been made to be found, but only by someone willing to look carefully. Grace sat back on her heels and glanced around the room, as if half expecting some explanation to emerge from the walls. None came. She went downstairs, opened drawers until she found a small flat tool among a jumble of string, old batteries, and candle stubs, then returned to the room with the slow certainty of someone entering not danger but memory. The board lifted with only a little resistance. Beneath it was a shallow hollow. Inside lay a bundle wrapped in cream cloth tied with faded ribbon. Grace stared at it for several seconds before reaching in. The bundle was lighter than she expected. She placed it on the floor beside her and undid the ribbon with careful hands. The cloth opened to reveal an envelope and, beneath it, something small and metallic wrapped separately in tissue. The envelope had no name on the front. She picked it up first. For a moment she only held it, turning it over. The paper was thick, the flap sealed with dark wax long since hardened and faintly cracked. Pressed into the wax was a simple impression of a wild rose. Her pulse quickened, though the feeling remained calm. Not alarm. Not urgency. The way one breathes before entering a church, or before hearing a truth one has waited for without knowing she was waiting. She broke the seal and unfolded the letter inside. The handwriting was not her grandmother's. It was more slanted, a little firmer, elegant but restless in places. Grace had the strange sensation of nearly recognizing it. She began to read. If this letter is in your hands, then the house has kept its promise. Grace read the first line twice. There are things a family does not speak of, not because they are shameful, and not because they are cruel, but because some truths live better in silence until the right heart arrives to hear them. If you are reading this, then I believe that heart is yours. Grace lowered the letter slightly and let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. The evening light had almost gone entirely now. The room was lit only by the lamp in the hall, its warm glow falling just far enough through the open door to leave the page readable. She continued. I do not know how much you were told, and perhaps it is kinder that you were told very little. People imagine that what is hidden is always dangerous. That is not so. Sometimes it is only tender. Sometimes it is unfinished. Sometimes it belongs to a promise that outlived the people who made it. Grace felt the words rather than understood them. I have asked the house to keep certain things until they could no longer do harm by being known. Not because the truth is harsh, but because love, when interrupted, can become difficult to explain to those who arrive later and inherit only fragments. The paper trembled slightly between her fingers. There is a man whose name matters to this house. You have not met him yet, though his life has long touched yours in ways you could not have seen. Grace became very still. When you do meet him, do not look first for explanation. Look for recognition. It will come quietly. It may arrive in the feeling that you have stepped into a room already prepared for you. Trust that. The rooms seemed to deepen around her. Not darken. Deepen. You must not be afraid of what you find here. There is no violence buried in this house. No betrayal that cannot bear the light. Only a story told too late, and a love kept private because the world around it was not gentle enough to receive it. Grace read those lines several times. She had not expected that word. Love. Not in this place. Not in a hidden letter beneath the floorboards. Not in connection with an unnamed man who had somehow, impossibly, been waiting in the margins of her life. If you wish to understand, begin with the summer house. Then ask in the village for Eleanor Vale, if she is still living. If she is not, ask for the old journal in the keeping of the church warden. There is also a silver key within this bundle. It does not open any door in the main house. Keep it with you. Most of all, do not hurry. The truth here has waited many years. It can wait long enough for you to walk toward it slowly. The letter was not signed in any ordinary way. Only with initials. A.M. Grace stared at them. They meant nothing to her and yet stirred something faint and frustratingly near memory. A photograph once seen and forgotten. A story interrupted before the names mattered. She searched herself for connection and found only a blurred sense of having passed close to those initials somewhere in childhood. She read the letter again from the beginning, more slowly this time, and then once more after that. The phrasing changed shape with repetition. The tenderness in it became more pronounced. So did the restraint. Whoever had written it knew far more than the letter revealed and had chosen care over completeness. At last Grace folded it and placed it beside her on the floor. The smaller object still waited in its tissue wrapping. She opened that too. Inside lay a silver key. It was beautifully made, old-fashioned, slender at the neck, the bow worked into the shape of two curved leaves meeting at the stem. Time had darkened the silver in the grooves, making the pattern easier to see. It was cold in her palm. A key for the summer house perhaps. Or for something within it. Grace closed her fingers around it and sat for several minutes without moving. The house was fully dark now except for the lamp she had left burning below and in the hall. She could hear the faint moan of wind at the corners of the roof and, once, the distant low hush of the sea carried inland through the trees. There is a man whose name matters to this house. It was a curious sentence. A sentence written with gravity, but not with warning. Whoever he was, he belonged not merely to the mystery but to the place itself, to its atmosphere, its patience, perhaps even its long silence. Grace stood at last and went to close the window properly. When she returned, she replaced the cloth in the hollow but kept the letter and key. Then she lowered the board back into place until it lay nearly seamless with the others. Downstairs she made tea, less because she wanted it than because the ritual calmed her. She found a tin of biscuits long gone stale and laughed softly at herself for checking. She opened a cupboard and discovered tea still wrapped in paper from only a few months ago. Someone had been here after all. The solicitor, perhaps. Or a caretaker. The realization steadied the house, made it less like a preserved dream and more like a real property moving quietly through years. She carried the tea into the front room and sat in the chair by the window. Outside, night had absorbed the garden. The summer house could no longer be clearly seen. Only its pale roofline caught a trace of moonlight when the clouds shifted. Grace unfolded the letter once more and read it under the lamp. The words altered the room. Not physically, not in any fanciful way, yet the house seemed newly furnished by implication. Every object suggested a history more intricate than she had assumed. The chair might have held conversations not spoken elsewhere. The garden path might have carried footsteps whose meanings had never reached the family story she inherited. Even the stopped kitchen clock felt less accidental now, as though time itself had once paused here out of respect. She drank her tea slowly and began to think as she often did when faced with uncertainty. Not dramatically, but methodically. If the letter was genuine, and there was no reason to think it was not, then there were 3 immediate points of inquiry. The summer house. Eleanor Vale. The church warden and an old journal. The silver key suggested one thing might lead to another, and the tone of the letter suggested that whatever truth waited at the center would not reveal itself all at once. A calm investigation, she thought. Not the kind led by suspicion, but by attention. Yet even as she framed it that way, she knew the mystery was already changing shape in her mind. It did not feel like a puzzle assembled from facts alone. It felt intimate, emotional, somehow aware of her. As if her presence did not merely uncover the story but completed a pattern that had long remained open. Why her? Because she was her grandmother's granddaughter. Because she had been given the house. Because someone believed she had the right heart. The phrase embarrassed her a little. It sounded too solemn for practical life. Yet the letter had not felt sentimental. Only serious in a way that avoided grandness. At 10 o'clock, when the fatigue of travel finally began to settle into her limbs, Grace rose, checked the doors, and went upstairs. Sleep did not come quickly. She lay in the smaller bedroom with the letter on the bedside table and watched moonlight move faintly across the ceiling. The house around her made its old house sounds, gentle and intermittent. Once she heard something tap against the outside wall, perhaps a branch shifting. Once she thought she heard footsteps on gravel below, but when she sat up to listen there was nothing, and after a while even the idea of sound felt woven into dream. The words returned in fragments. A story told too late. A love kept private. Look first for recognition. Near midnight she rose, unable to settle, and wrapped herself in a cardigan before going to the window. The garden lay washed in pale silver. The roses looked almost white. The summer house stood at the far edge like a quiet thought. And there, just beyond the gate leading from the garden path to the lane, she saw a figure. Not close. Not threatening. Merely a dark shape standing still in moonlight. Grace's breath caught. The figure did not move toward the house. It stood as if uncertain whether to come closer or leave. Tall, coat collar turned up against the wind, one hand resting lightly on the gatepost. She could not see the face. For several long moments nothing changed. Then, perhaps sensing the weight of her gaze, the figure looked up. Though she could not make out features, she felt the direction of that look with startling clarity. It did not feel intrusive. It felt almost hesitant, as if the person below had come only to confirm that the upstairs window held light. Grace did not step back. She remained where she was, one hand on the frame, the moon whitening her sleeve. A strange calm entered her. Not because there was no danger in the world, but because something in the stillness below answered the stillness within her. She thought, absurdly and with no evidence at all, of the letter. There is a man whose name matters to this house. The figure lowered his head slightly, a gesture too small to interpret fully. Then he turned and walked back toward the lane, disappearing beyond the hedge with quiet, unhurried steps. Grace stayed at the window long after he was gone. Only when the garden had resumed its complete emptiness did she return to bed. She told herself it could have been anyone. A neighbor. Someone passing. A caretaker checking the property. A villager curious about lights in the house after years of dark windows. Yet none of those explanations entirely settled. Recognition, the letter had said. But recognition of what, or whom? She slept at last and dreamed not of the figure outside but of a room full of folded letters fluttering open one by one without hands touching them. In the dream she never read a single line. She only heard the sea breathing beyond the walls. Morning arrived pale and cool. Grace woke earlier than she intended and lay still, orienting herself to the unfamiliar ceiling, the faint sound of gulls, and the soft ache in her shoulders from the drive. For a few seconds the letter seemed to belong to the edge of dream. Then she turned her head, saw it on the bedside table, and everything returned. She dressed quickly and went downstairs. In morning light the house felt less mysterious and more honest. Dust showed itself plainly. The wallpaper lifted slightly in one corner of the hall. The kitchen tap dripped. Such details comforted her. They brought the place back into ordinary reality, which allowed the hidden letter to feel no less remarkable, only more anchored. She made coffee and took it outside to the front step. The lane was empty. The air smelled of damp earth and salt. Somewhere nearby someone was chopping wood. The sound came rhythmically through the stillness and then stopped. Grace looked toward the gate where the figure had stood and found only grass bent by wind. She drank slowly, watching morning establish itself over the garden. By daylight the summer house appeared less distant than it had at night. Ivy climbed one side. Its windows were small and old-fashioned, the panes imperfect enough to distort reflection. The path to it was edged in lavender gone woody with age. Bees moved lazily among the last flowers. Grace went inside for the silver key. She slipped the letter into the pocket of her cardigan and walked into the garden with the curious composure of someone following instructions she had not agreed to but had already accepted. Gravel gave way to moss and stone along the path. Roses brushed her sleeve as she passed. Up close, the summer house was not really a summer house at all, she saw now, but more like a garden room or old riding retreat, sturdier than ornamental buildings tended to be. The door was painted a faded green. A small lock sat beneath the handle. Grace took out the silver key and held it near the lock. The shape seemed right. For a second she did not insert it. The moment felt oddly intimate, as if opening this door would cross not just a threshold of wood but one of understanding. She became aware again of the instruction in the letter. Do not hurry. So she stood there in the cool morning with bees in the lavender and sun moving slowly down the wall, and allowed herself to feel the hesitation fully before acting. Then she fitted the key into the lock. It turned with a soft metallic click. Grace opened the door. The room inside smelled of cedar, paper, and dry flowers. Dust floated in slanting light from the windows. A narrow desk stood against the far wall, and above it hung a framed sketch of the sea in winter. Shelves lined one side, though most of them were empty. In the center stood a small round table with 2 chairs. On the table rested a glass vase holding what had once been white roses, now long faded to cream. Nothing in the room was dramatic. Nothing leapt forward as explanation. Yet everything bore the gentle gravity of being preserved. Grace stepped inside. The floor was painted wood. The desk held an ink blotter, a brass lamp, and a blotched leather portfolio tied with ribbon. Beneath the window stood a chest no larger than a suitcase. She closed the door behind her and listened. Outside, garden sounds continued undisturbed. Bees. Leaves. A distant gull. Inside, the quiet was deep but not oppressive. It felt, if anything, inhabited by thought. A room in which words had once been composed carefully and perhaps never spoken aloud. Grace set her hand on the back of one of the chairs at the table. 2 chairs. The detail stirred her unexpectedly. Not because 2 chairs proved anything in themselves, but because they suggested conversation. Shared silence. Waiting. The private arrangement of 2 lives within a hidden room. She moved to the desk. The leather portfolio was tied with pale ribbon, newer than the ribbon around the bundle on the floor. Her pulse lifted again. She undid the knot and opened it. Inside were several sheets of thick folded paper and 1 photograph. Grace looked first at the photograph. It had faded, but the figures were clear enough. A young woman stood in the garden before the roses. Beside her stood a man in shirt sleeves, his expression serious in the old way photographs often made people serious. They were not touching. Yet the space between them was charged with such unmistakable closeness that Grace felt it at once. The woman she recognized after a moment of disbelief. Her grandmother. Much younger than Grace had ever known her, perhaps no more than 24 or 25. Wearing a light dress and looking not into the camera but slightly toward the man beside her. Her expression was calm, but something in it was quietly radiant, transformed by affection into a version of her Grace had never imagined. The man was unknown to Grace. Dark hair. A narrow face. Thoughtful eyes. Not conventionally handsome, perhaps, but arresting in a way that seemed more enduring. He looked like someone whose silence had texture. Grace turned the photograph over. On the back, in the same slanted hand as the hidden letter, were written the words. June, by the first roses. Before the leaving. Grace sat down. For a long moment she only looked at the photograph, at the angle of her grandmother's head, at the invisible thread between the 2 figures. Love kept private, the letter had said. The papers in the portfolio waited beneath her hand. She unfolded the first. It was not a full letter, only a single page, dated 38 years earlier. The writing was again that same hand. Today she said the garden keeps better secrets than any room, because flowers are believed only to bloom and fade, never to witness. I told her flowers witness everything. She laughed and said, then we are ruined, because the roses know more of us than the family ever will. Grace smiled without meaning to. She read on. She cannot bear to wound them, and I cannot ask her to. So we walk in circles around what cannot yet be named aloud. There are days I think patience is the highest form of love and days I think it is merely another word for fear. But when she looks at me I know the distinction hardly matters. We are already altered beyond return. Grace read every line, then the next page, and then the next. They were not consecutive journal entries. More like gathered fragments, saved for reasons of the heart rather than order. Together they began to sketch the outline of a private history between her grandmother and the unknown man. A history quiet but profound. There were references to correspondence hidden in books, meetings in the garden room, conversations interrupted by family duty, and one recurring name that finally appeared in full near the bottom of the third page. Liam Mercer. Grace stared at it. The name entered the room like a low note. Liam. So this was the man whose name mattered to the house. Mercer. The surname brushed another half-memory. She could not catch it. A mention years ago perhaps. A pause in conversation when she entered a room as a child. Something in her grandmother's face once, while looking toward the sea. Grace laid the pages flat on the desk and looked again at the photograph. Liam Mercer. The unknown man with the serious eyes, standing beside the young woman who would one day be her grandmother. The mystery shifted again. Not toward danger. Toward inheritance of feeling. She had expected, if she was honest, some hidden scandal, some family injury, some revelation of old resentment or betrayal. Instead she was finding tenderness guarded so long that it had become almost sacred. Yet why hide it from her? Why hide it from everyone? What was interrupted? What leaving had the note on the photograph meant? And how, impossibly, could there be still a man whose name mattered to this house if the pages on the desk were older than Grace herself? Outside, footsteps sounded lightly on the garden path. Grace froze. They were not hurried. They approached, then stopped just beyond the door. For one suspended second she thought of the figure at the gate the night before. Then a man's voice, low and courteous, came through the wood. I am sorry to call without warning. I saw the door open and hoped I would not startle you. Grace rose slowly from the chair. Her heart was beating hard now, though the voice contained no threat at all. Only restraint. A kind of practiced gentleness. She crossed the room and opened the door. The man standing outside was not young, yet not old enough to belong entirely to age. Perhaps early 40s. Tall. Dark-haired, though touched at the temples with silver. His coat was navy, his expression composed, but there was something watchful in his eyes, as if he had spent a long time learning how to approach fragile things carefully. For a moment neither of them spoke. Then his gaze shifted, not to her face immediately, but to the silver key in her hand. Something changed in him, almost too subtly to see. I thought, he said quietly, that if the summer house was opened, it might be you. Grace stood with one hand still on the door. Morning light fell across the threshold between them, warming the wood, the stone, the sleeve of his coat. Behind her, the photograph of the young couple lay on the desk. Before her stood a man whose face she had never seen, and yet whose presence carried the unmistakable calm of recognition before understanding. The letter returned to her with startling clarity. When you do meet him, do not look first for explanation. Look for recognition. And there it was. Not certainty. Not knowledge. Something quieter and somehow deeper. The feeling of arriving, at last, in the first true room of the story. Grace found her voice. Do I know you? A faint expression touched his mouth, not quite a smile, more the memory of one. No, he said. But I think I have been waiting for you. The garden remained still around them. Bees moved in the lavender. A gull called once above the lane. The house watched from behind her in patient silence, and the summer house held its breath as though every page within it had been waiting for this exchange. Grace looked at the man again, at the care in his bearing, at the strange mixture of distance and familiarity in his eyes. Your name, she said softly, is Liam. He inclined his head. Yes. No shock came. No dramatic unraveling. Only the quiet widening of the morning, as though light itself had made room for what must follow. Grace stepped back from the door. "Then come in," she said. And with that, the mystery began to open. Chapter 2, The Room of Quiet Correspondence. Liam stepped into the summer house with the care of someone entering not merely a room, but a memory that had once required silence to survive. Grace noticed that first, even before she noticed the fine details of his face in the clearer light. He did not cross the threshold quickly. He seemed to acknowledge it, almost unconsciously, as if the narrow strip of worn wood between garden and room still held its own small authority. When he came fully inside and the door remained open behind him, the morning air moved around them in a faint thread scented with lavender and salt. For a few moments neither of them spoke. Grace remained beside the desk, one hand resting lightly against its edge. Liam stood near the door, not distant, yet not presuming to come closer. He was taller than she had first thought, his presence quiet in the way the house was quiet, not empty of feeling but careful with it. In the photograph he had been young in a way that could only belong to the past. In life he was older, certainly, but not in a manner that diminished resemblance. The dark hair was marked now by silver at the temples. The thoughtful gravity remained. So did something else, something difficult to name and impossible to miss. He carried his attention gently, as though years had taught him that what mattered most could be frightened away by too much force. Grace looked at him, and then looked again. The strange thing was not that he matched the photograph, though he did. The strange thing was how little surprise she felt. There was uncertainty, yes. Curiosity. A rising sense that she had stepped onto ground beneath which many unseen roots were woven together. But beneath all of that there was recognition, calm and unmistakable, exactly as the letter had promised. Liam seemed to understand that she was studying him, and did not interrupt it. At last Grace said, "You knew I would come here." It was not quite a question. Liam glanced briefly at the desk where the papers lay open, then back to her. "I knew the house had been left to you. I did not know when you would arrive. Only that if you found what was hidden, you would come to this room next." His voice was low and even, not formal, yet touched with restraint. It was the kind of voice that seemed shaped by long habits of measured speech. Grace had the odd impression that it belonged especially well in quiet places. "You speak as though the house makes decisions." A faint warmth entered his expression. "Your grandmother used to say that it did." Grace studied his face at that. The sentence carried no performance, no attempt to charm or unsettle. He said it simply because it was true to memory. "My grandmother," Grace repeated slowly. "Then you knew her well." The breeze at the door lifted one corner of a paper on the desk. Liam's gaze shifted toward it and then settled again. "Yes." One word, but it changed the room. Grace folded her arms, not defensively, but to contain the feeling moving through her. "I found the letter beneath the floorboards. And these." She touched the pages lightly. "The photograph. The journal fragments." He lowered his eyes briefly, and something in his face softened with an inward ache so quiet it might have passed unnoticed if Grace had not already been looking for things that were almost hidden. "I wondered," he said, "how much had been left for you to find." "Enough to know that my grandmother loved someone named Liam Mercer." Grace let the name rest between them. "Enough to know that someone believed I would meet him. Enough to know that the truth was considered tender rather than dangerous. But not enough to understand why none of this was ever spoken aloud." Liam listened without interruption. When she finished, he stepped a little further into the room, though still with the same unhurried care. "That is fair," he said. "You deserve more than fragments." The sunlight had moved higher now, brightening the desk and catching in the glass vase of dried roses on the table. Dust drifted in the air like something visible only because light had chosen to reveal it. Grace remained standing. She felt that to sit now would be to surrender the alertness holding her upright. "You were at the gate last night." He did not deny it. "Yes." "Why did you leave?" Liam looked out through the open door for a moment, toward the path bordered by overgrown lavender, before answering. "Because I saw a light in the upstairs room and realized that if it was you, then your first evening in the house belonged to the house, not to me." He paused, and then added with disarming honesty, "Also because I was not certain I had the right to be the first voice you heard here." Grace had expected explanations. She had not expected gentleness. There was no easy place to put it, that gentleness. It complicated everything by making fear unnecessary. "And this morning?" she asked. This morning the summer house was open. Grace let out a slow breath. The simplicity of the answer touched something in her, not because it solved anything, but because it followed a kind of emotional logic she immediately understood. She moved around the desk and gestured toward the chair opposite the one she had used. "Sit." Liam hesitated only briefly, then obeyed. Grace sat too, the desk between them. The arrangement echoed the two chairs at the round table, the room already structured around conversation, around what had once been shared and perhaps withheld. Up close, she noticed more. His hands, resting lightly together, were steady but not entirely still. His coat had the faint wear at the cuffs of something kept and cared for over years rather than recently bought. There was no wedding ring on his hand. She had not meant to look for one and was faintly annoyed with herself for doing so. Yet the absence registered. "You said I deserve more than fragments," Grace said. "Then tell me who you are to this house." And to her. He met her gaze directly then, and it was the first time she felt the full stillness of his attention. It was not intense in any oppressive sense. It was simply complete. "My name is Liam Mercer," he said. "I knew your grandmother, Eleanor Ashcombe, from the time we were both very young. We were not raised in the same house, but our families were intertwined enough that we spent many summers and holidays under each other's notice. By the time we were in our 20s, friendship had become something quieter and more difficult to speak of. We loved one another. We intended, for a time, to build a life together." Grace did not move. He did not dramatize the sentence. He did not lean upon it. He offered it as fact, and the lack of theatricality made it more affecting rather than less. "She never married," Grace said. "No." "And you?" "No." The room fell still around that answer. Grace looked down at the pages on the desk, at the lines she had read only moments before, "We are already altered beyond return." It no longer felt like a relic from another life. It felt immediate, persistent, as though the emotion that had once written it still moved quietly in the room with them. "What happened?" Liam did not answer at once. He drew in a breath and let it go again slowly. "Many things," he said at last. "Some of them practical. Some of them human. Some of them so small at the time that no one would have named them significant. Yet they altered the course of years." Grace waited. He looked toward the framed sketch of the sea above the desk. "Your family expected certain alliances, certain continuities. Mine was respectable enough, but not in the way that reassured them. I was too uncertain in my prospects, too fixed in my convictions, too willing to leave and too unwilling to become the sort of man they found easy to approve." A trace of dry warmth touched his mouth and disappeared. "I thought that if I became more established, if I gave time the chance to make me seem less unsuitable, their resistance would fade." "And did it?" No, he said it gently, almost as if answering for weather rather than people. Not quickly enough. Grace thought of her grandmother as she had known her, composed and affectionate and subtly self-contained. It was difficult to imagine her as a young woman being measured by family approval, difficult and yet not impossible. She could have defied them, Grace said softly, more to test the idea than from certainty. Liam nodded once. Yes. So could I. But youth sometimes mistakes patience for wisdom, and love can become entangled with duty before either notices. Her mother became ill. Then my father died unexpectedly. Then I was offered work abroad for what was supposed to be a year and became nearly 3. We wrote. We waited. We spoke of beginnings as though they were still entirely ours to choose. His gaze lowered briefly to his hands. By the time we stood again in the same place with the freedom to decide, there were years around us that had hardened into shape. Grace felt something ache in that sentence, not sharply, but with the slow heaviness of seeing how lives could be altered without betrayal ever having taken place. You stopped writing? No, he looked up. That would have been easier. The answer was so quietly truthful that it entered her without resistance. He continued. We never stopped entirely. But correspondence is a narrow bridge for carrying a full life. There were long silences sometimes, then letters again. Meetings when I returned. Conversations that seemed to begin exactly where the last had ended, only to discover the world around us had continued moving while we stood still. We were not separated by one great catastrophe. That would have been simpler to tell. We were separated by time, obligation, and the peculiar gentleness that prevents some people from causing others pain even when it costs them dearly. Grace lowered her gaze. Her mind moved through the rooms of the house, through the hidden letter, the photograph, the 2 chairs at the table. Nothing she had found suggested bitterness. Only the persistence of feeling carefully sheltered from damage. You still came here? Yes. How often? Liam considered the question. More in some years than in others. Less after your grandmother's health began to fail. Not because she wished to see me less, but because privacy became harder and energy more precious. In the years before that, this room, he glanced around the summer house, was ours in the only way anything could be. We wrote here. We read to one another here. We sat in silence here when silence said more than explanation. Grace ran her fingertips lightly over the edge of one page. And my grandmother left the house to me because she wanted me to know? I believe she left it to you because she trusted the way you would know. The distinction settled softly between them. Grace thought of the letter's phrasing, the right heart. The idea had embarrassed her when first reading it. Now it seemed less sentimental and more exacting. Knowledge, this house implied, was not merely a matter of facts. It required a certain way of receiving them. Outside, a breeze moved through the lavender, releasing a clean, dry scent that drifted in through the door. Somewhere further off came the faint chiming of a church bell counting the hour. The sound was softened by distance and by leaves. Eleanor Vale, Grace said after a moment. The hidden letter told me to ask in the village for Eleanor Vale, if she was still living. Liam's expression changed subtly, as if the name belonged to another layer of the same story. She is living. Though less in the village now than in memory. She is in the cottage beside the old forge road, near the church. She was your grandmother's closest friend. She knows more than almost anyone still alive. Why did no one ever tell me about any of this? Grace asked, the question emerging with more vulnerability than she intended. Not as gossip, not as family history, not even as some softened version for a child who would grow older eventually. Why silence for so many years? Liam did not answer at once. He rose and crossed to the small window, where he stood looking out at the garden. His posture was composed, but she sensed the care with which he was choosing his reply. Because, he said at last, the family story that continued in public was not the true one. Or rather, it was only the part that caused no one discomfort. Your grandmother became, in their version, the beloved unmarried daughter who devoted herself to the house and to preserving the old ways. A graceful simplification. To tell the fuller truth would have required acknowledging many things people preferred to leave unexamined. Their own rigidity. Their misjudgments. The cost of expecting dignity to look a certain way. He turned back to her. And perhaps she herself no longer wished to have her private life explained by those who had not understood it when it was living. Grace felt that deeply. There are losses one speaks of only with those who can hold them without reducing them. Perhaps for her grandmother the summer house, the letters, and Liam himself had been enough. Yet one thought persisted. If you loved each other all those years, Grace said quietly, why leave only fragments for me? Why not write one clear letter explaining everything? Liam came back to the desk but did not sit. Because explanation can flatten a life. Your grandmother knew that. If she had left you only a summary, you might have mistaken the story for something finished. It was never finished to her. Perhaps not to me either. The admission was so plain that Grace felt it in her chest. She looked at him, really looked, and saw that his composure was not the absence of feeling but its lifelong discipline. He had learned to live alongside tenderness that had never found an ordinary ending. There was no performance in him, no wish to impress her with sorrow. That made him more moving than sorrow itself. She became aware, suddenly and unexpectedly, of her own place in the room not merely as observer but as participant. The recognition the letter had promised was not only about him. It was about the way his presence altered the air around her, drawing out some quieter part of her own nature, the part that listened before naming, that understood moods before motives. She had been lonely for longer than she usually admitted, not dramatically lonely, but inwardly so. He did not answer that loneliness. Yet in the space of their conversation, she felt less separate from the world than she had on the drive here, less like someone arriving late to a place she should already have known. It unsettled her, not because it felt wrong, but because it felt too soon to feel anything with such clarity. Perhaps sensing the direction of her thought without knowing its content, Liam shifted the conversation gently. "There is tea in the house?" he asked. Grace blinked, almost grateful for the ordinary question. "There is. Though I make no promises about elegance. I arrived yesterday." A warmer expression touched his face. Elegance is rarely improved by effort. The dry wit in it surprised a quiet laugh from her. The sound seemed to ease something between them. They carried the portfolio and photograph into the main house rather than leaving them in the garden room. Grace felt instinctively that the papers should not remain exposed, and Liam, without being asked, helped gather them with the attentiveness one uses for fragile objects. In the kitchen the morning had grown brighter. Sunlight touched the windowsill, the old ceramic jug, the stopped clock above the dresser. Grace set water to boil while Liam stood near the table, not wandering, not looking about with possessive nostalgia, but with the contained familiarity of someone returning to a room that had once belonged naturally to his movements. "You know this kitchen," Grace said as she reached for cups. "I know every room," he replied. "Though some better than others." She handed him 2 mismatched cups from the shelf. "Then you may as well help." He took them without protest and set them on the table. The gesture was small and domestic, yet it deepened the sense of unreality in a way Grace found unexpectedly calming. It should have felt strange, preparing tea with a man whose name she had learned only from an old photograph an hour before, a man bound to her grandmother's hidden life by decades of private history. Instead, it felt oddly natural, as if the house itself had made room for him long ago and saw no reason to object now. When the tea was poured, they sat across from one another in the kitchen with the portfolio between them and the hidden letter laid beside it. For a while they drank in silence. It was not uncomfortable. Grace noticed that Liam seemed entirely capable of silence without using it as defense. He inhabited it the way some people inhabit speech. "Tell me about the summer house," she said. "When did it become yours?" He glanced toward the garden window, where the path curved out of sight. It had belonged to the property in one form or another for generations. A potting room once. Then a place for account books. By the time your grandmother and I were young, it had fallen into half neglect. We began restoring it because it seemed a harmless project. New shelves. A repaired lock. Curtains. A desk rescued from an attic. No one objected because no one thought the room important. His gaze returned to hers. Perhaps that is why it survived. We made something private in a place others had stopped noticing. Grace pictured her grandmother young and radiant in the garden photograph, carrying books across the grass, opening that faded green door. She pictured Liam beside her, both of them believing that a room could hold enough space to protect what the world around them would not easily bless. The tenderness of it moved through her slowly. "Were the letters all yours?" she asked, touching the pages from the portfolio. "Some. Not all. There are others elsewhere. Your grandmother kept more than I did. She had the better instinct for preservation." Grace hesitated, then said, "Did she know you still came here after her death?" Liam completed softly. Grace nodded. "Yes." He wrapped both hands around his cup, though the tea had likely cooled by now. "Not often. But yes." Toward the end, when speaking became more tiring for her, we had a habit of not saying certain things directly because they required no clarification between us. "She knew I would keep watch over the house until it passed to you." The phrasing struck Grace. Keep watch. It sounds more dramatic than it was. In practice it meant checking the grounds after winter storms. Arranging for repairs when needed. Making sure the rooms remained aired and the accounts paid. Your grandmother left instructions through the solicitor that I was to be trusted in practical matters concerning the property, though not formally named in any way that would invite family objection. So you were hidden even at the end. A faint sadness moved through his expression, but no self-pity. Less hidden than protected from argument, perhaps. By then neither of us had any appetite left for being explained to others. Grace lowered her eyes. There was dignity in that, and loneliness too. The silence that followed was broken not by discomfort but by the sound of a car passing slowly on the lane outside, then continuing on. The ordinary world still existed. The reminder steadied her. "Why did the hidden letter say that my life had already been touched by yours in ways I could not have seen?" she asked. Liam looked at her for a long moment before answering. "Because when you were a child, I saw you more than once." Grace blinked. "I would remember. You were very young the first times." His voice remained gentle. "I was not introduced to you as anything more than an old family acquaintance. On one occasion your grandmother and I met by chance in the village when she was with you. Another summer I came to help repair the roof after a storm while you were staying here. You were more interested in a tin pail of shells than in any adult on a ladder." To Grace's surprise, a fragment stirred. Not of his face exactly, but of height, of a navy sleeve, of being lifted momentarily out of the way of fallen plaster while someone laughed softly above her. She sat straighter. There was a storm. I remember broken slates in the garden. And someone carrying me because I refused to leave the attic stairs. Liam smiled then, properly this time, and the change in his face was so unexpectedly warm that Grace felt it like the sudden opening of a shuttered room. Yes. That was you. The memory came not as certainty but as atmosphere. A feeling of safety. The scent of rain in old wood. A low voice saying, "You may supervise from here instead." She had never attached a face to it. Grace looked at him in quiet amazement. I thought that was one of those memories half invented later. Some of the truest ones are. She did not know why that answer affected her so deeply. Perhaps because it dissolved some of the strangeness. He was not entirely new. He had existed, unnamed, in the background of her life before she knew enough to ask who was standing at the edge of the frame. The day moved gradually toward noon. They opened more papers. Liam identified places, dates, references half legible with time. Grace asked questions, and when he did not know an answer, he said so without embellishment. That honesty began to settle her trust not as a leap but as an accumulation of small certainties. One paper referred to a blue notebook kept by Eleanor Vale. Another mentioned a parcel entrusted briefly to the church for safekeeping when the house underwent repairs long ago. A third contained a pressed rose petal so fragile that Grace did not dare touch it. As the morning lengthened, the mystery widened rather than narrowed. Yet instead of frustration, Grace felt a growing calm. She was not being led toward shock. She was being led toward texture, toward the slow restoration of a life hidden not by scandal but by the long habits of silence and class and wounded pride. At one point she rose to fetch bread and cheese from the pantry, and Liam stood instinctively to help. They ate a simple lunch at the kitchen table while discussing practicalities, as though this were somehow the most natural continuation of the day. Grace found herself telling him, almost without deciding to, about her work in the city, about the flat she had nearly convinced herself she loved, about the exhaustion that had become so ordinary she no longer named it. Liam listened without interruption or advice. The quality of his listening was unusual. He did not seize on details to compare them to himself. He simply received them. "And you?" Grace asked when she realized she had said much more than intended. "What do you do when you are not keeping watch over houses and appearing in gardens at the exact moment hidden letters are discovered?" The warmth returned briefly to his expression. "I restore manuscripts. Estate papers, private correspondence, archival collections that people nearly ruin by keeping them in damp cupboards." Grace looked at the papers spread across the table. "So this is not only personal for you. It is professional terrain." "In a sense." He paused. "Though I try not." He had come to her already carrying the strange seal of recognition promised by the letter. Meeting Eleanor Vale would be different. Eleanor, if living memory had not dimmed her, might bring facts, names, dates, the shape of things once said aloud in real time. Facts could wound in ways atmosphere did not. Perhaps Liam sensed the shift in her mood. As they stood in the hallway preparing to leave, he said quietly, "You may take this slowly. No one will demand more of you than you wish to know today." Grace fastened her cardigan and reached for the hidden letter, slipping it into her pocket. "I'm beginning to think the whole village speaks in the same tone." A flicker of amusement passed over his face. "Only the older parts of it." They walked together down the lane. The day had turned soft and luminous, the air bright but not warm. The hedges on either side of the road hummed faintly with insects. Beyond them lay fields sloping toward the sea, their green broken by stone walls and the occasional dark shape of grazing sheep. Grace had not walked country roads in years. The rhythm of it felt at once unfamiliar and deeply remembered. Liam did not crowd her with conversation. He answered when she asked something, and otherwise allowed the quiet to breathe. It was a relief. She had known people who feared silence and filled it with nervousness. Liam seemed to trust it. That trust allowed her own thoughts to settle and reorder themselves. At the bend in the lane the church came into view, low and weathered, its small graveyard tilting gently with age. Nearby stood a cluster of cottages, one of them partly veiled in climbing roses gone slightly wild. That one, Liam said. The cottage beside the old forge road was smaller than Grace expected, its roof moss-softened and its windows thrown open to the day. Blue smoke drifted from the chimney despite the mild weather. A cat slept on the front wall as if nothing of significance could ever happen where it was on watch. Liam paused at the gate and looked at Grace, not for permission exactly, but in quiet acknowledgement of the moment. She nodded. He lifted the latch. Before they reached the door, it opened. An elderly woman stood there, slender and upright despite her age, one hand still on the brass knob. Her hair was white and gathered at the nape in a loose knot. She wore a blue cardigan buttoned carefully over a dress the color of wet stone. Her face was lined not into severity but into something clearer and finer, as if years had stripped away all unnecessary expression and left only intelligence, kindness, and a certain unsentimental patience. She looked first at Liam. No surprise there. Then at Grace. And in that instant her eyes changed. Not dramatically. Simply with the quiet brightness of recognition meeting expectation at last. So, she said softly, she has come home. Grace stood very still. The woman stepped aside at once. Do not hover on the step like uncertain ghosts. Come in, both of you. I have been expecting this day in one form or another for longer than either of you would find reasonable. The cottage smelled of tea leaves, beeswax, and old paper. Books lined the sitting room in crowded shelves. A small fire burned in the grate despite the season, more from habit than need. On the mantel stood a framed photograph of Grace's grandmother in late middle age, smiling not at the camera but towards someone beyond it. Eleanor Vale followed Grace's gaze and said, yes. That was taken here. She hated posed photographs. Sit down. There was authority in her hospitality, the kind that removed awkwardness by refusing to indulge it. Grace sat on the sofa. Liam took the armchair nearest the window, clearly familiar with the room. Eleanor settled opposite them and studied Grace with a directness that should have felt intrusive and instead felt almost like being gently read aloud. You look like her about the eyes, Eleanor said. And like yourself everywhere else, which is fortunate. Grace smiled despite herself. I'm not sure what the proper reply to that is. There is none. Tea will do instead. While she poured from a pot already prepared on the sideboard, Grace felt the odd sensation that the day had shifted again, opening another chamber within the story. The cottage held memory differently from the house. Less secretively. More like a place where truths had been spoken aloud in trusted company and allowed to remain human rather than ideal. Eleanor handed Grace a cup, then settled back into her chair. Now, she said, tell me how much you know, and do not spare me for age. Age is not fragility. It is simply a longer archive. Grace glanced once at Liam, then began. She told of the letter from her grandmother, of the hidden board, of the hidden letter and the silver key, of the summer house and the photograph, and finally of finding Liam there that morning. Eleanor listened with her hands folded loosely around her own cup, interrupting only to clarify a date or the location of a document. When Grace finished, Eleanor let out a slow breath. Then it begins in the right order after all. There was an order? Grace asked. There was hope of one. Eleanor's eyes moved briefly to Liam, then back. Your grandmother was very particular about emotional sequencing. She disliked facts arriving before the heart had somewhere suitable to place them. Grace felt an unexpected sting behind her eyes at that. It was such a precise sentence, so exactly the kind of wisdom her grandmother might have trusted. Eleanor set down her cup. The short version, which I know you do not truly want, is that your grandmother and Liam loved one another deeply, for many years, and were prevented by a mixture of family pressure, timing, illness, stubborn dignity, and the fatal politeness of people who would rather suffer than cause spectacle. The long version is made of letters, seasons, mischances, reconciliations, and some very poor decisions disguised as prudence. Liam lowered his eyes with what might almost have been rueful acceptance. Eleanor saw it and went on without mercy. Yes, yours among them. Hers too. Love does not excuse people from errors. It only makes the errors expensive. Grace held her cup in both hands and asked the question that had been turning quietly beneath everything else. Did they regret it? Not marrying, I mean. Not choosing differently. The room fell still. Eleanor answered first. They regretted pain. They regretted delays. They regretted underestimating how quickly time can become structure. But regret is not the whole truth of a life. They also had tenderness. Loyalty. A form of constancy most married people never approach. The tragedy, if you insist on the word, is not that their love failed. It is that it had to live in narrower rooms than it deserved. Grace looked down. Narrower rooms than it deserved. The phrase moved through her slowly, like something that would continue echoing long after this day had ended. Eleanor rose then and crossed to a writing desk against the wall. From its drawer she drew a small blue notebook and returned with it cradled in one hand. The cover was worn at the corners, the ribbon marker faded nearly white. This, she said, placing it before Grace, was entrusted to me on the understanding that I would keep it until you arrived or until it became clear you never would. Since you are here, and since the house has apparently decided to stop behaving like a locked box, I believe it belongs with the rest. Grace touched the notebook as though it might dissolve under her hand. My grandmother's? Eleanor shook her head. Mine. But about her. About both of them. Not a full diary. Merely what I wrote when I feared memory might someday be forced to defend itself against simplification. Grace lifted her eyes. Eleanor's expression gentled. Child, families erase in very polished ways. I wanted something less polished and more true. Liam said quietly, you always did. Yes, and it annoyed everyone. Eleanor sat again. Read it later, not here. It contains enough emotional weather for one afternoon. Grace slipped the blue notebook carefully into her bag. The conversation moved on, but with a different texture now, less tentative. Eleanor spoke of summers long ago, of Grace's grandmother laughing in the garden with a freedom she never entirely displayed indoors, of Liam arriving on a bicycle with books strapped to the back and hands stained with ink, of an autumn when the family nearly noticed too much and an entire week of letters had to be hidden in a tin of dried chamomile. Some memories were light enough to make Grace laugh. Others carried a quieter ache. Through them all ran the same unmistakable current. This was not a romance imagined after the fact into grandeur. It had been ordinary in the most beautiful sense. Daily. Persistent. Full of small practical intimacies. It was exactly that ordinariness, Grace began to realize, which made the years of silence around it feel so profound. By the time they rose to leave, the afternoon had begun its long turn toward evening. The cottage windows held a warmer light now. Eleanor walked them to the door. At the threshold she took Grace's hand briefly in both of hers. Her skin was cool, dry, strong. "Do not rush toward conclusions," she said. "And do not turn this into a tragedy merely because the shape is unconventional. Your grandmother would hate that." Grace smiled faintly. She preferred nuance. She preferred truth. Eleanor released her hand. Nuance was only the courtesy truth requires. Outside, the lane was quieter than before. The air had that late-day softness which seems already touched by dusk. Grace and Liam began walking back toward the house. For a while she said nothing. The blue notebook in her bag seemed heavier than its size should allow. At last she asked, "Did you know she had left all this to me in pieces rather than plainly?" "I suspected. Not the exact form, only the intention." "And you agreed with it?" Liam thought before answering. "I trusted her judgment. Even when I wished things were simpler." Grace glanced at him. "You wish they had been?" "Of course." He gave a small, almost private smile. "I am not so noble as to prefer mystery to clarity." The candor of it pleased her more than she expected. They had reached the bend where the lane opened briefly to a view of the sea, pale and distant between dark trees. Grace stopped without meaning to. The water held the late light in a sheet of muted silver. Liam stopped too. "She loved this view," he said. Grace did not turn toward him. "Did she love you all her life?" The question came out more softly than she intended. Liam was silent long enough that she almost thought he would not answer. Then he said, "Yes." No ornament. No hesitation. Only truth. Grace looked then, and found him standing with the sea behind him and the old lane before him, the whole quiet landscape seeming for a moment to gather around the answer and hold it gently in place. Something shifted in her. Not toward romance, not yet, not in any hurried or disloyal way to the dead. But toward trust. Toward the unsettling tenderness of seeing a man who had carried love faithfully without converting it into bitterness. Such constancy was rare enough to feel almost improbable. Yet there he was, entirely real, breathing the same salt-tinged air she did, standing on a country lane at the edge of evening. They resumed walking. When the house came into view again at the end of the lane, it no longer seemed merely inherited. It seemed inhabited by layers Grace had only begun to perceive. The front windows reflected the sky. Roses moved lightly along the fence. The summer house stood beyond, quiet among the lavender, as though satisfied that the day had done what it was meant to do. At the gate, Liam stopped. "I should go," he said. Grace felt a flicker of disappointment so immediate she concealed it by looking toward the garden. "You could stay for supper." The invitation escaped before she had fully considered it. Liam seemed to register not only the words but the sincerity beneath them. "I would like that," he said, "but not tonight." The answer was so gentle that refusal hardly seemed the correct word. "Why not?" "Because today has already asked much of you. And because some part of what has happened needs quiet before more is added." He held her gaze. "There will be time." The certainty in that final sentence did something to her breathing. It was not presumption. It was simply the same calm confidence with which the letters had spoken, as though time here did not behave like elsewhere, and what mattered need not be seized in fear of vanishing. Grace nodded slowly. "Tomorrow then?" A trace of warmth returned to his face. Tomorrow. She stood by the gate and watched him turn down the lane. He did not look back immediately. Only when he reached the bend near the church wall did he pause and glance toward the house, toward her. The gesture was small and unadorned. Then he continued on until the hedges took him from view. Inside, the house felt different again. Not fuller exactly, but more awake. Grace set the blue notebook on the kitchen table beside the hidden letter and the portfolio pages. Evening light lay across the wood in long pale bars. She moved through the room slowly, touching objects almost absent-mindedly as if reintroducing herself to them. The chair by the window. The banister. The cool rim of the ceramic jug. The house had not answered her with shock. It had answered with company. As dusk deepened, Grace lit lamps one by one. In the living room she stood by the window looking out toward the garden path where she and Liam had crossed earlier with the papers in hand. The day seemed impossibly long and impossibly coherent, stitched together not by event alone but by feeling, the hidden letter, the summer house, Liam's voice through the door, Eleanor's clear-eyed kindness, the sea between the trees. At last she carried the blue notebook upstairs. In the small front bedroom she sat on the bed with the lamp lit low beside her and opened to the first page. Eleanor Vale's handwriting was neat and compact, less elegant than the hidden letter but easier to read. At the top of the first entry was a date from decades earlier. Beneath it, the opening sentence. There are people whose lives appear quiet only because so much of their truth has learned to move beneath the visible surface. Grace read it once, then again. Outside, somewhere beyond the roses and the darkening trees, the sea breathed in its patient rhythm. The house held her in its long listening silence. And downstairs, on the kitchen table, the remaining letters waited like a second heartbeat under the evening light. She turned the page. And the story deepened. Chapter 3, The Blue Notebook and the Tide of Memory. That night the house seemed to settle around Grace not as an enclosure, but as a patient witness. The old floorboards held the day's footsteps. The lamps she had lit downstairs still cast softened circles into the lower rooms, their glow rising faintly through the stairwell and thinning gently along the landing. Outside, the garden had dissolved into layered darkness. Only the palest flowers still found a way to gather moonlight. The roses, the weathered fence, the narrow path to the summer house, all had become quieter versions of themselves, not erased but withdrawn, as though night did not hide them so much as ask them to speak more softly. Grace sat on the bed in the front bedroom with Eleanor Vale's blue notebook open across her knees. The room was still enough that turning a page seemed an event. She had intended only to begin, to read a little and leave the rest for morning. Yet the first sentence had entered her with the calm precision of something placed exactly where it belonged. There are people whose lives appear quiet only because so much of their truth has learned to move beneath the visible surface. It was true of her grandmother. It was true of the house. It was true, Grace suspected now, of Liam as well. She adjusted the lamp so the light fell more clearly across the page and continued reading. Eleanor's entries were not daily records. They appeared only where feeling, or worry, or the desire to preserve a particular moment had pressed itself into language strongly enough that silence no longer seemed sufficient. Some entries were brief, no more than a paragraph. Others ran over several pages, written in a steady, unornamented hand that trusted observation more than sentiment, though sentiment lived quietly within it all the same. The earliest entry began in summer. Eleanor described the garden at the house when Grace's grandmother was 23, the roses climbing higher than anyone had expected that year, the sea air warming the evening so fully that windows were left open until long after dark. She wrote of Grace's grandmother, whom she called simply Eleanor Ashcombe in the notebook's early pages, moving through the house with an unusual brightness, pausing at windows, lingering in the old potting room that would later become the summer house, and always listening for the sound of a bicycle on the lane. Grace read more slowly. Liam appeared first in the notebook not as a declaration, not as a great event, but as a pattern of arrival. He came at first with books under the false pretense of returning what had already been read. Then with gardening gloves because the old room at the back was to be cleared and no one else would do it properly. Then with a panel of repaired wood balanced over one shoulder and mud on his shoes and no understanding at all, or perhaps an exact understanding, of how quickly affection becomes visible when two people attempt to make a room together. Grace smiled softly at that and turned the page. The summer house, she learned, had been reclaimed almost accidentally. It had once held ledgers and seed trays and broken chairs. The roof leaked. One window frame had rotted. The narrow shelves were warped with damp. Grace's grandmother had insisted it could still be useful. Liam had agreed too quickly. Eleanor, recording the scene with dry affection, had seen through them both at once. There was comfort in the scale of the details. Not dramatic vows or forbidden midnight declarations, but dust brushed from shelves, old nails sorted into jars, paint chosen badly and applied anyway, evenings spent mending curtains, books carried back and forth because a room only truly became alive when words began to gather there. Grace looked up from the notebook for a moment. The room around her felt altered by those pages. Not changed physically, but inhabited by a deeper continuity. The summer house was no longer merely the place where she had found a photograph and a portfolio. It had become a lived room in her mind, full of small beginnings, full of things made by hand. She read on. One entry from late autumn described rain on the garden path and Liam reading aloud in the summer house while her grandmother rewound skeins of embroidery silk that had tangled hopelessly. "They have crossed some invisible line," Eleanor wrote. "No one else has seen it yet, but I have. They speak to one another now in the tone people use when they have stopped performing their separate selves and begun, instead, to inhabit a shared weather." Grace lingered over that phrase. A shared weather. It was exactly right, not only for what the notebook described, but for something she had felt since Liam stepped through the summer house door that morning. Some people altered the atmosphere around them not by force, but by frequency, by tone, by the quality of their attention. Her grandmother and Liam had once lived within such a weather together. Grace could feel it in the pages as distinctly as if she had walked into the room and found them there. The notebook moved forward by seasons. In winter, family pressure began to gather. Eleanor did not dramatize it, which somehow made it heavier. She wrote of conversations in drawing rooms that ended too abruptly when Grace's grandmother entered. Of one aunt who referred to Liam as a serious young man with unformed prospects, as though seriousness itself were a flaw if not accompanied by the correct sort of certainty. Of Grace's great-grandmother watching the two of them at dinner with a gaze that had begun to calculate consequence rather than simply observe affection. Grace felt a quiet sorrow rising. No one in the notebook appeared monstrous. That was what made it painful. They were merely the sort of people who believed dignity had a narrow architecture and did not understand how much damage could be done by defending it gently. Another entry. "I begin to fear they will not be forbidden in any dramatic sense, which might at least give them something clear to resist. They will instead be delayed, redirected, wearied, instructed toward patience until patience hardens into circumstance. This is the most English kind of tragedy, and because it is made of courtesy, everyone will pretend it was unavoidable." Grace lowered the notebook for a moment and pressed her fingertips lightly to the page. The sentence felt too perceptive to be only about the past. It belonged equally to so many lives she had seen in quieter, more modern forms. Choices postponed out of kindness. Need set aside until their shape changed. Love asked to wait until it became easier for everyone else, only to discover later that waiting had not preserved it untouched, but transformed the landscape around it. She continued. There were entries about letters carried by hand, about books left intentionally in certain places because messages had been hidden inside them, about walks to the coast undertaken in groups so that two people might exchange only 6 minutes of real conversation on a cliff path while appearing perfectly social to everyone else. Grace read one scene twice. It described a late spring afternoon when the family hosted visitors from the neighboring estate. Garden chairs had been arranged on the lawn. Tea had been poured under the false serenity of good weather. Her grandmother, seated among a cluster of women discussing marriages, linen, and piano recitals, had looked up to find Liam across the grass near the orchard wall. He had been speaking to an elderly uncle about drainage, of all things. And yet, Eleanor wrote, in the space of that one glance an entire conversation had passed between them, not in code exactly, but in the calm certainty of recognition. It is both beautiful and nearly unbearable to watch people love one another so quietly that everyone mistakes them for well-behaved. Grace let out a soft breath. The words in the notebook were not sentimental. They were observant, exacting, almost unsparing. And yet they carried compassion in every line. Eleanor had seen them clearly. Perhaps that clarity was why her grandmother had trusted her with the notebook. Grace turned another page and encountered the first entry that mentioned departure. Liam had been offered work in Lisbon, cataloging a private collection and assisting a scholar who had taken an unexpected interest in his abilities. Grace had to read the passage twice to absorb it. The offer had been good, temporary, and difficult to refuse. He had believed, at first, that a year abroad might strengthen his standing, provide the exact kind of professional stability her family respected. Her grandmother had not asked him to decline it. Instead, she had encouraged him to go. Eleanor's notebook did not romanticize the scene. Neither of them said what they should have said because both believed love made demands less important than generosity. This is one of the difficulties with noble people. They are too often willing to lose what is dearest to them in order to prove they are not selfish. Grace closed her eyes briefly. That line entered her with more force than the others. Not because she thought herself noble. She did not. But because she knew the quiet temptation to become agreeable at precisely the moments when truth required firmness. She had done it in smaller ways all her life. In work. In old relationships. In the city flat she had nearly convinced herself was enough. She knew what it was to step aside from her own certainty so smoothly that no one else even noticed it had happened. When she opened her eyes again, the lamplight had thinned a little. Perhaps she was tired. Perhaps the night had moved further than she realized. She stood, crossed to the window, and looked out. The garden was drenched in silver-gray stillness. The summer house stood at the far edge of it, pale roofline just visible. The lane beyond the hedge could not be seen, but she imagined its curve, the church further down, Eleanor Vale's cottage with its books and fire and clear speech. Somewhere beyond all of it lay the sea. When she returned to bed, she took the hidden letter from her cardigan pocket and set it beside the notebook. For a moment she placed her hand over both. One written by someone who had loved. One written by someone who had watched. Between them lay a life more intricate and more tender than any summary could have held. Grace read on. The Lisbon section of the notebook was followed by entries that grew more sparse, not because nothing was happening, but because so much now happened by absence. Weeks marked by waiting for letters. A page describing her grandmother at the window in late afternoon with a letter unopened in her lap because she wished to prolong the suspense of seeing his hand. A note about how a room changes when one person has gone and the other continues to arrange flowers in it out of habit. There were excerpts copied from Liam's letters, included with permission, Eleanor wrote. Grace read them with growing stillness. One described light on the Tagus at evening and confessed that beauty was difficult to bear when not shared. Another mentioned an old staircase in the library that reminded him absurdly of the narrow back steps in the house, and how memory had become attached not to grand features but to minor angles, textures, and sounds. Another, shorter still, read. I did not know before now that missing someone could make the world look simultaneously larger and less inhabited. Grace folded the edge of the page between her fingers. There was restraint even in his longing. Or perhaps not restraint so much as precision. He wrote like a man unwilling to dilute feeling by overstating it. The effect was more moving than any excess would have been. The notebook changed again when illness entered the family. Grace's great-grandmother had declined sharply. Duty gathered. Travel became more difficult. The imagined neatness of a one-year separation dissolved into delays, altered plans, uncertain returns. Liam's father died while he was still abroad. He remained longer. Her grandmother wrote less often, not because love had faded, but because exhaustion and family expectation had thickened around her days. Grace could feel the years beginning to harden. Not all at once. Not cruelly. Slowly, in the way frost forms along the edges of things before one notices the whole field has changed. Another entry from Eleanor. One hears so often of great betrayals that one forgets the quieter dangers. Fatigue. Family dependency. The slow moral vanity of becoming indispensable. If one is not careful, an entire life can be arranged around who needs one most urgently, while the deepest need of the heart is kept waiting until it learns not to speak above a whisper. Grace rested the notebook in her lap and stared at the far wall. The house groaned softly somewhere below, as if shifting in sleep. She thought of her grandmother as Grace had known her in later years, competent, composed, gently amused, always attentive to others, always somehow already present where needed. She had worn her solitude beautifully, almost elegantly. Grace had accepted it as temperament, as chosen independence, perhaps even as private contentment. Now she saw a different possibility. Not that the solitude had been false, but that it had been shaped around a love that had never ceased, only changed form, and around the practical demands that accumulated while that love waited for a life spacious enough to receive it. The ache of it was not sharp. It was tidal. No wonder the truth had been hidden in pieces. To be told too directly would have flattened it into sadness. The pages refused that. They insisted on texture, on the daily dignity of feeling carried over years without performance. At last Grace closed the notebook and set it down. She could not take in more that night. She undressed slowly, turned down the lamp, and slid beneath the bed covers. Yet sleep did not come quickly. The mind, once given a hidden pattern, continued tracing it even in darkness. Fragments of lines moved through her. A shared weather. Too polite to cause spectacle. The world larger and less inhabited. And beneath them all, quieter still, the memory of Liam's voice on the lane saying yes when she had asked if her grandmother had loved him all her life. At some hour deep in the night, she dreamed. In the dream she was in the summer house, but it was both as it stood now and as it had once been. The curtains were new. The dried roses on the table were fresh. Ink gleamed wet in a bottle by the desk. Someone had just laughed in the next room, though the summer house had no next room. She moved toward the sound and found not a person, but a chair turned slightly toward the door, as if someone had only just risen from it. On the desk lay a blue notebook open to a blank page. She leaned closer, and words began to appear one line at a time, not written by hand, but revealed as though the paper had always held them faintly and needed only the right light. Truth is rarely hidden by darkness. More often it is hidden by the habit of looking where others told us to look. Then she woke. Morning had only just begun. The room was pale with early light. Gulls called distantly. For a few seconds she lay still, suspended between dream and waking. Then the dream line remained so clear in her mind that she reached for the notebook at once, half expecting to find it written there. It was not. Still, she could not shake the feeling that the house had entered her sleep not to disturb it, but to continue the work of quiet revelation. She dressed and went downstairs carrying the notebook. The kitchen was cool. Light filtered through the window above the sink, touching the ceramic jug and the old bowl of stones she had once collected from the beach as a child. Grace filled the kettle and stood waiting for it to boil, her mind turning not toward the notebook now, but toward the day ahead. Liam had said he would come tomorrow. That meant today. The thought was simple. Its effect was not. She had known him only hours, if knowing could even be measured in ordinary time under such circumstances. Yet his presence had settled somewhere within her awareness with unusual steadiness. It was not infatuation. That would have felt false, almost offensive beside the story she was uncovering. It was something more difficult to classify. Trust, perhaps, though even that was incomplete. A kind of emotional clarity. The sense that in speaking with him she did not have to force herself into sharper outlines than were natural. He seemed to recognize nuances without needing them announced. That recognition was restful. Grace made coffee rather than tea and carried the mug to the front step. The morning held a soft, washed brightness after the night's silver quiet. Dew still touched the grass at the edge of the path. The lane was empty. Somewhere further down, a gate clicked open and shut. A dog barked once and then again in a more conversational tone, as if answering some invisible remark. She opened the notebook again and reread one section while the coffee cooled in her hand. This entry was from a later year. Liam had returned from abroad for Christmas and found the family atmosphere altered in ways no letter had fully conveyed. Her grandmother's mother depended on her now in a manner that was loving but possessive. Household routines had grown around her presence. Relatives spoke of her future as though it had already been decided in negative terms. She would remain. She was suited to the old house. She had such grace with difficult circumstances. It would be selfish, someone had implied, to unsettle things now. Grace read that line and set the notebook down sharply. Selfish. How often lives were enclosed by that word, she thought. Not by great authority, but by the soft social force of what others found convenient. She wondered if her grandmother had ever raged privately against any of it. The notebook suggested not rage exactly, but weariness. One entry described her sitting in the summer house with both hands over her face while Liam stood at the window in helpless silence. Eleanor had entered only later, after he left, and found on the table an untouched cup of tea and a page on which only one sentence had been written over and over in increasingly faint ink. I do not know how to choose without wounding everyone. Grace closed her eyes. That sentence, more than any romantic declaration, made the whole hidden life feel devastatingly real. She rose and carried her mug back into the kitchen just as the sound of footsteps came up the path. Her heart gave one swift, involuntary movement. A moment later there was a soft knock at the open door. Liam stood on the threshold with morning light behind him and a paper bag in one hand. I brought bread from the village bakery, he said. And apricots, because Eleanor informed me with some force that no difficult conversation should happen on an empty stomach. The ordinary kindness of it disarmed her so quickly she had to smile. Then Eleanor is clearly wiser than both of us. That has long been the case. He stepped inside when she moved aside, and the kitchen seemed to receive him with the ease of repetition, though this was only the second time he had crossed its floor in her presence. He set the bag down on the table and glanced at the notebook. You were reading early. I had the feeling if I waited until later, the day would become too full to begin properly. He nodded as if that made perfect sense, then unwrapped the bread with a care that suggested he treated even simple things as deserving of attention. Grace brought plates. They moved around each other without awkwardness, which she noticed and tried not to notice too much. For a time they ate in companionable quiet. Then Liam said, "What did Eleanor leave you?" "The notebook." His gaze settled on it briefly. "Then you know more now than you did yesterday." "Yes. Though perhaps not more simply." "That," he said, with the faintest trace of warmth, "is usually how truth behaves." Grace looked down at her hands around the coffee cup. There was a line in it that has stayed with me. About how people's lives appear quiet because so much of their truth moves beneath the visible surface. Liam's expression changed almost imperceptibly. "That sounds like Eleanor. It sounds like this whole place." She hesitated. "It sounds like you too." He did not answer immediately. The pause was not evasive. It felt more like he was deciding how much honesty to place in the morning. "At my age," he said at last, "most of what is true no longer feels improved by being displayed." Grace studied him. "That is either very wise or a very elegant way of remaining guarded." A brief, low laugh escaped him. "Possibly both." The sound warmed the kitchen in a way sunlight alone had not. Grace reached for the notebook. "I read about Lisbon. About the letters. About your return at Christmas. About my grandmother writing that she did not know how to choose without wounding everyone." Liam set down his cup. For a moment she thought she had gone too directly to the heart of things. But when he spoke, his voice was steady. "She did write that. I remember the page." "You saw it?" "Yes." The simple admission startled her. "Then some of the notebook is not only Eleanor's account." "No. Eleanor occasionally copied from letters or from pages your grandmother allowed her to see, especially when she feared the originals would not survive. There were years when we all had the curious feeling that memory required practical management." Grace ran her thumb along the notebook's cover. "Did you resent my family?" He leaned back slightly in the chair and considered the question with full seriousness. "At times, yes. But not steadily. Resentment is tiring, and reality was more mixed than that. Some members of the family were merely blind. Some were weak. Some believed themselves protective. A few were openly manipulative, though even they would not have used that word for themselves." His gaze shifted toward the window. "Mostly I resented the atmosphere. The assumption that a life could be postponed indefinitely in the name of grace." Grace let the sentence settle. "Why didn't you insist?" she asked softly. "Why didn't you say come with me anyway, come now, let everything else arrange itself later?" The question hung between them. Liam looked at her, and this time the stillness in his face held pain more visibly than before. "Because," he said, "I was proud enough to believe I should first be in a position where she would lose nothing by choosing me. Because I thought time was more generous than it is. Because when one loves someone deeply, one can become strangely unwilling to ask them to step into uncertainty on your behalf, even if uncertainty is preferable to the life already closing around them." He paused. "And because I did ask, once, though not with the courage I should have had." She said yes in her eyes and no in every other part of her. Grace lowered her gaze. The answer carried no bitterness. That made it harder to bear. He continued more quietly, there are many ways to fail the person you love. Some are loud. Some are made of gentleness and delay. Neither of them spoke for a while after that. The morning expanded around the silence. A cart rattled faintly somewhere on the lane. A gull passed overhead with a brief harsh cry. In the kitchen, the clock that no longer worked seemed somehow still to participate in time by marking absence rather than hours. At length Grace said, "There must have been moments when it almost changed." There were. Liam's voice softened further, touched now by memory itself. "Would you like to hear one?" She looked up. "Yes." He rose and crossed to the window as if the telling required movement. Outside, the roses along the fence were newly lit by sun. "It was the spring after my final return," he said. "Your great-grandmother had died the previous winter." The house was in that peculiar state where mourning had become habit rather than event. There were no more immediate obligations that could not, in theory, be rearranged. "I came here one afternoon with every intention of asking your grandmother to leave with me before another season passed." He gave a small, rueful smile that did not reach his eyes. "I had finally understood that waiting had become its own prison." Grace hardly breathed. He continued. "She met me in the summer house. There was rain beginning, very soft at first. The whole room smelled of damp earth and tea leaves. I told her I could not go on living as though our life were always to begin later. I asked her to come to London with me, where I had rooms then and enough work to support us. Not perfectly, perhaps, but honestly." "And what did she say?" Liam turned back toward her. "She asked for one night." Grace felt that sentence in her chest as if it belonged to some private memory of her own. "One night," she repeated. "Yes." She said she needed only one night to put her thoughts in order. I left believing that at last something had shifted. He rested one hand lightly on the chair back. That evening her younger cousin arrived unexpectedly with 2 children and nowhere else suitable to go for several weeks after a separation her family wished to keep private. Your grandmother took them in, of course. Then one of the children fell ill. Then there were more letters, more demands, more reasons not to unsettle an already unsettled house. Grace closed her eyes. "When did you ask again?" A long pause. "I never truly did." The answer was as soft as breath. She opened her eyes and saw that he had not moved from where he stood, but something in the room had shifted all the same. Not toward drama. Toward quiet grief acknowledged plainly at last. "I'm sorry," she said. Liam inclined his head slightly, as if accepting not sympathy exactly, but the kindness beneath it. "Thank you." Grace thought of the notebook line about noble people willing to lose what was dearest in order not to appear selfish. It seemed suddenly less like an observation and more like an indictment delivered with love. She stood and crossed to the dresser for more coffee simply because sitting still felt impossible for a moment. When she turned, Liam was watching her with that same attentive steadiness that never felt invasive. It was difficult, under such a gaze, to remain entirely hidden from herself. "We should go to the church today," she said, partly because the practical step mattered and partly because movement seemed necessary after such stillness. The hidden letter mentioned a journal in the keeping of the church warden. "Yes," Liam said. "If it still exists, Thomas Crewe will know where it is. He keeps track of papers with more fidelity than some people keep track of children." Grace smiled faintly. "Is that a recommendation?" "It is, in his case." They left the house soon after. The lane to the church was shorter in daylight than it had seemed on the first evening, perhaps because now every bend held some trace of known significance. The stone wall near the churchyard was warm already under the sun. Blue flowers had gathered in the grass between graves. The church itself stood small and weathered, its door half open to the morning. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of stone, candle wax, and old wood polished by decades of hands and prayer. Grace slowed instinctively. There was a kind of quiet here different from the house's quiet. Less intimate, more held in common, as if the building had absorbed the sorrows and hopes of many lives until they no longer belonged to anyone singly. A man in late middle age was arranging flowers near the chancel steps. He turned at the sound of their footsteps. He was broad-shouldered, ruddy, and wore spectacles that seemed always on the verge of slipping from his nose. His expression upon seeing Liam was one of mild suspicion softened by long familiarity. "Well," he said, removing his spectacles and polishing them with a handkerchief he produced from nowhere obvious, "either the village has suddenly acquired interesting visitors or the past has at last grown restless enough to walk back in through the church door." Liam inclined his head. "Good morning, Thomas." Thomas Crewe looked to Grace. His gaze sharpened with immediate understanding. "You must be Grace." She nodded. "I am." "Then I suppose," he said, replacing his spectacles, "that I should stop pretending surprise. Your grandmother prepared more contingencies than the Weather Bureau." He set down the flowers and came toward them. "What have you found already?" Grace glanced once at Liam, then answered, "The summer house." "A hidden letter." "A photograph." "Journal fragments." "Eleanor Vale's notebook." "And now, if the letter was correct, I'm looking for something kept here." Thomas's brows rose, but he did not seem alarmed. Only satisfied, perhaps, that events were proceeding along long-anticipated lines. "Yes," he said. "Come with me." He led them through a side door into a narrow vestry lined with cupboards and shelves. The room smelled more strongly of paper here, and of dry linen. Sunlight from a small high window fell across stacks of parish records tied with ribbon, old hymnals, and labeled boxes. Thomas crossed to a cabinet in the corner and unlocked it with a key from his pocket. From the top shelf he drew a flat parcel wrapped in brown paper and string. "This was left with me nearly 12 years ago," he said, with instructions that it was to be given only if one of two conditions was met. Either Mrs. Ashcombe requested it personally before her death, which she did not, or her granddaughter arrived at the house and found reason to ask questions the family would not answer. Grace stared at the parcel. "She planned all this," she murmured. Thomas gave a short, almost fond snort. "Your grandmother did very little carelessly." He handed the parcel to her. It was lighter than expected, but solid. Grace untied the string slowly. Inside lay a slim ledger bound in dark green cloth and a single sealed envelope addressed, this time unmistakably, in her grandmother's hand. To Grace, when enough has been opened that this will not wound more than it reveals. Grace felt the room thin around her for a moment. Liam said nothing. Thomas looked away deliberately, granting her privacy even within the small space. Grace opened the envelope first. Inside was a folded sheet. Her grandmother's writing moved across it in the calm, steady lines Grace knew at once. "My dear Grace," it began, "if you are reading this, then the house has done what I hoped it would do, and you have begun to see that what remains hidden in a family is not always hidden because it is ugly. Sometimes it is hidden because it is alive in a form too delicate to survive summary. Forgive me for leaving you paths instead of instructions. I wanted you to encounter truth as a room one enters, not as a verdict handed down." Grace read more slowly. You will by now have met Liam. Trust your first sense of him. Time has altered many things, but not his essential faithfulness. That faithfulness shaped more of my life than anyone ever knew, and perhaps more of yours too, though indirectly and without your awareness. There are choices I did not make, and choices I did, and I no longer know whether I can divide them neatly into courage and failure. I know only that love remained, and that remaining shaped everything after it. Her eyes burned unexpectedly. She blinked and went on. The green ledger is not a church ledger. It contains accounts of repairs, donations, and household matters kept partly for practical reasons and partly because we needed somewhere unremarkable to write what others might overlook. Read the margins. Read what appears too ordinary to matter. Entire lives have been hidden inside the edges of ordinary things. Grace lowered the page. The church vestry seemed to hum with stillness. Read the margins, she repeated. Thomas nodded. I never pried. Your grandmother was not a woman one pried against. But I always suspected the object disguised itself. Grace opened the green ledger. At first glance it appeared exactly what the letter claimed. Dates. Costs of roof slates. Coal deliveries. Payments to gardeners. Donations to the church roof fund. Notes on the replacement of window latches. It was all perfectly dull, perfectly practical, and therefore nearly invisible. Then she looked closer. Along the margins, in finer script, lines had been added. Some in her grandmother's hand. Some, unmistakably now that she knew it, in Liam's. They were not full entries. More like a conversation braided around domestic account keeping. A hidden correspondence embedded inside necessity. Grace turned a page. Paid Mr. Pritchard for repair of the west gutter. Rain enters the upper room if left too long unattended. Also, I dreamed of Lisbon again and woke angry at geography. Further down, in another hand beside a notation about firewood. Geography remains overrated. I recommend instead a room with one chair less than needed, so that closeness may be explained as poor furniture planning. Grace let out a breath that was half laugh, half ache. Another page. 3 jars of marmalade put by. Eleanor says bitterness is useful if enough sugar is added. This is evidently also her philosophy of human character. And in the opposite margin. Eleanor's understanding of human character is too accurate to be comfortable. Please tell her I resent this. Thomas pretended, with admirable discipline, to be examining a shelf of altar cloths while Grace and Liam stood close over the ledger. The intimacy of the pages altered the air around them. Here, woven through costs and maintenance, was a tenderness practical enough to survive scrutiny by seeming not to require it. They carried the ledger into the nave and sat in a pew where the light was better. Together they turned pages. Years passed in margins. Illnesses. Weather. Absences. Small jokes. References to books exchanged. The death of Liam's father marked only by a note in the margin of a chimney repair entry. The house can bear another winter. I am less certain of myself. Beside it, in her grandmother's hand, then borrow certainty from me until your own returns. Grace read in silence. No single line was dramatic. Yet together they formed the deep, continuous pulse of a life shared in whatever spaces remained open to it. Not a few letters saved by chance, not nostalgia polished after the fact, but a sustained, hidden companionship carried through years in the exact places other people would least think to look. At one point Grace became aware that Liam had gone still beside her. She looked up. His gaze rested on a page midway through the ledger where a notation about church candles had been made. In the margin her grandmother had written, G has been asking again why the sea sounds louder from the east room. I told her old houses speak more clearly there. She believes this. It may even be true. Grace stared. Gee, she said softly. Liam looked at her. That was me. Yes. She turned the page with fingers suddenly unsteady. A few months later another note. G insisted on collecting stones from the shore and arranging them by shade upon the kitchen table. Liam, you are to blame, because you told her gray is not one color but many decisions made by light. Grace closed her eyes for a second, and memory arrived not as image but as sensation. A cool stone in her hand. Laughter somewhere above her. The feeling of taking something seriously because an adult had treated her seriousness as real rather than childish. She opened her eyes again. You were there far more than I knew. Liam's voice was quiet. In fragments, yes. Grace turned more pages. Another margin line. G asked whether people who leave can still belong to a place. I answered yes, if the place has agreed to remember them. Grace could not speak for a moment. The church held them in stillness. Dust drifted in a shaft of light near the altar. Somewhere outside, a rook called from a tree. At length Thomas approached with the tact of a man who knew when he was intruding and did it only because practical life eventually insisted on continuing. There is one more thing, he said. Not because I like compounding mysteries, but because your grandmother requested it. From inside his coat pocket he produced a small brass object no larger than a locket, though flatter and square. A box latch, he said. Or part of one. She said if the ledger was ever claimed, this was to be passed along too. I was told Liam would know what it belonged to. Liam took it carefully. For the first time that day, surprise registered openly in his face. I had forgotten this existed, he said. He turned to Grace. There is a writing box in the attic. The attic? Yes. It belonged to your great-grandfather originally, then somehow to everyone and no one. We used it once to store letters when the summer house roof was being repaired. Later it disappeared into attic obscurity. This latch must have broken off years ago. Thomas looked satisfied, as though another procedural obligation had been discharged in proper order. Excellent. Then I have participated just enough to remain respectable. Grace smiled despite the pressure in her chest. Thank you. Thomas inclined his head. When families hide badly, churches inherit odd responsibilities. Outside again, the air felt warmer, fuller. Grace carried the ledger against her like something alive. The road back to the house seemed changed now not because the landscape had altered, but because her own relation to it had deepened yet again. Every stone wall, every turn in the lane, every patch of sea visible between trees now existed within a wider emotional geography. They walked in silence for a while. At the bend where the view opened to the water, Grace stopped. She turned to Liam. Why did my grandmother write to me that your faithfulness shaped more of my life than I knew? He seemed to have expected the question and yet not prepared an easy answer. Because, he said slowly, there were years when she leaned on me in practical ways your family never knew. Advice about the sale of land after your uncle's debts. Help arranging repairs when she could not trust certain relatives not to interfere. Guidance when your mother was ill after you were born and your grandmother came to the city to help for several months. I found the flat they rented during that time. Quietly. Through a friend. He paused. Small things, perhaps. Yet they altered circumstances around you. Grace stared at him. You were in the background of my life. Yes. The sea beyond the trees flashed silver in the noon light. Grace felt the world shift very slightly beneath her, not as loss of balance, but as enlargement. A person she had not known she knew had been present, indirectly, in the architecture of her life from the beginning. Why keep yourself hidden from me? Liam looked down the lane before answering. Because what would I have said? I was the great hidden love of your grandmother's life, and also once found a suitable short-term flat for your exhausted parents. There was no honorable way to make myself central without distorting what I was. Grace almost laughed, though tears had risen unexpectedly in her eyes. When you put it that way, yes, I see the difficulty. A softness came into his expression. I never wished to unsettle your life by introducing a past you had not asked for. If she had wanted you to know earlier, you would have known. They resumed walking. By the time they reached the house, the sun stood high and the kitchen would be bright. Grace unlocked the door and they stepped inside with the ledger, the letter, and the brass latch, each object opening another chamber of the mystery. The afternoon passed in the attic. The space beneath the roof was larger than Grace expected, full of trunks, rolled carpets, old frames turned backward, boxes of linen, a dismantled cradle, a stack of faded hatboxes, and shelves burdened with the benign clutter of generations who saved what they could not bear to discard. Dust lay thick in places. The air smelled of cedar, old paper, and summer heat held in the rafters. Liam moved through the room with a careful familiarity that suggested not possession, but long memory. Grace watched him pause before certain objects as if orienting himself by emotional rather than physical landmarks. There, he said at last, pointing toward a trunk half hidden behind a screen. Together they drew it forward. Inside, beneath folded blankets and old account books, lay a walnut writing box with brass corners darkened by time. One side bore the scar where the missing latch had once been. Liam fitted the brass piece from Thomas into place. It aligned perfectly. Grace felt her pulse rise. Will it open now? It may, Liam said. Or it may merely close more elegantly than before. Your family had a talent for preserving uncertainty. Grace smiled and knelt beside the box while he adjusted the latch. With a soft click, the lid loosened. Inside lay bundles of letters tied with ribbon, several notebooks, a small velvet case, and beneath them all a sheet of folded paper placed on top as if waiting to be found first. This time the handwriting was Liam's. Grace looked at him. His face had gone very still. I didn't know this remained here, he said. She lifted the paper and unfolded it. The page was dated 17 years earlier. It was not addressed formally, only with the words for the day the house chooses to give back what it kept. Grace read aloud, quietly. If this is being opened, then time has finally decided that secrecy has completed its useful work. What remains in this box is not evidence of wrongdoing, though lesser minds may once have thought so. It is simply the written history of a love that refused to become false merely because it could not become ordinary. The attic air seemed to thin. She read on. If these letters are found by Grace, then she will know by now enough of us to read them with kindness. If they are found by anyone else, I ask only this: do not mistake privacy for shame. We were not ashamed. We were careful. Grace lowered the page. The attic was silent except for the faint ticking of cooling pipes somewhere in the walls below. Liam sat back on his heels across from her, one hand resting lightly on the open box. The expression on his face was difficult to read entirely. Not sorrow alone. Not relief alone. More like the composure of a man standing at the edge of something he had once thought permanently buried and now found breathing again in the air before him. Grace touched the top bundle of letters. They had not yet begun to read them, and already the house felt transformed once more. Not because the mystery was solved. Far from it. But because the hidden life at its center no longer existed only as fragments and recollections. It had acquired mass, texture, duration. It had become undeniable. She looked at Liam. He looked at her. Between them, in the attic dust and the warm slanting light beneath the roof, lay decades of correspondence, a preserved tenderness, and something else newly forming, quieter than attraction and more dangerous for being so calm, the sense that truth, once welcomed in, was rearranging not only the past, but the living present. Grace drew in a slow breath. "Then we read," she said. And together, with the afternoon brightening around the old rafters and the sea breathing somewhere beyond the trees, they began to unfold the letters one by one. Chapter 4, Letters in the Attic Light. The attic held the afternoon as if it had been waiting years for this exact quality of light. Sun pressed softly through the small dormer window and spread in pale gold across the floorboards, over trunks with tarnished clasps, over boxes that had forgotten the shape of their contents, over the walnut writing box that now stood open between Grace and Liam like a long closed chamber within the house itself. Dust drifted through the brightness in patient, unhurried constellations. Somewhere beneath them, far below in the kitchen, the old house gave one soft settling sound, then became still again, as though even its ordinary movements had quieted out of respect for what had finally been brought into view. Grace sat cross-legged on the floor, the first bundle of letters resting in her lap. She had not touched the ribbon yet. There was a feeling in the room she could not have mistaken for excitement exactly. Excitement was too bright, too hurried, too hungry for revelation. This was something quieter and heavier, the solemn tenderness of being entrusted with a life in writing, of knowing the pages before her had once moved between living hands, had crossed distances, had been held close to the body, folded and unfolded in lamplight, read perhaps more than once until the fibers weakened at the crease. What lay in the box was not evidence, not gossip, not some old hidden drama waiting to provide its entertainment. It was continuity. It was weather preserved in paper. Opposite her, Liam rested one hand on the edge of the writing box. He had not yet reached for any of the letters. His gaze remained lowered, not withdrawn, but attentive in a private way, as if memory were arriving not in scenes but in sensations. Grace watched him for a moment. The light from the dormer caught one side of his face, leaving the other in softer shadow. It occurred to her suddenly that this was a kind of intimacy she had never imagined would exist, sitting in an attic beside a man who had once loved her grandmother and still, in some deep way, carried that love without display, opening a box of correspondence that had survived whole decades because no one had wanted to reduce it to explanation. Neither of them spoke at first. At last Grace untied the ribbon. The letters beneath were arranged by date, though not rigidly. Some envelopes were addressed to Eleanor Ashcombe. Others to Liam Mercer. Some had been opened so many times that the edges no longer lay flat. Several were still tucked into one another, as if they had once been answered directly and then kept together thereafter, never separated again. Grace picked up the uppermost letter. The paper was thin, the handwriting close and neat. Liam glanced at the date and gave the faintest nod. "Lisbon," he said quietly. "The first month." Grace looked at him. "Would you rather read them yourself?" His gaze met hers with that calm steadiness she had already begun to recognize. "I think it matters that you read them too. Perhaps even first. They were preserved for your finding, not only my remembering." Something in that sentence settled her. She opened the letter carefully and began. "My dearest Eleanor. By the time this reaches you I shall have learned the rhythm of this city a little better, though at present it seems made of stairways, bright walls, bells, and sea light too wide for the eye to hold all at once. I walked this evening along a street that descended so steeply toward the water that it felt less like going downhill than being slowly delivered to brightness. Had you been beside me, you would have laughed at the little yellow tram and insisted I stop talking long enough to look properly at the tiled facades, which are too lovely to be described by a man who has spent the last hour pretending interest in cataloging a dead collector's saints. Grace smiled without meaning to. She read on. I find already that absence alters scale. Rooms grow larger around one person, and beauty becomes faintly unreasonable when there is no one to turn toward and say, "There, do you see it too?" Yet I am trying to be dutiful in all the ways that might make this separation defensible. I am working carefully. I am eating more regularly than I deserve. I am even sleeping, though not with distinction. All of this is to say that I mean to return improved enough that your family will have to invent better objections. Grace lowered the letter slightly and looked at Liam. His mouth moved almost imperceptibly, not quite a smile, not quite pain. That sounds like me, he said. It sounds hopeful. I was hopeful then. She resumed reading. Please write of ordinary things. I would rather know the condition of the roses, whether the summerhouse still leaks by the west shelf, and whether Eleanor Vale remains convinced that marmalade is a moral category, than receive any amount of polished reassurance. The heart makes poor use of abstraction when deprived of the person who gives language its proper weight. Grace felt the sentence settle somewhere quiet within her. When the letter ended, she folded it with care and set it beside her. Neither of them hurried to the next. The attic seemed to ask slowness of them. Or perhaps Grace now understood why every letter and every hidden message she had found so far had urged patience. The truth here was not a secret waiting to be solved quickly. It was a life that could only be known by dwelling with it. She chose Eleanor's reply next. The handwriting was graceful, slightly more open than Liam's, with a composure that somehow carried warmth all the more clearly because it was not overdone. My dear Liam. The roses are behaving as though the season owes them some private debt and have therefore taken possession of the south fence entirely. The summerhouse does still leak by the west shelf, but only in the manner of old houses which dislike pretending to perfection. Eleanor Vale remains convinced that bitterness can be redeemed by sugar and applies this theory equally to oranges, weather, and human character. I do not always agree, but she is difficult to refute because she sounds correct even while being uncharitable. Grace heard her grandmother immediately in the lines, not as the older woman she had known, but as some younger version of the same inward clarity. The effect startled her. Until now, even with the photograph and notebook and all Eleanor Vale had said, the younger Eleanor Ashcombe had remained partly imagined. Here, in the letter's rhythm, she became suddenly alive. I miss you in ways I do not know how to make graceful, so I shall not attempt grace today. The house is recognizably itself and yet altered by your absence, as though a room had been removed from within it without changing the floor plan. Your books remain in the summerhouse because I cannot decide whether tidiness would be a virtue or a betrayal. I have chosen temporary untidiness on your behalf. Grace smiled more fully now. I like her already, she said softly. Liam's expression warmed. You would have liked her at every age. Grace read further. My mother asked after your work with a care that was almost certainly intended to appear neutral and therefore should be counted as progress. I am trying not to dislike progress for arriving in such small units. I remind myself that 1 year is not a life. I remind myself that return is a direction as much as a date. Most of all, I remind myself that what is true between us does not become less true simply because it must sometimes live in letters. Grace stopped there for a moment. Something in the attic changed then, not outwardly, but within her. The letters were doing more than informing her. They were reconstituting a moral atmosphere, restoring not simply what had happened but how two people had tried to love honorably under constraint. She understood now why her grandmother had left paths instead of a single explanation. An explanation could say they loved and were prevented and remained faithful in feeling. But it could not reveal the tone in which such faithfulness had been lived. It could not show the humor, the intelligence, the ordinary details through which longing had remained connected to reality and not drifted into idealization. She picked up another pair of letters, then another. Afternoon deepened almost without their noticing. Through the correspondence, whole seasons unfurled. Lisbon light and village rain. References to books exchanged through Eleanor Vale. Descriptions of storms moving in from the sea. Small irritations transformed by distance into tenderness. Practical discussions of money and household repairs woven seamlessly through declarations so restrained they became more moving than intensity ever could have been. One letter from Liam included a pressed jacaranda blossom so dried it had nearly become shadow. Another from Eleanor enclosed a sketch of the summerhouse window because, she wrote, the shape of light there at 4 in the afternoon was too exact a comfort to be left entirely to memory. Grace held that letter longer than the others. Her grandmother's sketching hand had been decisive, unsentimental, and unexpectedly lovely. As she turned pages, Grace became aware of Liam's silence not as passivity but as participation of another kind. He watched some letters closely, as if seeing them again after years of refusal. Others he let pass with his eyes lowered, perhaps because memory had already rendered them too vivid to require rereading. Once, when Grace read a line that made her laugh quietly, she looked up and found him watching not the page but her, with an expression so soft and unguarded that she had to look back down again at once. She chose a letter dated 2 years into the correspondence. My dearest. Your last would have cured me of any vanity in my own powers of description, had distance not rendered vanity so entirely irrelevant. I have read the passage about the sea beyond the orchard 4 times and each time the room here grows briefly less foreign. Is this what homesickness truly is, not hunger for a place but hunger for the exact atmosphere in which one was best understood? Grace paused. That line reached toward her in an uncomfortable way. She thought suddenly of her own flat in the city, of the soft neutral rooms she had arranged with competent taste and never loved, of the long evenings she had spent convincing herself that exhaustion was a form of fulfillment because it left no time to question structure. She read on. I do not know whether time abroad is making me stronger or merely more articulate about longing. Perhaps those are not entirely separate accomplishments. I only know that the idea of our life has ceased to be decorative in my mind. It has become practical. I find myself wondering not whether we shall have a room of our own, but how many shelves it would require, whether you would tolerate a writing table near the window, whether we might once in our lives dine badly in a city where no one knows our names. Grace folded the letter halfway closed. That one hurts, she murmured. Liam nodded. Yes. Because it is so close to ordinary. That is always what hurt most, he said quietly. Not the impossibility. The nearness of what would have been simple, had people been willing to allow simplicity. The attic fell still again. Grace became aware of heat gathering under the rafters. Dust and old wood and summer sunlight had created a faintly enclosed warmth. She rose and crossed to the dormer window, opening it another inch. Fresh air moved in at once carrying the scent of roses from the garden below and, beneath that, the far more distant salt line of the sea. When she turned back, Liam had taken up one letter at last. He did not open it. He simply held it for a long moment, thumb resting against the fold. My handwriting on the outside used to trouble me, he said after a while. Grace came back and sat down opposite him again. Why? Because I knew she would have to receive it in rooms where she could not always show what it meant to her. I used to imagine the letter on a tray with the others, ordinary and exposed, before it reached her hand. Grace thought of her grandmother pausing with an envelope in her lap, prolonging the suspense because joy itself needed privacy. "Did anyone ever suspect?" she asked. Liam looked at the letter in his hand. "Eleanor always knew. Your grandmother's mother knew more than she admitted." One aunt suspected and preferred to misread what she saw as a passing attachment because that interpretation cost her less. Others simply found it convenient to believe in friendship, and once a family chooses a harmless narrative, it becomes surprisingly difficult to dislodge. Did my grandmother resent them? Sometimes. But not in a sustaining way. He finally opened the letter and looked at the page within. She had too much inward discipline to live by resentment alone. Also, resentment would have simplified matters, and the truth was more complicated. She loved some of the very people whose expectations confined her. That is one of the crueler realities in quiet families. Constraint and affection are often interwoven. Grace thought of her own mother then, loving but tired, practical to the point of emotional concealment, a woman who had taught Grace independence almost too well. She wondered what her mother knew of all this. Perhaps less than Grace now imagined. Perhaps more. The possibility unsettled her, not because she felt deceived exactly, but because every revelation lately had shown her how much of a life could exist beneath the visible arrangement of things. She picked up another letter and read aloud. "Today Eleanor Vale accused me of becoming noble in the wrong direction. I defended myself poorly because she was correct. She says you and I mistake endurance for virtue whenever action would offend 2 elderly women and 1 dining room. I told her that reducing our circumstance to furniture and relatives is indecent. She replied that indecency is sometimes the only instrument sharp enough to cut through politeness." Liam closed his eyes briefly. That was also exactly Eleanor. Grace laughed softly. "She has not changed much." "No. Age has only removed any remaining obstacles between her opinions and the world." They continued reading. As the letters moved forward in time, the tone shifted almost imperceptibly. Hope remained, but it learned caution. Plans appeared in more conditional language. The idea of a shared future did not vanish, but it became threaded through practical barriers. Her grandmother's mother's health declined. Liam's father's affairs after his death required long attention. Work that was meant to be temporary became necessary. The world did not forbid them in one decisive blow. It kept placing reasonable obstacles in the way until reason itself began to look like surrender. Grace read one letter from her grandmother twice and then a third time. It was written after Liam's first return from Lisbon, during a winter of illness in the house. The handwriting was steady, but the sentences carried an exhaustion held tightly in check. "You asked whether waiting alters love. I think it alters its posture rather than its substance. It grows quieter in certain rooms and more exact in others. I do not love you less because I am tired. I love you in tiredness now, which perhaps is less elegant and more faithful. The difficulty is not feeling. The difficulty is becoming unable to imagine what shape our life could still take without harm to those who lean on me." Grace lowered the page. "I don't know how she bore it," she said. Liam looked at her steadily. "Neither do I. I only know that she did." There was no self-pity in the answer, but something about his restraint undid her more than visible pain would have done. He had lived with all this not as an occasional memory but as the structure of his own life. He had not married. Had not built elsewhere what he had been denied here. Had stayed in relation to the house through repairs and letters and careful presence at the margins of Grace's own childhood. The realization of his constancy had grown gradually, but now it stood before her with a nearly physical clarity. Grace became aware, uneasily and yet without wanting to deny it, that her feelings toward him were changing. Not quickly, not in any disloyal or simplistic way. Nothing about what she felt resembled replacement or confusion between generations. It was something stranger and more delicate than that. Respect had deepened into tenderness. Trust into awareness. In the hours spent beside him reading the letters, she had begun to notice not only the past he carried, but the man before her now. His patience. The economy of his speech. His unwillingness to dramatize sorrow. The quiet wit that surfaced only when it had room. The way he handled fragile paper as if still answerable to the person who once received it. The knowledge unsettled her because it arrived so softly. Strong feelings often announce themselves in the past with noise and self-persuasion. This did not. It simply gathered. She chose a later letter in which the tone had changed again. My dear heart. I find I can no longer write as though time were a polite corridor through which we are merely passing on our way to the true rooms of life. Time is beginning to furnish the corridor. People are hanging coats there. Installing tables. Calling it sufficient. I know you understand without my making the point plain. Grace inhaled slowly. I do not write this in despair. Despair is too final, and I have not become final in anything concerning you. But I think we must begin to distinguish between what we dreamed of and what remains ours to make. If the world will not grant us one kind of life, I refuse to let that world also dictate the quality of our truth. There may still be rooms, seasons, hours, letters, and recognitions no one has authority to take. I would rather have those honestly than continue imagining a future while neglecting the forms of fidelity still within reach. Grace looked up at Liam. He had gone very still. That changed everything, he said after a moment. Not outwardly, but inwardly. How? Until then we had still been writing as if the life we wanted remained just beyond one more practical difficulty. After that letter, we stopped pretending in exactly that way. He turned the page in his hand, though he was no longer reading. Your grandmother chose truth over fantasy. It was one of the bravest things I ever saw her do. Grace thought of the line in Eleanor's notebook, not a failed love, but one forced into narrower rooms than it deserved. Perhaps this letter was where those narrower rooms became consciously chosen, not because they were enough, but because they were real. She picked up the next letter in sequence, Liam's answer. Then let us be exact and not tragic. Let us call things by their proper names. I have loved you in hope, in absence, in anger at geography, in absurd optimism, and in all the ordinary humiliations of delayed plans. I can also love you in truth, if truth is what remains. Only do not ask me to become merely historical while still alive. Grace's throat tightened unexpectedly. The attic seemed too full then, too bright, too dense with feeling. She stood and moved toward the open dormer again, drawing in the cooler air. Below, the garden shimmered in afternoon heat. Bees moved over the lavender. The summer house roof caught the light at one edge. Everything outwardly peaceful, almost idyllic. Yet within the attic a life of such sustained tenderness had been unfolding line by line that she felt both enlarged and faintly overwhelmed by it. Behind her, Liam had not moved. Did you become historical? She asked without turning. There was a pause before he answered. No. The quiet certainty of it made her close her eyes briefly. When she turned back, he was watching her. Not intently, not in a way that demanded response. Simply watching with the same grave softness she had begun to fear she understood too well. Grace came back and sat again, though nearer now, not by design exactly, only because the letters had spread across the floor between them and there was less room. They continued. Some letters were practical, almost teasingly so. Coal bills, church fates, Eleanor Vale's opinions, the health of a spaniel, a cracked pane in the summer house, an argument over whether books should ever be arranged by color, the best jam to bring to the harvest table if one wished to provoke exactly the right amount of village envy. Yet even these carried intimacy in every line. They belonged to the invisible daily life of two people who had refused to become strangers simply because they could not become public. One envelope held no letter, only a list in Eleanor Ashcombe's hand. Books to leave in the summer house when Liam returns. Rilke. The botanical essays. The green volume on church windows. The detective novel he pretends not to like. The poetry he will borrow and not admit to loving. Grace smiled. She knew you well. Liam's mouth curved with faint warmth. Inconveniently well. Inconveniently? She had a talent for seeing through the distinctions I liked to make between seriousness and sentiment. Grace looked at the line about poetry and laughed softly. And did you admit to loving it? Never in any coherent manner. They found, tucked into one bundle, a program from a local concert with only one line written on the back in Liam's hand, second row, left side, pretending interest in Schubert while being entirely occupied by the shape of your hand on the railing. Grace handed it to him without reading aloud and saw, just briefly, the flicker of remembered embarrassment cross his face. The afternoon was advancing. The light in the attic had begun its slow tilt toward amber. Dust no longer sparkled directly but glowed. Somewhere below, a faint draft moved through the house and returned again to stillness. Grace unfolded a letter that had been tied separately from the others with a darker ribbon. The date was much later. Nearly 12 years after the earliest Lisbon letters. The handwriting in both their correspondence had altered subtly by then, more assured, perhaps a little less ornamental, shaped by years and by the quiet compression of feeling made habitual. My beloved Liam. Today Grace asked me whether houses miss people. I told her yes, though not in the dramatic manner she imagines. They miss in atmospheres. In the way certain doors are opened less firmly. In the dust that gathers where one person used to leave a book. In the silence between stairs. She accepted this explanation as complete, which suggests either that children are wiser than adults or more willing to allow mystery its proper share. Grace stared at the page. You wrote about me often, she said, more softly than she meant to. Whenever you were here, Liam answered. You brought her a kind of joy that did not ask difficult questions. Not then. Grace read on. You would have laughed to see her arranging stones by shade upon the kitchen table. She has developed firm convictions about gray and claims each one is different if looked at with sufficient seriousness. I think she may be right. She stood at the garden door this morning with both pockets full of shells and announced that the sea is not blue but several decisions at once. I suspected immediately that she had been in conversation with you at some point. Grace lowered the page and looked at Liam. He did not attempt to soften it with distance. I remember that day. Why didn't I know? The question emerged without accusation, only wonder. How could someone be present like that and remain almost entirely unknown to me? Because childhood receives atmosphere before biography, he said quietly. You knew me as a safety, perhaps. Or as a voice. Or as the man who repaired what rain damaged. Names matter later. The answer entered her with the force of quiet truth. Childhood did know people in such ways. Through tone. Through whether the air changed kindly around them. through whether one's seriousness was respected or dismissed. She kept reading. Another later letter described Liam coming to repair the attic roof after a storm while Grace slept downstairs in the smaller front room. Another mentioned that he had sent books for Grace through Eleanor Vale without names attached because children should receive stories without obligation, her grandmother had written, or else they become symbolic too early, which ruins everything. Grace laughed and then, unexpectedly, felt tears rise. She put the letter down. Liam saw at once and did not speak, which was perhaps the kindest thing he could have done. Grace pressed her fingertips briefly to her eyes. "I'm sorry," she said, though she did not know why apology felt necessary. "There is no need." "I know." She let out a slow breath. "It's only that I keep finding traces of my own life inside all this. I expected to uncover my grandmother's hidden story. I did not expect to discover that I had already been living, however slightly, at its edges." Liam's expression gentled further. "Your grandmother loved the fact that you entered rooms as if they deserved your full attention. She used to say you watched objects as though waiting for them to disclose their interior lives." Grace smiled faintly through the blur. "That sounds embarrassingly accurate." It was never said as criticism. He hesitated then, and for the first time that day she sensed him on the edge of speaking more personally rather than historically. "She once told me," he said, "that if anyone in the family would eventually know how to receive what had been hidden, it would be you. Not because you were sentimental. Because you were patient in the right places." The attic became very still. Grace did not know what to do with that. Not because the words were too much, but because they fit something in her she had rarely had reflected back with such precision. She had been called practical, quiet, self-contained, thoughtful, occasionally difficult to know. Patient in the right places was another thing entirely. It felt less like praise than recognition. She looked at the writing box. There were still letters they had not opened. A velvet case. Several small notebooks. The day was turning, and yet time within the attic had taken on its own slower rhythm, measured not by clocks but by what each page asked of them. She reached for the next bundle. This one covered the period after Eleanor Ashcombe had written the letter that redefined their future. The letters were fewer. Longer intervals passed between them. Yet when they came, they seemed fuller, less haunted by hypothetical plans and more rooted in the forms of life that remained possible. They met when they could. They wrote when they could not. The summer house became not the waiting room for a shared future elsewhere, but the site where truth could still be practiced. One letter from Eleanor read, "I am no longer willing to call what remains to us a consolation. That word diminishes things by comparing them too loudly to what they are not. What remains to us is a form of life, narrow perhaps, but not insincere. There are evenings in the summer house when I think truth, even if constrained, may still be richer than many accepted arrangements built on less feeling and less understanding. Forgive me if this sounds severe. I do not mean to become philosophical at your expense. I only mean that I have grown tired of measuring us against absent furniture." Grace actually laughed aloud at that, the lines so unexpectedly dry and elegant that even Liam smiled fully for a moment. "She was funnier than the family deserved," he said. "That seems to be a family tradition among the hidden people." He met her gaze then, and something unspoken passed there, light but unmistakable. Grace felt it at once and looked back down at the page before she had time to parse it fully. The next letter, written by Liam, was quieter still. "I would take narrow truth over spacious falsity every time. Yet there are evenings when I resent architecture itself. Forgive the mood. The rain has been relentless, and I have spent all day with parish inventories written by men who believed posterity would care deeply how many brass candlesticks survived 1872. One begins to lose perspective. Grace's smile softened. It was there, even in sorrow and endurance, that she saw most clearly how love had survived among them. Not by dramatic declarations repeated endlessly, but by continued attention to the details of each other's mental weather. Irritation, wit, fatigue, longing, all permitted. Nothing idealized. Nothing falsified. They read until the attic light had changed from amber to the first soft signs of evening. At some point Grace became aware of her own hunger. The day had gone by almost entirely in papers, memory, and the strange emotional concentration required to sit beside Liam while the past unfolded into the present. When she shifted, her knee brushed his hand where it rested near one letter. The contact was brief, accidental, and yet neither of them moved immediately. A stillness entered the moment. Not the stillness of awkwardness. The stillness of sudden awareness. Grace lifted her gaze. Liam had gone very quiet. His eyes remained on her face, not startled, not distant, but with a gravity that made her heartbeat change its rhythm almost painfully. It lasted only a second or two. Then Grace moved her hand to gather the nearest pages, and the spell, if it was one, broke without force. "We should stop soon," she said, hearing how calm her own voice sounded and not quite trusting it. "Yes," Liam answered after a moment. "These deserve better than fatigue." They sorted the letters gently, returning each to the correct bundle. The motions themselves were calming. Ribbon retied. Pages aligned. The physical care of objects gave both of them something steady to do while the room gradually filled with the quieter knowledge of what had happened there all afternoon, not only in the box's contents but between the living people reading them. When the letters were at last restored to the writing box, Grace opened the small velvet case. Inside lay a silver brooch in the shape of a wild rose. Its craftsmanship was fine but not ostentatious. The petals curved inward with remarkable delicacy. At the center, almost hidden, was a small moonstone, soft and pale as diluted light. Grace held it in her palm. "It matches the seal on the hidden letter," she said. Liam nodded. It was hers. She wore it often? In the beginning, yes. Later less so. Too many people had noticed it as a gift. Grace looked up. "You gave it to her?" "Yes." She turned the brooch over. On the back, engraved so faintly it was almost invisible, were the initials E and L intertwined not as a monogram but as two stems crossing. Grace traced them lightly with her thumb. There was no ache in the gesture this time, only tenderness. The brooch, like everything else, made the hidden life more real not by proving its existence, but by revealing the quiet beauty with which it had once been lived. Beneath the velvet case lay a final folded paper, different from the letters. It was written much later, perhaps only a few years before her grandmother's death. The hand was still steady, but there was a spareness to it, as though every unnecessary word had been removed. Grace unfolded it and read silently first, then aloud because the words seemed to ask not to remain in one mind alone. "If this box is opened by Grace, then enough time has passed that what we kept may finally be known without being injured by interpretation. Liam, if you are with her when she reads this, know that I was right to trust both of you. Grace will listen where others might simplify. You will remain patient where others might rush. Between you there is, I think, sufficient steadiness to bear the full shape of things." Grace's breath caught almost imperceptibly. The page continued. "There is one truth not yet plainly stated in the letters because I could not write it while living without asking too much of the future. I state it now because the future has already arrived. The years did not give Liam and me the ordinary life we once imagined, yet they gave us something I came to understand as no less real for being less visible. He became not the husband I was denied, but the witness of my life. There are forms of devotion deeper than arrangement. He has been, in all meaningful ways, home to me. The attic seemed suddenly too still, the air too fine to breathe quickly. Grace finished the final lines with care. If, in the course of your own life, you find that truth comes to you not in the approved shape but in the honest one, do not turn away merely because others lack the language to bless it. There is enough waste in this world caused by people refusing what they know because they cannot explain it tidily. With my love. Eleanor. Grace lowered the page. Neither she nor Liam spoke. The evening light had thinned almost to silver gold. Outside the dormer the sky was changing. Inside the attic, the open writing box seemed to contain not merely paper and objects but a completed moral inheritance. Not instructions, not conclusions, but permission. Permission to understand love without shrinking it to convention. Permission to honor what had been real even when it had not been legible to others. Permission, perhaps most unsettlingly, to trust forms of recognition that arrived without tidy explanation. Grace folded the page with great care. When she looked up, Liam had not moved. Yet something in him had become more exposed than at any time since she met him. Not vulnerable in a dramatic sense. Simply undefended. The line home to me had entered the room and changed its center. Grace could think of no sufficient response. At last she said the simplest thing. She knew you. A faint, almost invisible smile touched him. Yes. The answer carried gratitude and grief and years of quiet certainty all at once. Grace looked down at the folded page in her hands. She did not know how long they remained in the attic after that. Time had lost its ordinary edges. Eventually the practical world reasserted itself through hunger, dimming light, and the growing difficulty of reading fine script. They closed the writing box, leaving the brooch and final page aside to carry down separately. Liam moved to light the attic lamp, then stopped, as if realizing the day itself had completed its work and lamplight would only blur what needed resting. Together they rose. The transition from floor to standing felt strangely significant, as though they were not merely leaving the attic but carrying something newly alive back down into the house. On the landing the air was cooler. Evening had entered the rooms below in soft bands of shadow and lamp glow. Grace went to the kitchen and set water on for tea because some part of her needed an ordinary ritual after the attic. Liam stood at the table, the brooch in its velvet case before him, his hand resting beside it but not touching. The house seemed changed again. Not with mystery now, exactly. With intimacy acknowledged. Grace moved around the kitchen in practiced quiet. Cups. Kettle. Bread sliced from the loaf he had brought that morning. Butter softened by the day's warmth. A jar of blackberry jam found in the pantry. Small things. Necessary things. The kind of things that restore the body after the heart has traveled too far without it. When she set a cup before him, their fingers brushed. This time the contact was not accidental in feeling, whatever its cause in movement. It lingered a fraction longer than required. Liam looked at her. The kitchen held them in lamplight and silence. Grace became intensely aware of the line her grandmother had written, "If truth comes to you not in the approved shape but in the honest one, do not turn away." The thought came and she almost recoiled from it, not because it felt wrong, but because it arrived too near a threshold she had not prepared to name. Yet even her recoil lacked conviction. Something in her knew already that this chapter of the mystery was no longer only historical. It had begun, however gently, to touch the present in ways neither of them had yet spoken aloud. Liam withdrew his hand first. Not abruptly. Not coldly. Only with care. "Grace," he said softly, and then stopped. She waited. He looked down at the steam rising from the tea, then back at her. "What has happened today asks for honesty. But honesty need not be hurried." Relief and something like disappointment crossed through her together. "I know," she said. His expression gentled. "I suspected you would." They ate little and talked less. Not from discomfort, but because the day had filled language almost to capacity. When they did speak, it was of smaller things. Where the extra blankets were kept. Whether the writing box should remain in the attic or come downstairs. Which letters might be most vulnerable to damp. Whether Thomas Crewe could recommend archival sleeves from somewhere less comically expensive than London. The conversation soothed by its practicality. Underneath it, however, another current remained unmistakably present. At the door, when evening had deepened enough that departure could no longer be postponed without becoming a statement in itself, Liam paused. "Will you be all right tonight?" he asked. The question was simple. Yet beneath it Grace heard everything he had not said. The intensity of the day. The inheritance opened in the attic. The new and quiet danger of the present. "Yes," she answered. Then, because honesty seemed to require more, she added, "though I don't think I shall sleep in the ordinary way." A warmth touched his face, mixed with understanding. "No. Probably not." He stepped out onto the path. The garden was blue with dusk now, the roses almost colorless in the fading light. "Tomorrow?" Grace asked. He turned back. "Yes." No elaboration. None was needed. She watched him walk down the path toward the gate. At the lavender border he paused and looked once toward the summer house, as if acknowledging some old witness still standing there among the evening shadows. Then he continued down the lane and was gradually taken by the darkening hedge. Grace remained at the door a long while after he had gone. The house held the day around her. The attic above with its opened box. The kitchen with its used cups. The summer house at the edge of the garden. The brooch upstairs on her bedside table waiting like a pale small moon. The letters now no longer hidden from her, no longer a silence she had inherited without knowing it. And within all that, another awareness now moved carefully into being. Not yet a conclusion. Not yet even a confession to herself fully formed. Only the undeniable sense that the truth her grandmother had trusted her to receive was doing more than restore the past. It was quietly altering the shape of her own heart. At last she closed the door and went upstairs. The front bedroom was full of soft night. She undressed slowly and laid Eleanor's final page beside the blue notebook and the hidden letter from beneath the floorboards. 3 stages of the same unfolding. Paths instead of verdicts. Rooms instead of announcements. Before extinguishing the lamp, she opened the velvet case once more. The silver wild rose lay in the hollow satin, cool and pale and impossibly delicate. Grace pinned it for a moment to the sleeve of her nightdress, just to see how it caught the light. The moonstone at its center held a faint inward glow, as if illumination came not from above but from some quieter source within. She thought then, with a tenderness almost too large to bear, of her grandmother young in the garden, of Liam standing beside her in summer light, of letters written across years, of narrow truths chosen over spacious falsity. And then, because honesty was beginning to ask something of her too, she allowed herself one final thought before sleep. When Liam had said he would not become merely historical while still alive, he had not spoken only of the past. The lamp went out. The house breathed around her in darkness. And somewhere beyond the windows, beyond the roses and the lane and the church and the sea, the night gathered everything tender into its long, listening silence. Chapter 5, The Sea Glass Hour. Grace woke before dawn to the sense that the house had not slept at all. It did not feel restless. Nothing in the walls or floorboards suggested agitation. Rather, the whole place seemed to have remained awake in the manner of old companions who know that something significant has occurred and therefore keep a kind of quiet vigil through the night. The darkness in the room was soft and thinning at the edges. Beyond the window, the garden had not yet recovered its colors, but the outlines of the fence and the rose arches had begun to return, pale and silvered, as though morning were sketching the world before committing to it fully. For several moments Grace remained still beneath the bed covers, listening. The sea could just be heard. It was not loud, not even distinct enough to be called a sound in the ordinary sense. More a hush beneath other hushes, a slow breathing beyond the trees that touched the house only when the wind moved in the proper direction. She remembered the line in the ledger, her grandmother writing that Grace had asked why the sea sounded louder from the east room, and felt something inside her soften with the strange tenderness of being remembered from a time before she could remember properly for herself. On the bedside table, the pages she had arranged the night before waited in the dim light. The hidden letter from beneath the floorboards. Eleanor Vale's blue notebook. Her grandmother's final page from the attic. Beside them, the silver wild rose brooch lay in its velvet case, moonstone turned faintly luminous by the first suggestion of dawn. Grace sat up slowly. The previous day had not left her with the confusion she might have expected. Instead it had left her with a deeper calm, though not a simple one. Beneath it moved thought, tenderness, unease, curiosity, and a growing awareness she had not yet fully named. But the calm remained. The house, in its own quiet way, seemed to insist upon it. Nothing was being forced. Nothing had arrived in violence. The truth was unfolding in rings, each one widening gently around the last. She rose, crossed to the window, and unlatched it. Cool air entered at once, carrying the scent of damp earth, roses, and distant salt. The eastern sky had begun to pale above the trees. In the garden, dew silvered the lavender. The summer house stood almost weightless in the half-light, as if made not of wood and glass but of memory held long enough to acquire shape. Grace rested both hands on the sill and let the morning move across her face. At some point in the night she had begun thinking not only about the letters, nor even only about her grandmother and Liam, but about the nature of hidden lives themselves. How much of what mattered in any life failed to become visible not because it was intentionally concealed, but because the world had such limited habits of recognition. A person might love faithfully for decades and yet be remembered merely as reserved. A woman might carry a central devotion through all the years of her adult life and still be described, by those who needed a simpler narrative, as having never really settled into anything. The violence of simplification, she thought, was often committed in gentle voices. And then there was Liam. The thought came with that same inward shift she had begun to recognize. She did not resist it this time. There seemed no use in resisting what had already altered the air around her. He was not a fantasy born of atmosphere and inherited sorrow. He was a living man whose steadiness had entered the house with him, whose voice had become quickly and quietly woven into the rhythm of these rooms, whose patience with the past did not diminish his reality in the present. The tenderness she felt toward him did not erase the history he carried with her grandmother. It seemed, instead, to have grown partly from witnessing the quality of his faithfulness, the care with which he had loved and continued to love without turning either the past or himself into something theatrical. The truth of that moved carefully through her. She could not yet say what it meant. But it no longer felt like something she ought to ignore. Downstairs, the house stirred with the ordinary claims of morning. Pipes settling. A board answering her footstep when she crossed the landing. The quiet click of a latch as she opened the kitchen door. Grace lit the kettle and stood waiting for the water to heat, one hand resting on the table where the ledger lay beside the blue notebook. She had carried them both down after waking, as if the day might begin more truly if they were part of the room with her. The kitchen window had gathered a fine mist on the outside. Beyond it, the first weak gold of sunrise touched the upper branches beyond the garden wall. Grace poured coffee and sat with the mug warming her hands. There were still pages in the writing box they had not read. There were also whole stretches of time left only partially illuminated. The letters had revealed the emotional architecture of Eleanor Ashcombe's hidden life with Liam, but Grace increasingly sensed that another layer remained beneath even those. Something connected not only to the preservation of their correspondence, but to why her grandmother had chosen now, after death, to set Grace walking through these rooms of discovery in this exact sequence. The letters had restored a love story, yes. They had restored Liam to his rightful place in the moral structure of her grandmother's life. But the phrase her grandmother had written in the final page remained with unusual force. He became, in all meaningful ways, home to me. Home. The word had weight beyond romance. It suggested refuge, witness, continuance, perhaps even guardianship of something larger than private feeling alone. Grace had a growing sense that the life Liam and her grandmother had preserved in letters might have touched more than their own hearts. There had been practical matters, family crises, quiet assistance that had shaped Grace's own childhood at the edges. What else had passed between them in hidden form, embedded in accounts, notes, and arrangements no one else would have known how to read? The thought remained with her as the morning brightened. At 8:30, while she was buttering a piece of bread she found she did not especially want, there came a soft knock at the back door. It was too early for surprise to feel sharp. She knew, before opening it, that Liam would be standing there. He was. The morning suited him. Perhaps because it made no demand for performance. He stood in a dark sweater and coat, one hand resting lightly on the doorframe after she opened it, the other holding a small paper parcel tied with string. The cool air had brought color to his face. Behind him, the garden was fully visible now, every rose leaf jeweled with dew. "I brought something that Eleanor insisted the day required," he said. Grace looked at the parcel. "She appears to think our investigation will fail entirely for want of food. She thinks most human error begins in poor blood sugar and worsens from there." Grace smiled and stepped back to let him in. Then, in honor of her philosophy, "Come and save me from very uninspired bread." He entered with the same quiet ease that had already begun to feel strangely native to the house. When he set the parcel on the table and untied the string, she found warm pastries inside, still fragrant with butter and orange zest. The scent changed the room at once, bringing into it something bright and unexpectedly ordinary. "It occurs to me," Grace said, reaching for plates, "that we are becoming a remarkably domestic pair for two people whose acquaintance began with hidden letters in floorboards." Liam glanced at her, and there was that brief flicker of warmth at the edge of his mouth. Most meaningful upheavals are improved by coffee and pastry. She laughed softly. "I'm beginning to suspect you say wise things accidentally." "Never accidentally." They ate in the kitchen with the window cracked open to the morning. Birds moved in the hedge beyond the path. The roses caught fuller light. The day held that pale early summer clarity in which everything seems both newly defined and gently softened. At length Grace set down her cup. "There's something I've been thinking." Liam waited. "The letters restored the truth of your life with my grandmother," she said. "But I don't think that's all they were meant to do. I keep feeling there's another layer. Something about why all this had to be left to me in paths rather than simply revealed. Liam's gaze shifted to the ledger on the table. I have thought the same. She wrote that you shaped more of my life than I knew. Not only by helping practically. It sounded larger than that. He was silent for a moment, not evasive, only careful. There may be matters I have not yet spoken of because I wasn't certain the letters would bring you to them first. Grace felt her attention sharpen. Such as? He looked at her fully then. Your mother. The room grew very still. What about her? Liam rested one hand against the edge of the table. Your grandmother and I disagreed only rarely in ways that mattered. One of those disagreements concerned whether your mother should ever know the full shape of our history. Eleanor believed no. Not because she distrusted her, but because by then your mother had made a life built on other assumptions, and Eleanor did not wish to burden her with a private past that could no longer alter the facts of their relationship. I thought silence might do its own damage. Grace felt the morning seem to narrow and deepen around those words. Did my mother suspect anything? Yes. Though not enough to form a whole picture. He paused. There was also another matter. One more practical and more tender than scandalous. Grace did not speak. Liam's voice remained low. When your father left for that period of work in Edinburgh and your mother stayed in London with you, there were financial difficulties she concealed almost entirely from the family. Pride, exhaustion, and the general loneliness of early motherhood all worked together in her. Your grandmother knew some of it. I knew more. Because you found the flat. Yes. He looked toward the kitchen window briefly and then back to her. I also paid the deposit. Grace stared at him. For several seconds the words did not settle into meaning. Then they did, and the room shifted. You, what? He answered without trying to soften the truth. Your mother believed the funds came from a discretionary account your grandmother had access to through the sale of some silver. In reality there had been no sale. Eleanor asked if I could help quietly. I could. So I did. Grace sat back in her chair. The bowl of smooth stones on the windowsill blurred slightly, then cleared again. She became suddenly aware of the number of invisible structures beneath visible life. A flat. Rent. Safety. Her mother's strained dignity held intact because money had appeared from a story that was easier to bear. A man Grace had not known she knew had already been standing quietly beneath part of her earliest security. Does my mother know? No. The answer fell softly, but it did not soften its weight. Grace pressed her fingertips lightly to her temple. Why tell me now? Because you asked why your grandmother wrote that I had already shaped your life. Because the letters alone could not fully answer it. And because I believe truth, once begun, should not be halted merely because it becomes uncomfortable. He paused. Though I understand if you would have preferred to learn this differently. Grace looked up at him. What she felt was not anger. It was something more complicated. Surprise, yes. A strange gratitude. A sudden protective sorrow for her mother. And beneath that, a deeper realization that Liam had not existed only as the hidden beloved of her grandmother's life. He had existed as a quiet force within the family's continuance itself, known by few, named by none, yet present where needed. I don't know what I would have preferred, she said honestly. Only that it changes things. I know. They sat in silence after that. The kitchen held them gently in the pause. Nothing in the house seemed strained by it. The old beams, the pale cupboards, the cooling coffee cups, the morning light across the table, all continued as they had before. It struck Grace that the house had perhaps always known this, that revelation did not require noise. Sometimes a life altered in complete stillness. At last she said, "Was that the only practical thing?" A more shadowed expression entered Liam's face, though it remained composed. "No." Grace waited. "There were letters from your mother to your grandmother during those years," he said. "Not many. Some written when she was more isolated than she let anyone see. She asked for help with ordinary matters, but beneath the requests it was clear she was near a kind of collapse. Your grandmother came when she could. When she couldn't, I sometimes went in her place under various pretexts. Repairs. Deliveries. Documents needing signatures. I met your father that way too." Grace searched his face. "Did he know who you were?" "He knew me as an old family friend." The phrase seemed suddenly almost unbearable in its insufficiency. "You were always introduced that way." "Yes." Grace stood and crossed to the sink, though she had nothing practical to do there. She needed movement. The day outside had grown brighter, the garden now full of definite color. One bee hovered near the open window, then drifted away. Behind her, Liam did not fill the silence with explanation. That, more than anything, allowed her to breathe again. When she turned back, she found him still seated, hands quiet, gaze resting not on her but on the ledger, as if giving her space inside the room rather than outside it. "I remember a man fixing the kitchen latch in London," Grace said slowly. "I must have been 5. I remember because he smelled of rain and old paper, and because he asked whether the book I was carrying had a satisfactory ending." Liam lifted his eyes. "It did not." Grace blinked, startled by the immediate reply. "You remember? It was a story about a white horse that vanished in chapter 11 and never returned. You found this unacceptable." Despite everything, Grace laughed, and with the laugh something loosened in her chest. "I did find it unacceptable. You explained at length that stories had responsibilities." Grace leaned one hand against the table. "That was you." "Yes. Why are all my childhood fragments turning out to be you?" The question emerged half in wonder, half in accusation softened by tenderness. Liam's expression changed, touched by something almost unbearably gentle. "Not all of them, I hope." "No," Grace said, still looking at him. "Only more than I knew." The silence that followed was different now. Less about revelation. More about proximity. Grace became aware again, with a clarity she could no longer pretend not to feel, that her emotional life was shifting around Liam in ways she had not invited and yet did not wish to forbid. The shift did not erase the gravity of the past. It grew partly from that gravity. But it was undeniably present in the room as itself, living and contemporary and more delicate for being unspoken. She sat again. "What else is in the writing box?" she asked. "A notebook of mine, I think," Liam said after a moment. "Not a diary exactly. A record of renovations, village matters, and certain periods after your grandmother's health declined. I had forgotten leaving it there." He hesitated. "There may also be something in the summerhouse desk we have not looked at carefully." Grace felt the calm investigative thread of the mystery gather again around them, not erasing the emotional intensity of the morning but giving it a path. "Then we should go through both today," she said. He nodded. They began with the writing box notebook because it was nearest and because the attic, by now, had become another chamber of the house they entered not with fear but with a kind of reverence. The morning sunlight had shifted by the time they climbed the stairs. It no longer poured through the dormer in one golden plane but entered at a slant, warming the floorboards and the edges of old trunks. Grace knelt beside the walnut box while Liam retrieved the notebook she had not yet opened. Its cover was dark blue, almost black with age, and unmarked except for a small impressed line near the corner where some other object had once rested upon it for years. Inside, the handwriting was unmistakably Liam's. The first entries were practical. Roof work after storms. Delivery of coal. Payment to a carpenter. Notes on replacing 2 panes in the summer house after an unusually harsh winter. Repairs to the kitchen steps. Observations about damp in the east room. Yet woven among these, in margins and occasional longer reflections, lay another kind of record, not a correspondence this time, but the chronicle of care itself. What he had done for the house. What the house had required. What Eleanor Ashcombe had needed and would not ask for directly. One entry described arranging for the orchard wall to be repaired because her grandmother kept underestimating how unsafe it had become. Another detailed the installation of a new handrail on the back stairs because, Liam wrote, she will continue pretending not to tire if given the opportunity, and therefore the house must conspire on my behalf. Grace smiled at that and read on. Then came a page dated just after Grace's grandfather's last surviving brother had died. The family had descended upon the house in a flurry of wills, opinion, and selective memory. Liam's notes on expenses filled half the page. In the lower margin, however, he had written a single sentence. There are days when keeping dignity intact for someone becomes more intimate than saying I love you. Grace traced the line with her eyes several times. A little further in, another entry, years later. Eleanor tired on the walk back from the church and sat in the summer house rather than admitting weakness indoors. We spoke of ordinary things until the ordinary became difficult to maintain, and she said, very calmly, that what she regretted most was not suffering, but the wasted politeness of healthy years. Grace closed the notebook for a moment. The attic was warm now. A faint breeze moved at the dormer window. Below, the house remained deeply still, as if the entire property had withdrawn into listening once again. When she opened the notebook again, the entries had moved nearer to the end of Eleanor Ashcombe's life. There were references to doctors. To fatigue. To meals left untouched. To village gossip that had become irrelevant. To Eleanor Vale's visits increasing in frequency. To Grace's mother arriving with flowers and practical instructions and more emotion than she knew how to show. Then one entry stopped Grace entirely. Eleanor asked today whether I believed Grace would ever return to the house, not merely out of duty, but because something in her still belonged here. I told her yes. She said she hoped the house would know how to speak by then. I said houses are often clearer than people. She replied that this one had an advantage, having spent so many years listening to us. Grace sat back slowly. She expected me, she murmured. Yes, Liam said. But not just as an heir. No. Grace looked at him. As someone the house could speak to. His gaze held hers with that familiar stillness. That was her belief. Something about hearing it aloud made the house around them feel almost sentient in its patience, not magical exactly, but morally alert, as if the rooms themselves had been shaped by decades of truth withheld, tenderness practiced, and the quiet discipline of waiting. They read further. Near the back of the notebook, where the handwriting became slightly less firm, Grace found several pages written not as notes but almost as meditations. They were not addressed to anyone, yet they seemed composed in anticipation of a reader. Not quite a letter. Not quite a diary. Something between. One of them read, I have come to think that hidden things age differently depending on why they are hidden. What is hidden in shame curdles. What is hidden in fear hardens. What is hidden in tenderness remains alive and therefore asks, eventually, to be received rather than merely discovered. Grace felt the page beneath her fingers as if the paper itself held warmth. Another page. Grace was here today, all elbows and sea wind, asking severe questions about whether memories are attached to people or to rooms. I told her both, though rooms are more patient. She said then perhaps rooms are kinder. I wanted to answer that rooms are not kinder, only less frightened. She closed her eyes briefly. Even in Liam's notebook, even through his voice, her own childhood self moved in the margins like a small lantern carried through older darkness. At noon the attic had grown too warm to remain comfortable. They carried the notebook downstairs and opened the windows in the drawing room where a cross breeze moved more generously through the house. Grace brought water. Liam set the wild rose brooch on the mantel in its velvet case, where the moonstone caught daylight differently than lamplight, less inward now, more pale and clear. For a while they worked in the silence of mid-morning turning toward noon. Not every page yielded revelation. Some were simply records of maintenance, village names, dates, and practicalities. Yet the cumulative effect deepened the mystery rather than diminishing it. It became increasingly clear that the house had been more than a setting. It had been a vessel through which a whole hidden ethic of care had been carried. Repairs were never merely repairs. Money shifted quietly where needed. Rooms were preserved because certain conversations still belonged to them. Grace's grandmother and Liam had built, over years, a life neither fully public nor false, and in doing so had altered the actual continuance of the family around them. By early afternoon Grace said, "The summerhouse desk." Liam looked up. Yes. The garden was warm when they stepped outside. Sun lay across the path in broad white gold patches. Lavender hummed with bees. The roses, now fully open, gave off a scent so thick in the heat that it seemed to make the air itself feel almost visible. Grace reached the summerhouse door first and opened it. The room held daytime differently from the main house. Here the light was more concentrated, filtered through old imperfect panes that softened edges and made every object feel slightly suspended. The desk stood against the far wall exactly as before, its leather blotter, brass lamp, and cleared surface almost too orderly. Too orderly, Grace said. Liam, who had been watching the desk rather than the room, nodded slowly. I was thinking the same. She went to it at once. The drawers were shallow and neatly arranged. Pens long dried. A ruler. Envelopes of various ages. A packet of ribbon. One drawer held only pressed leaves between tissue pages, each labeled in her grandmother's hand with dates and places. Another contained note cards and sealing wax. At first nothing seemed hidden. Then Grace noticed that the back panel of the lowest drawer sat slightly shallower than the others. Her pulse quickened, though by now the feeling was less shock than familiarity. The house had trained her already into the rhythm of concealed compartments and quiet discoveries. There, she said. Liam came beside her. Together they slid the drawer fully out. At the rear, the false panel could be eased forward with only slight pressure. Behind it lay a narrow bundle wrapped in linen and tied with blue thread. Grace looked up at Liam. Did you know this was here? No. She lifted the bundle out. It was lighter than the letters had been. Inside, once unwrapped, lay 3 objects, a slim diary in Eleanor Ashcombe's hand, a packet of sea glass tied with ribbon, and a small envelope addressed simply for Grace, if she asks the right question. Grace looked at it in silence. The right question, she repeated. Liam did not answer. Her fingers trembled only slightly as she opened the envelope. Inside was a single folded sheet. Her grandmother's handwriting moved across it with the same calm steadiness as ever. If you have found this, then either you are already asking the right question, or the house has become impatient with sequence. The question is not only what happened between Liam and me. The question is what remained because of it. Love is often judged by its visible outcome, yet some loves alter the entire moral weather around them without ever receiving official form. If you wish to understand fully, do not ask only what we were denied. Ask what we made anyway. Grace lowered the page. The summer house was so still she could hear the faint ticking of some insect against the pane. What we made anyway, she said softly. Liam was looking not at the page now, but at the packet of sea glass. Grace untied the ribbon. Inside were pieces worn smooth by water and time. Green, brown, clouded clear, one pale blue, one almost white. Nestled among them was a tiny folded paper no larger than a postage stamp. Grace unfolded it with great care. Children believe they are collecting fragments, her grandmother had written, when in fact they are often carrying home what the sea has already chosen to soften. Grace stared. Liam drew in a slow breath. She wrote that after we found you filling your pockets at the shore. Grace held the sea glass in her palm. The pieces were cool despite the warm day. Something about them undid her more than the letters had. Perhaps because they joined all the threads at once. Childhood, the sea, Liam's hidden presence, her grandmother's observant tenderness, the idea that what is broken and cast off may return altered into beauty if given enough time and water. What did you make anyway? She asked, but this time the question was directed not only at the page or at history, but at Liam himself. He leaned one hand against the desk and looked at the room around them before answering. We made a form of constancy, he said. Not perfect. Not sufficient to satisfy the life we once imagined. But real. We made a language of truth no one else entirely understood. We made care into a practice, not merely a feeling. We kept one another from becoming inwardly false. He paused. And perhaps, without meaning to at first, we made a refuge in this place. For each other. For certain others later. Grace thought of her mother. Of the flat deposit. Of repairs quietly paid for. Of books left for a child. Of rooms kept aired and safe. Of Eleanor Ashcombe asking whether Grace would return. Of Liam saying the house would know how to speak by then. And the diary? She asked, touching the slim volume. Liam looked at it but did not reach. That may answer more. Grace opened it. Unlike the letters and notebooks, this diary was written in brief entries over what seemed to be only one season. Her grandmother's hand here was spare, almost distilled. The first page was dated from the year before her death. Grace read. The doctors prefer euphemism, but the body is more straightforward. I am not frightened in the dramatic sense. I am only aware that time has begun withdrawing from the edges inward, and that this requires a clearer housekeeping of truth. She turned the page. Liam says the roof on the summer house will outlast both of us if cared for and if village boys are not allowed stones. I told him that roofs and devotions should not be compared because one is easier to repair. He looked offended in the way that means amused. Grace smiled despite the tightening in her throat. A few pages later. I have been thinking increasingly of Grace. Not because she is owed the story in some legal or moral sense, but because she has the kind of attention that might receive it without turning it into sentiment or grievance. This matters. To be reduced after death is a second diminishment. I would rather risk being known slowly by one person than summarized cleanly by many. Grace stopped reading and looked up. The summer house, the garden beyond, the bees, the warm white light on the path, all seemed to recede for a moment before the force of that sentence. To be reduced after death is a second diminishment. Liam's expression told her he felt it too. She continued. If she returns, she must not be led first to sorrow. Sorrow is too greedy a guide. She must be led to atmosphere, then letters, then witness. Only after that may the fuller tenderness be spoken plainly. Otherwise she will think the story belongs to loss, and loss was never the largest truth of it. Grace lowered the diary slowly. It explained everything. The floorboard. The summer house. Eleanor Vale. The church ledger. The attic letters. Each stage had been arranged not merely as a mystery but as an education of feeling. Her grandmother had known precisely what damage a badly sequenced truth could do. Had known that grief alone would distort what was most essential. She trusted sequence more than explanation, Grace murmured. Yes, Liam said. She always did. There were more pages. Some spoke of pain, though never self-pityingly. Some of village weather, of books half reread, of her increasing inability to hide fatigue from Liam and Eleanor Vale. And then, near the back, Grace found an entry that changed the room. There is one possibility I have not yet been honest enough even with myself to write clearly. It concerns not only Grace's inheritance of the house, but Liam's. Not legal inheritance. Moral. Emotional. I have spent too many years insisting that what could not be recognized publicly should make no claim beyond my own life. I no longer think that just. Some devotions create responsibilities in the living. If Grace sees him clearly, and if he allows himself to be seen, then perhaps the house may yet become what it should have been from the beginning. Not a museum of restraint, but a place where truth continues in gentler form. Grace read the passage twice. Then once more. When she finally lifted her eyes, Liam had gone utterly still. The warm afternoon light moved faintly across the desk between them. I didn't know she wrote that, he said at last. His voice had changed. Not dramatically. Only enough that Grace heard the depth beneath the composure. Neither of them moved. The sentence from the diary remained between them like something living, asking not for immediate response, but impossible to ignore. If Grace sees him clearly, and if he allows himself to be seen. Grace became aware of her own pulse with extraordinary clarity. Not because the moment called for confession, but because the truth of what she felt was now present in the room with too much integrity to be dismissed as confusion. It had not sprung from nothing. It had grown gradually through witness, conversation, shared reading, and the rare recognition of one interior life by another. Still, she said nothing. And neither did he. At last she looked back down and turned the page. The remaining entries did not return directly to that possibility. Instead they spoke of smaller things. The sea sounding louder from the east room. Grace's tendency as a child to stand very still before asking incisive questions. Eleanor Vale's conviction that houses preferred honest occupants. Liam mending a torn garden glove with such seriousness that it became absurdly moving. One page contained only a list. Things worth preserving. The summerhouse key. The wild rose brooch. The church ledger. Liam's notebook if he forgets it again. Grace's way of noticing corners no one else thinks to look at. The truth, but in proper order. Grace closed the diary. The room was warm. Beyond the window, the garden shimmered slightly in the afternoon heat. A bird landed on the fence and flicked one wing before vanishing into the hedge. She set the diary carefully on the desk. I don't think I can read more for a moment. No, Liam said quietly. Nor can I. They stepped outside into the garden. The heat there felt cleaner after the stillness of the summer house. Grace walked without deciding toward the back wall where the roses gave way to a narrower path lined with foxglove and old stone. Liam followed at a short distance, neither crowding her nor absent. The sea air moved faintly through the leaves. At the end of the path was a gate she had not yet opened. Beyond it the ground sloped down through long grass toward the tree line. Through the trunks she could see flashes of light. "The sea," she said. "Yes. Can we go there?" Liam looked at her for a moment, as if measuring not the distance but the need beneath the question. Then he nodded. Of course. The path beyond the gate was little more than a remembered route. Grass brushed their ankles. Wild thyme released scent beneath their feet. The trees gathered around them as they descended, offering pockets of shade that cooled the skin after the white brightness of the garden. Somewhere ahead, the hush of the sea grew clearer. Grace did not speak. She needed movement more than speech. The diary's lines continued to echo within her, not a museum of restraint, but a place where truth continues in gentler form. She had the distinct sense that her grandmother, even in death, was not only revealing the past but quietly arranging the emotional conditions under which the present might become honest. The path opened at last onto a narrow cove. It was smaller than the main beach she half remembered from childhood. This place felt hidden, intimate, cradled between two low outcrops of stone softened by lichen and sea wind. The tide was on its way out, leaving dark ribbons of wet sand and long seams of pebbles. Sea glass glinted among them like scattered bits of weather. Grace stopped. The sea stretched outward in soft gray-blue plains, light shifting across it in diluted silver. Waves came in low, measured lines that dissolved at the shore with a sound almost too gentle to name. Gulls moved far overhead, their calls thinned by distance. The whole cove seemed held inside a hush so complete that even thought had to quiet itself to match it. "No wonder," Grace said softly, "the house sounds like this." Liam stood beside her now. "Your grandmother loved this place more than the larger beach." She said it asked less of a person. Grace stepped forward and crouched near the titterline. Pieces of sea glass lay among the stones, worn milky by water and years. She picked one up, then another. A pale green, a deeper bottle shade, one nearly transparent with only the faintest blush of blue. The act felt familiar in her body, as if some child's self had returned not as memory but as motion. Liam watched quietly. When she straightened, she found him looking not at the sea, but at her. For a moment the cove held them in complete stillness. No one else. No village voices. No house walls carrying the past. Only the sea, the stones, the long softened light, and the two of them standing within a truth that had not yet become spoken but had ceased to be deniable. Grace felt her heartbeat shift. "I see you clearly," she said before she had decided to say it. The words entered the air between them with startling calm. Liam did not move. Then, very gently, as if the honesty deserved equal honesty in return, he said, "I know." Nothing in his face suggested surprise. Only gravity. Tenderness. A kind of quiet surrender to what had already been forming. Grace looked down at the sea glass in her hand. "That doesn't make it simple." "No. It may make it impossible in entirely new ways." A faint, sad warmth touched his expression. "Possibly." She looked up again. And yet, he repeated. The sea moved in and out around the stones, smoothing, returning, taking light and giving it back altered. Grace did not know whether it was she who moved first or whether stillness itself drew them fractionally nearer. No dramatic crossing. No rush. Only a narrowing of distance so natural it seemed to have begun long before either of them registered it. Liam lifted his hand then, slowly enough that she might have turned away if she wished. He touched one damp strand of hair near her temple and brushed it gently back. The tenderness of the gesture was almost unbearable. Grace closed her eyes for the briefest moment. When she opened them again, he was still there, close enough now that the details of his face no longer belonged to observation but to nearness. The line of his mouth. The silver at his temples. The deep composure in his gaze, altered now by something warmer, more vulnerable, no longer purely witness. "This is what she meant, isn't it?" Grace said quietly, about the honest shape. Liam's hand lowered, but he did not step back. "Perhaps." "Does that frighten you?" "Yes," he said, and the truth of it made her trust him more rather than less. "Because I do not wish to wound what has already been fragile and beautiful. Because your grandmother matters to me too much for anything careless to be allowed near her memory. Because you matter." He paused. "And because what I feel is not confusion." Grace felt the words move through her like low music. "Nor mine," she said. The air between them changed then, not with decision exactly, but with the recognition that something had already become real simply by being spoken with such care. They did not kiss. The moment did not ask for that. It asked for something slower, truer to all that had led them here. Liam extended his hand. Grace placed the sea glass into her pocket and took it. They stood like that for a long time by the quiet edge of the tide, their hands joined, the sea moving in patient lines before them. The gesture was simple and yet felt more intimate than any haste could have been. It contained acknowledgement, restraint, wonder, and the strange profound calm of not turning away. Eventually Grace said, with a voice steadier than she felt, "We still don't know everything." "No. There are letters we haven't read." "Yes. And my mother remains in partial darkness." Liam looked out over the water. "Yes." Grace interlaced her fingers more fully with his. "Then perhaps truth is not asking us to leap, only to continue." He turned to her again. "That sounds like your grandmother." "It sounds," Grace said softly, "like the house." The path back from the cove felt different. Not because the landscape had changed, but because the world had quietly widened around them. They walked side by side through the trees, their joined hands sometimes brushing leaves, sometimes separating and returning where the path narrowed and widened again. Neither of them tried to fill the walk with talk. There seemed no need. The conversation that mattered most had already begun in the cove and continued now in the steady fact of their movement together. At the garden gate, Grace paused. The house stood before them in late afternoon light, pale walls warmed to honey, windows reflecting sky. The roses moved faintly against the fence. The summer house waited among the lavender, no longer only the keeper of a hidden story but part of a living one. Liam looked at the house as if seeing it anew. She was right. About what? That it should not become a museum of restraint. Grace's hand tightened lightly around his. Inside, the rooms felt changed not by drama but by alignment. Grace placed the diary, the sea glass packet, and the page addressed to her on the drawing room table beside the other discoveries. The objects no longer seemed like clues exactly. They seemed like members of an assembly, each bearing witness to some aspect of the same truth. As evening began its slow descent, they returned at last to the letters still left unread in the writing box. But now they read differently. Not merely as investigators of the past, nor only as inheritors of another love's hidden life. They read as two people who had stepped, however carefully, into the honest shape of something beginning between them. The effect was not to diminish the older letters, but to illuminate them in a new and almost startlingly intimate way. Grace found herself noticing not only what Eleanor and Liam had felt, but how deliberately they had refused falseness. How steadfastly they had chosen truth in whatever form remained possible to them. The letters became not only history, but instruction. One page from late in Eleanor's life seemed almost to answer the cove directly. If there is one mercy in age, it is that one grows less impressed by propriety and more interested in whether the soul has been honestly housed. So many arrangements are praised because they are legible. I no longer care for legibility. I care for whether a life has warmth in it, whether truth may breathe there, whether kindness has not been sacrificed to appearance. Grace read the lines aloud and then sat very still. The room had darkened enough that Liam rose to light the lamps. Their glow gathered in the drawing room, soft and amber, touching books, wood, glass, and the silver brooch on the mantel. Outside, the garden entered blue evening once more. When he returned to his chair, Grace said, she kept speaking to a future she couldn't name. Yes. And somehow trusted it. Yes. Grace looked at him over the letter between them. I think she trusted you. And perhaps, by the end, trusted me before I had earned it. Liam's expression gentled. You may already have earned more than you think. The quiet between them after that was no longer uncertain. It held all the delicacy of something newly admitted and all the gravity of what had led them here. Grace felt no need to hurry beyond it. The house itself seemed to forbid haste. Truth here had always arrived by patient sequence. Why should the present demand anything less? Later, when evening had become full night and the lamps had begun to feel like islands, Liam rose to go. This time at the door neither of them pretended the day had been merely another chapter in an inherited mystery. Something had changed and both knew it. Yet they also knew, with equal clarity, that change need not be forced into declaration before it had taken proper root. At the threshold Liam touched her hand once, lightly, as if sealing a promise neither of them had phrased aloud. Tomorrow, he said. Grace met his gaze. Tomorrow. When he had gone down the path and through the gate, she did not watch until he vanished. Instead she stood with one hand on the doorframe and listened to the sea beyond the trees. The house breathed around her. Upstairs, the pages waited. On the table, the sea glass gleamed faintly in lamplight. In the summer house, the drawer's false back remained open as if the room itself had given up all pretense of secrecy. And within Grace, at last, something long unnamed had found not an answer, but a direction. She closed the door softly and turned back into the house, carrying with her the salt air, the memory of Liam's hand in hers, and the growing certainty that the deepest mysteries were not solved so much as gently entered until they became, at last, a place to live. Chapter 6. The House Learns Their Footsteps. The next morning arrived softly, as though the house itself had decided that nothing newly delicate should be woken by force. Light entered the front bedroom in gradual layers. First a pale loosening of darkness at the edges of furniture, then a gray-silver wash over the bedspread, and finally, with the slow patience of summer near the sea, a warmer brightness that gathered at the window and crept inward across the floorboards. Grace woke before fully opening her eyes. She knew, from the quiet shape of the room around her, that the day had already begun its gentle work. For several moments she lay still beneath the covers, one hand resting lightly over the place in her chest where yesterday's truth still seemed to reside, not as an agitation, but as a steady inward warmth. Nothing had happened in haste. That was what remained most vivid to her. No dramatic confession. No sudden gesture that might later have felt unearned. Only the cove, the sea breathing in patient lines over stone, the cool touch of sea glass in her palm, and Liam's hand finding hers with the care of someone unwilling to profane tenderness by moving too quickly through it. The memory returned now not as excitement, but as atmosphere. A shared stillness. A recognition that had finally accepted its own name without needing to speak it aloud too often. She turned her head toward the bedside table. The diary from the summer house drawer lay beside the blue notebook and the folded pages from the attic. The wild rose brooch rested in its velvet case, moonstone faintly milky in the early light. The arrangement looked less like evidence now and more like a private map. Not a puzzle completed, but a path that had led her to a new room in her own life and was still asking her to continue. Outside, beyond the window, the garden had already begun to brighten. Dew caught along the lavender. The roses, still half in shadow, seemed deeper in color than they had by dusk, as though morning restored to them a hidden intensity. Somewhere beyond the trees the sea made its quiet weathered sound, and from the lane came the distant passing call of someone moving between houses with the ordinary concerns of village life. Grace sat up slowly. The house, she thought, had indeed learned their footsteps. Or perhaps it was she who had finally learned the house, which was not the same thing and yet felt close to it. These rooms no longer seemed merely inherited. They seemed responsive. Not in any supernatural sense, but in the way places become morally alive after years of truth, restraint, tenderness, and waiting. Every threshold now held memory. Every window seemed to frame not only light and weather, but the possibility of recognition. She dressed with more attention than the day strictly required. Not vanity. Simply awareness. When she pinned back her hair, she found herself opening the velvet case and taking out the silver wild rose brooch. She hesitated only a moment before fastening it to the collar of her blouse. The moonstone at its center caught the morning light and held it quietly. She had not decided whether wearing it felt bold or natural. Perhaps both. Perhaps neither. Perhaps it was only another way of allowing the house's hidden life to move now through the visible day. Downstairs, the kitchen was cool and pale. Grace opened the back door first to let in air. The morning entered at once carrying the scent of grass, roses, and damp earth. On the windowsill the bowl of polished stones from the beach looked suddenly less like childhood clutter preserved by accident and more like a message that had waited patiently for its second meaning. She set water to boil and stood for a moment with both hands resting on the table. There were still unread letters. There was the question of her mother. There was the diary's suggestion that her grandmother had left not merely a hidden history, but an unfinished moral inheritance. And there was Liam, who would come today, and with whom truth had already shifted into a new and quieter form between them. Grace did not yet know what shape that truth would take. She only knew that denying it now would be a kind of falseness more painful than uncertainty. The kettle began to murmur. She made coffee, sliced bread, and found herself pausing every few moments not from indecision, but from listening. The house had a new tone this morning, as if yesterday's acknowledgement at the cove had subtly altered the pressure of silence within it. Not tense. Not expectant in any crude sense. More like the change in a room after someone has spoken honestly there and the air remembers. She had just spread marmalade on toast when there came a light tap at the open back door. Liam stood there. He had no parcel in his hand today, no practical offering from Eleanor Vale or the village bakery. The absence of one made his presence feel more direct, less buffered by helpful errands. He stood in the morning light with one hand still against the doorframe, coat unbuttoned, hair faintly disordered by the wind from the lane. His gaze found her almost immediately, and in that gaze Grace felt the same quiet held truth she had met by the sea. "Good morning," he said. The words were ordinary. Nothing in his tone was not. Yet the moment carried all the delicacy of what had already been admitted between them. "Good morning," Grace answered. He stepped inside when she moved aside. Neither of them rushed toward the other. The restraint between them no longer felt like avoidance. It felt like care. Then Liam's gaze fell to the silver wild rose at her collar. Something changed in his expression, almost too faintly to name. Not surprise exactly. Something softer. Something touched by memory and by the present at once. "You're wearing it," he said. Grace glanced down at the brooch. "I wasn't certain whether that was wise." His eyes lifted back to hers. "Wisdom has narrower concerns than beauty." She felt warmth rise unexpectedly to her face and turned partly toward the counter in order to hide the fact that the remark had moved through her too quickly. "That is a dangerous answer," she said lightly. "Yes," he replied after a small pause. "Possibly." The kitchen held their quiet amusement gently between old cupboards and morning light. Grace poured him coffee without asking whether he wanted it. He accepted with a small nod that seemed to acknowledge not only the cup, but the fact that some forms of ease had already begun to settle around them. They sat at the kitchen table, where the ledger and Liam's notebook still lay stacked beside the blue notebook and one remaining bundle of unread letters. The sight of the objects reminded Grace that however inwardly altered the house now felt, the mystery was not complete. The past still had more to reveal, and perhaps the present would not move honestly unless the past was allowed to finish speaking. Liam, as if following the same line of thought, rested his hand lightly atop the last unopened letters. "These," he said, "should be read soon. But perhaps not first." Grace looked at him. "What then?" "I've been thinking about what your grandmother meant when she wrote that the question was not only what happened between us, but what remained because of it." His gaze shifted to the kitchen window and then back. "I think there is someone else who may answer that more fully than either of us." "Eleanor Vale?" "No," a faint shadow passed through his expression. "Your mother." The words settled quietly between them. Grace lowered her cup and sat back. The possibility had existed at the edge of thought since yesterday morning, when Liam first spoke of the deposit for the flat and the quieter help her mother had received without knowing its source. But hearing it now as a next step rather than a distant eventuality made the question suddenly immediate and concrete. "My mother doesn't even know the outline of this," Grace said slowly. "She may know more of its shape than you think," Liam answered. "Not the full truth. But enough to recognize its weather." Grace folded her hands loosely in her lap. "You think I should go to her?" "I think," he said with care, "that if the past is to settle honestly into the present, she cannot remain entirely outside it. Not because she is owed every intimate detail, but because parts of her own life may not make sense without at least some acknowledgement of the hidden structure beneath them." Grace studied his face. "You're afraid," she said quietly. Liam did not evade it. "Yes." "Of what?" He looked down at the grain of the table before answering. "Of disturbing her peace if that peace has been built, however imperfectly, on a version of the past that helped her survive. Of seeming to intrude where I have already remained too long at the edges. Of being received as an impropriety when what I have tried to be is simply faithful." The answer moved through Grace with particular force because it was so exactly him. Even now, even with truth opening gently around them, his first instinct was not self-protection but care for how reality might wound others if badly handled. "She wouldn't think you improper," Grace said. A faint, almost sad warmth touched his expression. "People often think exactly what makes life simplest for them to carry." Grace could not argue with that. She stood and crossed to the window, needing a little distance in which to think. Outside, the garden was fully awake now. Bees had begun their low work among the lavender. A pair of blackbirds moved briskly near the far wall, as if the whole morning had been granted to them in trust. The summerhouse door stood closed, quiet beneath the climbing roses. "I don't know what to tell her," Grace said after a while. Liam rose too, though he remained where he was. "Only what is true enough not to distort. That you found letters. That the house held more of your grandmother's life than anyone spoke aloud. That a hidden devotion shaped practical things around the family. That what was private was not shameful." Grace touched the brooch lightly at her collar. "And you?" He was silent for a moment. Then, very gently, "If you tell her about me, tell her only what you can say without feeling that you are betraying anyone. Your grandmother trusted your sequence. So do I." The trust in that sentence steadied her more than instructions would have done. She turned from the window. "Will you come with me?" A subtle change moved through his face. Not surprise. Something deeper and more exposed. "If you want me to." "I do." She hesitated, then added with quiet honesty, "Not because I need you to speak. But because I think the truth would feel thinner if you were absent from the room." He looked at her then with an expression so full of quiet recognition that Grace had to lower her eyes for a moment before she could bear it. "Then I'll come," he said. The decision altered the day immediately. It gave shape to the hours ahead. Practical necessities began to gather around the emotional center. A call would have to be made. The drive to the town where Grace's mother lived would take nearly an hour. The conversation would require courage of a particular kind, not dramatic courage, but the quieter form that allows one to complicate a beloved person's understanding of the past without certainty of how the complication will be received. Grace telephoned just after 10. Her mother answered on the fourth ring in the brisk, slightly distracted tone of someone who had been interrupted in a task and hoped the interruption would prove either urgent or very short. Hearing the voice moved Grace unexpectedly. It carried the entire architecture of her childhood within it. Practicality, fatigue, affection held in reserve for fear it would be found excessive. "Grace? Is everything all right?" "Yes," Grace said. "Yes, everything's all right. I'm at the house." There was a small pause. "How is it?" Grace looked around the kitchen. "Different than I expected." That could mean almost anything. "It does." Her mother exhaled lightly, the sound faintly amused and faintly wary in the familiar way. "You sound serious." "I am." Grace swallowed. "Could I come by today? There are some things I've found. About Gran. About the house." The pause on the line deepened. "What sort of things?" "Not the sort I can explain well over the phone." Her mother did not answer at once. Grace could almost hear her thinking, weighing inconvenience against intuition, deciding whether concern was justified or whether her daughter had merely become emotional amid inherited clutter and old rooms. At last she said, "Come after lunch." 3:00? "I'll be there." Another brief silence, then, "Grace?" "Yes?" "Are you all right?" Grace looked at Liam, who stood across the kitchen watching her not intrusively, but with the still attention that had already become its own form of support. "I think," she said slowly, "I'm beginning to be." When she ended the call, the kitchen seemed quieter than before. Liam did not ask how it had gone. He waited. 3:00, Grace said. He nodded. "Then we should leave by 2. The hour that followed moved strangely. Time seemed both swift and suspended. Grace found herself going through the house with unusual attentiveness, closing windows where needed, checking that the papers on the drawing room table were protected from drafts, choosing which letters and pages to bring. She did not want to overwhelm her mother with the full archive. Nor did she want to arrive with so little that the truth might seem vague or melodramatic. In the end she selected the hidden letter from beneath the floorboard, one of Liam's Lisbon letters, one of Eleanor Ashcombe's replies, the page from the diary that described why the truth must be given in proper order, and the note from the green ledger about the London flat. She also tucked Eleanor Vale's blue notebook into her bag, feeling that even if she did not open it in front of her mother, its presence mattered. Liam, meanwhile, made himself quietly useful in the way he seemed to understand instinctively. He fetched archival sleeves from the attic for the older pages. He wrapped the brooch carefully and placed it in a smaller box. He checked the windows in the summer house and returned the diary to its linen bundle for the journey, as if practical attentiveness were his way of honoring the emotional gravity of the day. At one point Grace found him standing alone in the drawing room, looking at the photograph from the desk in the summer house, the one of her grandmother and the younger Liam by the first roses. He did not seem aware she had entered. In the stillness of that moment she saw not only the man he was to her now, but the immense continuity of feeling he had carried. It did not make him tragic. It made him steady in a way the modern world rarely seemed to produce. Grace crossed the room slowly. When he sensed her beside him and looked up, the expression in his face changed immediately, softening. "You were somewhere else," she said quietly. "Yes." She touched the corner of the photograph where her grandmother's young hand rested against the fabric of her dress. "Do you mind going? To your mother?" "Yes." Liam considered the question with his full honesty. "I mind the possibility of unsettling her." "I do not mind going with you." Grace took that in. "Thank you." His gaze stayed on hers for a moment longer than seemed strictly necessary. Then he said, "We are doing what your grandmother hoped would someday be possible. That does not remove difficulty. But it gives it meaning." The words settled into her like something she would remember long after the day itself had passed. They left the house at 1:45. Grace drove. Liam sat beside her with the box of selected letters on his lap, one hand resting lightly atop it as if the pages within were still living things requiring calm passage. The road wound first through the village, past the church and Eleanor Vale's cottage, then out through fields bordered by hedges and low stone walls. Early afternoon light lay broad and pale over the countryside. Sheep moved like scraps of cloud across distant green. In the valleys, patches of shadow held coolness where the sun had not yet fully entered. Neither of them spoke much at first. The drive itself required a kind of concentration, and silence felt appropriate to the moral weight of what lay ahead. Yet it was not empty silence. It held the presence of both of them steadily. Once, when Grace shifted gears at a narrow bend, Liam's hand came briefly to the edge of the dashboard as if by reflex, then rested there, fingers relaxed. The gesture was small. Still, Grace was intensely aware of it. After some miles had passed, she said, "I keep trying to imagine how she'll respond, and every version feels incomplete." "That is probably because she herself has not yet lived the conversation," Liam said. "People rarely behave in the orderly way our anticipations assign them." Grace glanced at him with a faint smile. "That sounds like a caution born of experience." "It is. Also of archives." "Archives?" He returned the smile slightly. "Families are forever surprised that documents reveal temperaments less predictable than official memory suggests." Grace laughed softly. The sound eased her chest. Then, because the road had widened and the countryside seemed to permit deeper thought, she asked, "Did you ever want children?" The question came out before she had decided whether to ask it. Liam did not appear startled. He was quiet for a few moments before answering. Yes, he said. Once. In the abstract, and then less abstractly when I imagined them with Eleanor. Grace kept her eyes on the road. And later? Later I found it difficult to imagine building that life elsewhere. His voice remained calm, but she sensed the old ache within it, well worn, no longer sharp and yet no less real for that. It was not a grand renunciation. More an inability to divide feeling neatly enough to begin again, as though the central fact of my life were negotiable. Grace felt the answer with a tenderness that almost hurt. My grandmother once said something similar, she murmured. Not about children. About home. That she could never quite pretend a place was home once the feeling had attached somewhere else. Liam turned to her. Did she? Grace nodded. I was too young then to understand she meant more than houses. The car moved through another stretch of road lined with beech trees. Their leaves flashed silver green where the wind turned them. Light and shadow crossed the windshield in slow succession like thoughts passing. After a while Liam said, "And you?" Grace blinked. Me? Did you ever want children? The question might have felt invasive from anyone else. From him it felt like recognition offered in return. She considered it carefully. I thought I did. Or perhaps I thought I should. Then there were work years and a relationship that was more tidy than true, and afterward I stopped asking myself honestly. She paused. Lately I've realized I arranged my life to function rather than to breathe. Liam's gaze rested on her profile for a moment before returning to the road ahead. Function is a poor substitute for breath. Yes, Grace said quietly. I'm starting to see that. The town where her mother lived appeared gradually rather than all at once, signaled first by more frequent houses, then by a row of shops, then by traffic lights that always seemed slightly too modern and too hurried after the patient roads near the sea. Grace's mother had moved there 5 years earlier after selling the house she and Grace's father had shared in the suburbs. The flat suited her. It was compact, efficient, full of light, and close to a greengrocer she liked and a pharmacy she distrusted. Grace had visited often enough, yet today the street seemed charged with an unusual stillness, as if the old truths in the box beside Liam had altered even this familiar place. They parked a little before 3. Grace sat for a moment with both hands on the wheel. Liam did not urge her. The box remained closed in his lap. The afternoon sunlight through the windshield had softened, taking on that slight golden haze that comes before evening properly begins. What if I'm wrong to bring this? She asked, not for the first time inwardly, but aloud now. Liam answered with characteristic precision. You might be wrong in some particulars. We both might. But you are not wrong to refuse falseness once it has become visible. Grace turned to look at him. The steadiness in his face was so clear that it acted almost like a hand against her back, not pushing, only supporting. She nodded once. Come on then. Her mother opened the door before Grace could knock twice. She wore slate-colored trousers and a soft cream cardigan, her reading glasses still in one hand as if she had come from a chair rather than the kitchen. Her hair, which Grace had inherited in texture but not in color, was pinned back loosely. She looked first at Grace, then at Liam standing just behind her, and in that second Grace saw something pass over her face that was almost impossible to name. Not recognition exactly, but an old, unacknowledged awareness rising briefly toward the surface. Grace, she said. Then, after the smallest pause, Liam. He inclined his head. Anna. So she knew his name. The fact settled instantly into the room before anyone had fully entered it. Her mother stepped back and let them in. I wasn't expecting company. Grace took off her coat slowly. I thought it might be better if he came. Better for what? The question was not sharp, only guarded. For a moment no one answered. Then Grace said, "For truth." Her mother's face changed almost imperceptibly. She did not yet understand, but she understood enough to realize the afternoon would not remain ordinary. The flat was warm and orderly, scented faintly with tea and lemon furniture polish. Grace had known these rooms in their modern, efficient grace for years, yet now even here she felt the hidden past moving beneath visible surfaces. On the mantel stood framed photographs, Grace at 12 on a school trip, her parents younger and smiling into low sunlight, her grandmother, older, elegant, seated in the garden at the old house. Grace looked at that photograph now and felt almost physically how little her mother had ever known the full weather behind it. They sat in the living room. Grace chose the armchair nearest the coffee table. Liam sat slightly to one side rather than directly opposite her mother, the box still on his knees. Anna remained standing for a moment longer, as though uncertain whether sitting would signal willingness to receive what was coming. At last she took the sofa. "Well," she said, removing and replacing her glasses without putting them on, "I assume this is not social." Grace almost smiled despite herself. "No." Her mother looked from her to Liam and back again. "Then start somewhere that does not sound like theater." Grace drew in a breath. "I found hidden letters in the house," she said. "Under a floorboard first. Then in the summer house. Then in the attic. Letters between Gran and Liam." Nothing in the room moved for a moment. Anna's face did not alter dramatically. It simply became still. "Letters," she repeated. "Yes." A silence followed that seemed somehow fuller than silence had any right to be. Grace reached into her bag and placed the hidden letter on the table first, then one of the Lisbon letters, then her grandmother's reply. She did not yet open them. "Gran left the house to me with a note that said, 'For when you are ready to listen.'" She had arranged everything. The floorboard. The summer house key. Even papers at the church. It was deliberate. She wanted the truth found in a particular order. Anna looked at the letters but did not touch them. What truth? Grace glanced once at Liam. He met her gaze calmly, leaving the choice to her exactly as he had promised. She and Liam loved each other, Grace said quietly. For years. Most of their adult lives, in one form or another. The words entered the room without violence. Yet Grace felt their force as surely as if something had broken open. Anna lowered her gaze to the letters. She did not look astonished. That, more than any outcry would have done, struck Grace deeply. Instead her mother sat very still and said, after a long moment, "I wondered." Grace stared. "You wondered?" Anna let out a breath that was nearly a laugh and nearly not. Not in any useful, coherent way. But yes. There were atmospheres. Silences. The sort of unfinished sentences children learn not to pursue if they want adults to remain comfortable. Grace glanced at Liam. He had gone very quiet, though his composure remained intact. "Why didn't you ever ask?" Grace said. Anna looked at her then. Because when one grows up in a house where emotional clarity is never offered directly, one learns to call intuition imagination. And because by the time I was old enough to ask properly, I had already been trained into respecting certain boundaries even when I resented them. She looked back at the letters. And perhaps because I did not want to hear my mother reduced to a scandal by people with smaller hearts than she deserved. Grace felt a sharp tenderness for her. The years of not knowing had not been simple ignorance. They had been partly self-protection. Partly training. Partly love. She wasn't reduced, Grace said softly. That's why she left it to me in pieces. She didn't want sorrow to be the first thing. Or scandal. She wanted atmosphere first. Then letters. Then witness. Anna's gaze lifted slowly. That sounds exactly like her. Grace opened one of the Lisbon letters and passed it across the table. Anna took it at last. Her hands were steady, but Grace saw the slight tension in her fingers as she unfolded the page. The room grew so quiet that even the hum of distant traffic outside seemed to withdraw. Grace watched her mother read. The line of her mouth softened almost immediately. Then tightened. Then softened again. By the time she reached the end, there was no dramatic shift in her expression, only a depth of sadness and clarity Grace had rarely seen so openly. She read Eleanor's reply next. A long silence followed. At last Anna placed both letters carefully on the table and looked at Liam for the first time fully. You stayed, she said. He inclined his head slightly. Yes. For all those years. Yes. The simplicity of the answer seemed to affect her more than elaboration would have done. She removed her glasses entirely now and set them on the table beside the letters. I remember you, she said. Not clearly from the beginning. But later. Repairs. Visits. My mother always more at ease after you'd gone, though she concealed it under discussions of gutters or church accounts. Her mouth moved in something like rueful recognition. I thought perhaps you had once proposed and been refused. That was the most my imagination allowed itself. Liam answered with equal quiet. That was not entirely untrue. Only incomplete. Something like a pained smile touched Anna's face. Grace let the silence stretch. It no longer frightened her. After a while she said, There's more. Anna looked at her. The deposit on the London flat. After Dad went to Edinburgh. A shadow passed through her mother's expression, the old exhaustion of those years resurfacing almost visibly. What about it? Grace's throat tightened. Gran told you it came from selling silver. Anna's eyes sharpened immediately. She lied? Grace glanced once at Liam, then back to her mother. There was no sale. The understanding came slowly, but once it arrived it did not leave room for evasion. Anna looked at Liam. Then at the letters. Then back at Liam. You paid it, she said. He did not deny it. Yes. The room went still again. Anna leaned back on the sofa as if the truth had altered her physical balance. One hand came to rest lightly against her mouth. Her gaze moved somewhere beyond the walls, past the room entirely, into years Grace could not fully see. I didn't know, she said at last, and her voice was no longer guarded now, only quiet with shock. I didn't know. No, Liam said gently. You weren't meant to. Anna looked at him sharply then, but not with anger. With something more difficult. A kind of wounded gratitude. You had no right, she said. I know. Then why? Grace could hear in the question not accusation alone, but the ache of discovering that one's hardest years had been held up by hidden hands. Pride does not absorb such knowledge easily, even when the act itself was kindness. Liam rested his hands loosely together. Because your mother asked for help and could not ask widely. Because you had a small child and too much fatigue and too little safety. Because I could help without causing noise. Because Eleanor would have done the same if she had been able. Because sometimes what matters is not right, but responsibility. Anna closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them again there was moisture in them, though her voice remained remarkably steady. "I don't know whether to thank you or resent you." "A sensible response would allow both," Liam said. To Grace's quiet surprise, Anna let out a breath that was half-broken laugh. "That," she said, "is also exactly the sort of thing my mother would have approved of." The air in the room changed after that. Not because pain had lessened, but because truth had found enough honesty to begin settling rather than merely striking. Grace took the page from the diary and handed it to her mother. Anna read in silence. "If she returns, she must not be led first to sorrow." When she reached the line about not being reduced after death, her eyes filled fully at last. She turned away slightly, one hand to her face, but she did not apologize for the tears, and Grace loved her suddenly and fiercely for that. "I never knew her young," Anna said after a while. "Not really. I knew her as already composed. Already settled into that beautiful restraint. I thought it was simply her nature. Or perhaps the mark of a woman who had never entirely wanted what others wanted." She looked at Liam. But now it seemed she wanted very clearly. "Yes," he said softly. "She did." Another silence. This one fuller, sadder, and somehow more intimate than any before it. At last Anna said, "Did she regret it?" Grace thought at once of asking the same question to Eleanor Vale. Liam answered as he had then, only perhaps more gently still. She regretted pain. Delays. Waste. But not the love itself. Never that. Anna nodded slowly, absorbing it. Then she looked at Grace, and something in her face altered again, becoming more searching, more aware. "And you?" she asked quietly. "Where are you in all this now?" Grace felt the question like a hand laid gently but unmistakably over her heart. She could have evaded. Could have said only that she was reading, learning, understanding. But the day had already demanded too much truth for retreat into safe imprecision. "I don't fully know yet," she said, and the honesty of it steadied her. "Only that the house isn't just revealing the past. It's doing something to the present too. Something I don't want to name badly." Anna's gaze flicked, almost involuntarily, toward Liam. A complex expression passed over her face then. Maternal protectiveness. Surprise. The first faint outline of understanding. A quick, silent calculation of age and history and grief and decency and the strange impossible legitimacy of honest feeling when it does not arrive in an approved shape. Grace thought of her grandmother's words. "Do not turn away merely because others lack the language to bless it." For a moment she feared the room might harden. That her mother might retreat into practicality or disapproval simply because the present had become too difficult to hold alongside the past. Instead Anna lowered her eyes and said, almost to herself, "Of course she would do this too." Grace blinked. "Do what?" "Arrange the emotional conditions of people's lives from beyond the grave with infuriating delicacy." A small, helpless, loving exasperation entered her voice. "It is exactly like her." To Grace's astonishment, Liam actually laughed, very softly, and Anna's mouth trembled into the briefest answering smile before stillness returned. No blessing had been offered. No obstacle either. Only recognition. Perhaps, for now, that was enough. They remained for over 2 hours. More letters were read. Not all. Only enough to give Anna the truth without drowning her in it. She asked questions, practical and piercing in her mother's way. When did it begin? Did Gran ever consider leaving? Who else knew? Had Eleanor Vale carried letters too? What of the family property disputes years later? How often did Liam come? Why had no one spoken plainly? Grace answered where she could. Liam answered where memory demanded his witness. Where neither knew, they said so. At one point Anna rose and went to the kitchen to make tea, perhaps because the ordinary act steadied her. Grace followed to help, but her mother waved her off with a look so familiar it pierced her. For several minutes they moved side by side among cups and spoons and the quiet practical work of boiling water. Then Anna said, not looking up, "He was kind to you as a child." Grace swallowed. "Yes. I remember." Her mother set out 3 cups. "I remember once thinking that he looked at you as though children were not interruptions but evidence of some larger seriousness." A faint smile touched her face. "Your father never understood how to speak to small children without sounding as though he were interviewing them." Grace smiled through a sudden sting in her throat. "No, he didn't." Anna turned then, teapot in hand. "Be careful, Grace." The words might have sounded like warning. They did not. They sounded like love struggling not to become prohibition. "I will," Grace said. Her mother studied her for a moment longer. "I don't mean because it is wrong. I mean because truths that arrive honestly can still change more than one expects." Grace understood then that this was the closest thing to permission her mother knew how to give. Not approval, not an embrace of complexity spoken in elegant language like her grandmother's. Something plainer. More fragile. More real. "I know," Grace said quietly. When they returned with the tray, Liam rose at once to take it from Anna's hands. The gesture was simple, instinctive. Yet Grace saw her mother notice it too, saw the way her expression shifted not with surprise but with some deeper comprehension of the quiet forms care can take when they have been practiced for years. By the time they left, the afternoon had begun leaning toward evening. At the door Anna held the box of letters for a moment before returning it to Grace. She did not say goodbye to Liam first. Instead she looked at him and said, "You should have been impossible to me. But somehow you aren't." He received the sentence with his characteristic seriousness, as if it were both gift and burden. "Thank you." Then Anna turned to Grace and touched the wild rose brooch lightly with one finger. She wore it only when something inward had become settled, she said. Grace looked at her mother in startled silence. "You knew." "I knew she loved it," Anna said. "I knew it changed her posture when she wore it." One does not need the whole story to notice that much. For a moment mother and daughter held each other's gaze with an intimacy rare between them, made possible perhaps only because the past had broken open enough to loosen their old habits. Then Anna kissed Grace's cheek, briefly, as she had done when Grace was small, and said, "Come back soon." Not with an emergency. Just soon. "I will." The drive back to the coast passed mostly in silence. Not strained silence. Integration. The kind that follows an event too morally significant to be immediately discussed into neat conclusions. The light had grown richer by then, falling gold across hedges and fields. Long shadows lay under trees. Once or twice Grace glanced at Liam and found him looking out the window with a face so composed it told her nothing, and yet she felt his inward life beside her like another presence in the car. At last, when the road had narrowed again and the village lay perhaps 20 minutes ahead, she said, "She didn't hate you." "No," he said softly. "She could have." "Yes. But she didn't." He turned toward her then. "No." Grace drove a little further before saying, "I think she understood more than she had language for. She is her mother's daughter in that respect." Grace smiled faintly. "And perhaps her own daughter's mother in it too." The car moved through a stand of trees where the light broke into shifting gold and green. Grace felt strangely lightened, though the day had held difficulty enough. Something buried had entered speech and not destroyed anyone. It had complicated them, yes. But complication no longer felt like threat. It felt like life refusing to remain falsely simple. When the house finally came into view at the end of the lane, sun resting warmly on its windows, Grace felt a kind of homecoming more intense than when she had first arrived. Not because the mystery was solved, but because it had now widened to include not only her, Liam, and the dead, but the living family too. The house no longer held only hidden tenderness. It held acknowledged connection. They carried the box inside. In the drawing room, the late light had become honey-colored and low. Dust moved through it like slow thought. Grace set the letters carefully on the table and went at once to open the garden doors. Evening entered carrying roses and cooling air. For a while neither of them spoke. Then Liam said, "You were brave today." Grace turned. "I was terrified." Bravery and terror are often neighbors. She came back into the room and stood a few feet from him, the warm air moving softly between them from the garden. "My mother told me to be careful." His expression changed slightly. "A sensible instruction." "Yes." Grace held his gaze. "But she didn't tell me not to feel." The silence that followed was quiet and full. Liam drew in a slow breath. "No." Grace moved a little closer. Everything about the moment remained consistent with the house, with the letters, with the slow sequence her grandmother had trusted. Nothing rushed. Nothing dramatic announced itself. There was only the evening light, the open doors, the scent of roses, the letters on the table, and two people who had already told each other the truth in smaller ways and now stood within its consequence. When Liam lifted his hand this time, it was to touch the brooch at her collar first, very lightly, as though acknowledging not the object alone but all it had carried across time. Then his fingers rested briefly against the side of her neck. Grace felt the tenderness of the gesture all the way through her. She looked up at him. There was no question in his face now. Only care, restraint, and a quiet certainty that this moment, too, had arrived in the honest shape. When he kissed her, it was gentle enough that it seemed to belong first to stillness and only then to touch. Grace closed her eyes. The kiss carried no haste, no attempt to claim more than was right. It was almost astonishingly calm, and because of that calm it seemed to gather everything that had led them here. The house. The letters. The cove. Her mother's living room. The years hidden beneath visible life. The moral weather shaped by one great devotion and now, somehow, opening into gentler form. When they parted, neither moved away immediately. The light in the room had deepened around them. Outside, the first evening shadows had begun to gather in the garden path toward the summer house. Liam rested his forehead lightly against hers for the briefest moment, a gesture so intimate and unforced that Grace felt it more deeply than the kiss itself. "This," he said very quietly, "must be cared for." "Yes," Grace answered. There was nothing else to say that would not have made the moment smaller. Later, when the first stars had begun appearing beyond the darkening trees and the sea's hush had grown more audible through the open doors, Grace would think that the house had not merely learned their footsteps after all. It had led them, patiently and without spectacle, until they could walk honestly within it. And that evening, with the letters waiting still, with truths now spoken across generations, and with tenderness finally allowed to live in the present, the old rooms seemed to breathe more freely than they had in years. Chapter 7, The Evening Book of Tides. The house seemed altered by the kiss, though nothing visible had changed. The lamps were not yet lit. The letters still lay where Grace had left them on the drawing room table. The garden beyond the open doors breathed its mingled fragrance of cooling roses and lavender. The summer house stood at the far edge of evening like a patient witness, its pale walls already drifting towards shadow. And yet the air within the rooms had shifted into a new register, one so subtle it could not have been named by anyone who had not stood inside it. A quietness once shaped by waiting now held recognition. The old house, which had listened so long to restrained truths, seemed to understand that something within it had passed from possibility into presence. Grace did not step back immediately. Neither did Liam. For a few moments they remained in that small, luminous stillness that follows the first honest crossing of a threshold too delicate to be entered badly. She could feel the warmth of his hand still near the brooch at her collar, could feel the after-impression of his mouth with almost unbearable clarity, and beneath those things could feel something steadier and deeper than surprise. Not certainty about the future. Something better. A sense of rightness that did not erase complexity, but held it without fear. At length Liam lowered his hand. His gaze remained on her face, open in a way she had not seen before, as though the act of tenderness had not emboldened him into ease so much as rendered him more defenselessly truthful. Grace drew in a slow breath. "I thought," she said quietly, "that if this happened it would feel more impossible than it does." A faint, thoughtful expression touched his face. "It feels impossible to me in some ways." She smiled a little. "That isn't quite what I meant." "No." He gave the smallest answering smile. "I know." The room held the edge of evening around them. Outside, a blackbird gave one final run of song from the hedge, then fell silent. Somewhere beyond the trees, the sea moved in its calm, repetitive breath. Grace looked past him, toward the letters on the table. "We haven't finished," she said. Liam followed her gaze. "No. There are still pages we haven't read. And I keep thinking my grandmother arranged all this with too much care for there not to be one more turn in it." "Probably." His tone carried a trace of dry warmth. She disliked endings that arrived before every necessary atmosphere had been established. Grace laughed softly, and the laughter released something in both of them. It allowed the moment to settle not into embarrassment or unnecessary solemnity, but into the fabric of the evening, where it seemed already to belong. She moved toward the table. Liam came with her, though not too near. The distance between them now had its own changed quality. It no longer felt like separation. It felt like space inhabited jointly. The remaining bundle of letters lay beside Liam's notebook and the diary from the summerhouse drawer. The sight of them grounded Grace. Whatever had awakened between her and Liam did not float free of context. It had emerged precisely because the past had been allowed to speak with full moral texture. If they were to continue honestly, the past deserved nothing less than completion. She untied the final ribbon. These letters were fewer and dated later than many of the others. The handwriting in both hers and Liam's had become sparer by then, less inclined toward elaboration, perhaps because the years had trained feeling into a more distilled form. Grace sensed at once that these pages belonged to the period when Eleanor Ashcombe's health was declining and time had begun to narrow into more precious measures. She opened the first. "My dear heart. The doctor persists in talking as though fatigue were a negotiable misunderstanding between body and will. I continue, for form's sake, to let him believe I am persuaded by this. In reality I am learning a new grammar of slowness. The house assists by making all unnecessary haste feel vulgar." Grace smiled faintly. That line was so exactly her grandmother that for a moment she could almost hear the older woman's voice, dry and composed and quietly amused even at the body's betrayals. "I find that illness has one useful effect, which is that it strips conversation of all appetite for pretense. One grows too tired to perform acceptable versions of one's life. This has made me think about truth and sequence, about what must be said to whom and when, and whether hidden things have a moral claim upon the future if they have shaped too much of the past to remain entirely buried. Grace slowed her reading. Liam had gone still beside her. I do not mean that every tenderness deserves publication. God spare us from people who confuse sincerity with disclosure. But some private histories alter other lives invisibly, and if those lives are ever to understand themselves fully, they may need not all the details, but the true weather. Grace lowered the letter slightly. That's it, she said softly. That's what she was doing. Yes, Liam replied. His voice was low, almost inward. She had begun thinking very seriously about what, if anything, ought to outlive us. Grace resumed. She worried over Grace more than over any property. Not because property is unimportant, but because she feared that a life built too entirely on function might one day mistake survival for depth. That sentence felt almost indecently exacting when she spoke it aloud, yet I think she is right to worry. Grace has a deep nature and an orderly one. Such natures are often in danger of being tidily exiled from their own intensity. Grace stopped. The letter trembled only slightly in her hand. Liam watched her face with immediate attention. I'm sorry, he said quietly. I had forgotten that line. She shook her head, though her throat had tightened. Don't be. It isn't cruel. Only uncomfortably accurate. The evening light had dimmed further. Liam moved to light the lamps without asking, returning the room to that softened amber they had already come to associate with truth spoken carefully. When he sat again, Grace could feel the tenderness in his presence almost like warmth from a nearby fire. It steadied her enough to continue. I do not say this because I imagine we may somehow remedy each other after my death. I am too old for arranging sentimental futures. I say it only because I have begun to suspect that the same capacity that allowed Grace to receive me without forcing explanations may someday make her able to receive you too, if life proves stranger and kinder than our generation was taught to expect. Grace's breath caught. She looked up. Liam's face had changed in a way that made him appear, for a moment, almost defenseless. She wrote that, he said. Grace handed him the page silently. He read the lines himself, once, and then again more slowly. When he lowered the paper, his expression held no simple emotion. Not grief. Not relief. Something far more difficult and intimate than either. The look of a man discovering that another person had known him even more fully than he had allowed himself to believe. She never showed me this letter, he said. It's not addressed? Liam glanced at the top of the page. No. It must have remained unsent. Grace looked at the bundle. Then perhaps these aren't letters exactly. He nodded slowly. Some may have been drafts. Or pages she chose to keep rather than send. The distinction mattered. It changed the room. Sent letters belonged to a shared history. Unsent ones belonged to the secret workshop of the heart, where truth was tried out before being entrusted to another. To read them now felt even more intimate, and yet Grace could not believe her grandmother would have objected. Not if she had chosen to preserve them among the final things. She selected another page. This one began without address as well. It is a curious thing to discover, so late, that I am less troubled by death than by the possibility of leaving people arranged too neatly in one another's minds. We do this constantly to the living and then call a tribute to the dead. I have no desire to become a beautifully reduced version of myself in Grace's memory, nor in Anna's. If I was dutiful, let it be known I was also hungry. If I was composed, let it be known I loved with some ferocity under the surface. If I was loyal to my family, let it also be known that my deepest loyalty lay elsewhere and shaped all lesser fidelities after it. Grace felt the words move through the room almost physically. Liam leaned back slightly in his chair, his gaze unfixed, as though memory were not presenting him with images now but with the inward stance of the woman who wrote these lines. Grace understood. This was not simply her grandmother's hidden tenderness. It was her self-knowledge. Her refusal, at the end, to let even death simplify her into the form others found easiest to carry. Another page. I have been thinking with increasing stubbornness that houses are judged too often by architecture and too little by the kind of truth they have been made to shelter. A grand house that teaches people to perform is a poor dwelling. A modest room in which one may speak honestly is richer by half than any drawing room polished for social lies. The summer house, for all its drafts and absurd shelves, has been the best room of my life because it required no one there to become legible at the expense of being real. Grace looked toward the garden doors instinctively, toward the path that vanished into evening at the place where the summer house stood unseen now in shadow. A pulse of gratitude moved through her, not only for the room itself, but for the whole patient structure of sequence her grandmother had prepared. Atmosphere first. Then letters. Then witness. Then the truth of the present allowed to arrive without being torn from context. It was the best room of my life too, Liam said quietly. Grace turned to him. The sentence was offered simply, without self-consciousness. That simplicity made it all the more moving. She reached out before deciding to and placed her hand lightly over his where it rested on the arm of the chair. He did not startle. He only turned his hand and closed his fingers gently around hers. They read on in the warming lamp glow. Some pages were reflections on pain, fatigue, and memory. Some were smaller observations saved from late life. The smell of rain through the cracked summerhouse pane, Eleanor Vale's impatience with euphemism, Anna's tendency to straighten objects when emotionally cornered, Grace's childhood manner of asking severe metaphysical questions while holding shells or stones as if they were evidence. Grace smiled at several of these and once had to stop entirely because laughter had risen so suddenly through tears that she could not manage both at once. Liam watched her with quiet concern and affection. I think, Grace said when she could speak again, that she would be pleased to know her final revenge on silence is so thorough. Revenge? He smiled slightly. Yes. Not bitter revenge. Something more elegant. Like arranging all the furniture in someone's mind while they sleep. He laughed then, softly and fully, and the sound ran through her like a warm current. She had heard only brief pieces of his laughter until now. Here, in the drawing room at evening, with her grandmother's unsent pages between them, the sound felt intimate and profoundly alive. The remaining pages did, at last, begin to move towards something like closure. One unsent note, dated only weeks before Eleanor Ashcombe's death, read: If Grace returns and finds him before the house has entirely forgotten how to hold us, then I ask only that neither of them be frightened by the degree to which truth may continue in forms we did not plan. There is nothing disloyal in life making use of the love that taught it its deepest grammar. Grace read this twice in silence before handing it to Liam. He read it with great care. When he looked up again, his eyes were darker than before, not with distress but with emotion carried close and carefully. She was giving permission, Grace said softly. Yes. To us. Yes. The room went very still. Grace became acutely aware of his hands still holding hers. Of the lamplight on the polished wood of the table. Of the faint movement of the curtain at the open doors as evening air entered from the garden. Of the enormous tenderness of being granted, by the dead, neither command nor burden but permission. No one spoke for some time. At length Grace said, "I didn't know permission could feel like grief and relief at once." Liam's thumb moved once, lightly, across her knuckles. "Many truthful things do." They did not read further after that. The evening had deepened fully, and the emotional atmosphere of the room had become too dense for more pages to be taken in honestly. Grace gathered the unsent notes carefully, placing them in sleeves before returning them to the box. Liam helped with the deliberate attentiveness that now seemed woven into their shared rituals. When the papers were at last put away, the room felt both emptied and more complete. "We should eat," Grace said, though the words came almost absently, as if she had only just remembered the body. "Yes," Liam replied. "Though I warn you, my contributions to domestic life have historically leaned toward bread, soup, and apology." Grace smiled. A promising range. They moved into the kitchen. Night had entered the windows completely now, turning the panes into dark mirrors that reflected the lamp and the pale dishware on the shelves. Grace found onions, potatoes, herbs, and a piece of white fish wrapped in paper in the cool pantry. Liam discovered lentils, garlic, and a loaf half used from the morning. Together, with the ease that seems impossible until it has happened, they began making supper. It was the most ordinary thing they had done yet, and perhaps because of that it felt nearly sacred. Grace chopped onions while Liam sliced bread and washed herbs at the sink. They moved around each other in a kitchen once inhabited by her grandmother's quiet competence, in a house that had taught generations to carry feeling under their breath, and yet their shared work now contained no concealment. Not display, not flamboyant intimacy, simply the calm practical choreography of two people whose lives had begun to turn, gently but undeniably, toward one another. At one point Liam reached past her for the salt, his sleeve brushing her arm. Neither apologized. The contact settled into the flow of the evening like something already natural. Grace looked up from the pot she was stirring. "You were right. About? Soup does improve upheaval." A warmer expression came into his face. "I had hoped it might." The meal, when they carried it into the drawing room on trays, was simple and unexpectedly good. They ate with the garden doors still open to the night, the air now cool enough that Grace had brought a shawl for her shoulders. The sea was louder at night, or perhaps the darkness made its hush more audible. Crickets had begun somewhere near the wall. Once, from far across the fields, came the lonely but not unhappy sound of a dog barking. After supper they did not return immediately to the letters. Instead Grace went to the piano she had noticed on her first day but never opened. It stood in the far corner beneath a framed sketch of the sea in winter, its wood dark and slightly dulled by time. She lifted the lid and touched one key lightly. The note rang faintly and held. "I had forgotten this was here," she said. Liam looked over from his chair. "Your grandmother played when she wanted to think without language." Grace sat on the bench. "Did she play well?" "Beautifully. Not brilliantly. Better than brilliance." She smiled at that and laid her fingers uncertainly on the keys. She had taken lessons as a child, enough to move through simple pieces with competence, though not grace. Now, in the warm lamp glow, with the night garden breathing beyond the open doors and Liam watching with no trace of demand in his face, she found a small unfinished melody from memory and played it haltingly. The notes entered the room with a kind of tentative dignity. When she stopped, Liam said, "I know that one." "Of course you do." Eleanor used to leave it unresolved on purpose. She said certain melodies should not be forced into completion if evening was doing the work better. Grace laughed softly. She had a philosophy for everything. Yes. Especially moods. She played the melody again, this time letting the last chord remain open and suspended. The sound drifted into the room, into the garden, perhaps even toward the summer house, where all the old rooms of truth had once begun their long patient work. When she turned on the bench to look back at him, Liam's expression had changed. Not visibly enough that a stranger would have noticed. But Grace saw at once the tenderness in it, and the recognition, and something else too, the ache of continuity, the way the dead can remain present not as burden but as atmosphere when the living allow themselves to receive rather than resist it. "I'm glad," she said quietly, "that you stayed." The words were simple, but she knew he would hear their full meaning. He did. "So am I," he answered. Night deepened around them. By 10 o'clock the air had cooled enough that they shut the garden doors and lit a second lamp near the sofa. The room grew more enclosed, more intimate. The house no longer felt vast and mysterious but inhabited, gathered around them in concentric rings of quiet. Grace brought out the final pages from Liam's notebook, the ones near the back she had not yet read. These entries were later than the others, written after Eleanor Ashcombe's death. She had put them aside before because the day had already held too much. Now, with the house calm and supper done and the first truth between them no longer fragile in the same way, she felt ready. She opened to the first of the final pages. The handwriting was unmistakably Liam's but looser than elsewhere, less controlled. The date was 2 weeks after Eleanor's death. "The house is quieter now, but not empty. I had prepared myself for emptiness and find instead a different burden, which is presence altered rather than removed. Rooms keep her by habit. The summer house still expects the door to open at 4. The chair near the drawing room window seems perpetually on the verge of conversation. I begin to understand that grief, in houses, is not the absence of what was loved but the continued arrangement of everything around its no longer arriving." Grace read more slowly. "I have promised to help maintain the place until it passes properly to Grace, if she ever chooses to claim it. I do not know whether this promise is wise. Wisdom has become an increasingly tired standard by which to measure love's afterlives. I only know that leaving the house unattended would feel like a second abandonment and I am not equal to that." Grace looked up at him. He sat with his head slightly bowed, hands loosely joined, receiving his own words as if from a distance. "There is more," she said softly. He nodded once. She turned the page. Another entry, months later. "Grace came this week at age 10, all solemnity and sea wind, and asked why the house always sounds as if it is listening. I told her old houses listen because they have survived enough human nonsense to become selective. She found this satisfactory. Later, when she was collecting glass on the shore, I had the absurd impression that Eleanor would have loved this exact angle of afternoon, this child bending over stones, this continuity not as replacement but as proof that tenderness can survive in forms it never predicted." Grace had to stop for a moment after reading that. The lamp glow blurred. "It was you," she said again, though there was no longer surprise in the recognition. "Only wonder." "Yes. How did no one tell me?" "They would have had to know what to tell." Grace breathed through the sudden sting behind her eyes and turned another page. This entry was years later still, written in a steadier hand again. "Anna telephoned today. Practical matter only. Water damage in the flat." Yet there was strain in her voice that reminded me so sharply of Eleanor's younger self under pressure that for a moment I could not answer with the necessary neutrality. I wonder increasingly whether the hidden moral weather of one generation passes into the next not by explanation but by tone, by the way certain daughters apologize for needing, by the way certain granddaughters look at corners as if expecting the truth to be stored there. Grace lowered the notebook very slowly. The sentence seemed to speak not only to the past but directly into the present room. There were only 2 entries left. The penultimate one was written on the day Eleanor Ashcombe had left the house to Grace formally through the solicitor. She has done it. The house will be Grace's if Grace wants it. Eleanor says this is not inheritance but invitation, and I think she is right. An inheritance says keep. An invitation says listen. She believes Grace may someday make of this place something less burdened by concealment than we were allowed. I do not let myself imagine more, because imagination has often been the instrument by which I escaped reality rather than served it. And yet. Grace read the final 2 words twice. And yet. The last entry was undated. If she returns, I hope the house is gentle with her. If she does not, then perhaps its silence will remain the last honest thing we made here. If she does, then everything depends upon sequence, patience, and whether truth can be trusted not to arrive only as grief. I am too old to ask life for symmetry. I ask only that what has been real may continue somehow in reality. Grace closed the notebook. The room was very quiet. Liam had not moved while she read. When she looked at him, she saw in his face the whole difficult tenderness of a man who had not expected continuation and yet had prepared himself, in the most cautious language available to him, not to refuse it if it arrived. I think, Grace said after a while, that the house has been extraordinarily gentle with me. His expression shifted with relief and feeling so close to the surface that she felt it like a change in pressure between them. Yes, he said. I think it has. Grace rose from the piano bench and came to stand near his chair. There was no uncertainty in the motion now, only the awareness that stillness can contain movement just as truth can contain fear without yielding to it. Liam looked up at her. She touched the back of his chair lightly first, then his shoulder, giving him time to refuse if he wished. He did not. When she leaned down, he met her halfway, and the second kiss was different from the first. Still gentle, still careful, but less astonished by its own existence. It carried more warmth, more willing recognition, and the beginning of that quiet deepening by which tenderness becomes not merely admitted but inhabited. When they parted, Grace rested her forehead briefly against his temple. We are very slow, she murmured. Yes, he said, the trace of laughter beneath the word warming it. It may save us. She smiled and straightened. The clock in the hall, which did keep time unlike the stopped one in the kitchen, struck 11 in a soft muted sequence. The sound reminded them both at once of the hour, of propriety, of fatigue, of the body's eventual claims after a day so full of inward movement. Liam rose. I should go. The words carried no reluctance as performance, yet Grace felt the quiet ache beneath them. Yes. He hesitated then, looking toward the dark garden beyond the closed doors and back to her. Tomorrow, he said, and this time it was not a promise simply to return for another day of investigation. It meant more. Grace heard all of it. Tomorrow, she answered. At the door he paused. The hallway lamp caught the silver threads at his temples. The house seemed gathered around them, each room holding its own layer of the story now almost fully told. There is something else, he said. Grace waited. In the village records office there may be one remaining thing. Eleanor once mentioned a packet of formal correspondence your grandmother chose not to keep in the house because it belonged more to family history than private feeling. It concerned the property and certain objections raised years ago. I don't know whether it matters still. But if we are to finish honestly, we should look. Grace nodded. Tomorrow then. Yes. He looked at her once more in that grave, unmistakably tender way that now seemed part of the house's atmosphere as much as the lamp glow and polished banister. Then he left. Grace stood in the doorway listening to his steps fade down the path. The night beyond the threshold had grown velvety and deep. The roses had become dark fragrant shapes. A breeze moved lightly through the hedge. Somewhere beyond the village, beyond the lane, beyond even the reach of the sea's hush, the world continued in all its unknowable ordinary ways. Yet here, at the edge of the old house, something had become profoundly simple. Not easy. Simple. Truth, once received with enough care, did not require performance to feel immense. She closed the door softly and went upstairs. In the front bedroom she undressed slowly and set the wild rose brooch back in its velvet case. For a long moment she held it in her palm. The moonstone caught the lamplight with the same inward glow as before. The brooch no longer felt solely like her grandmother's object. It felt like a symbol of continuity in the most tender sense, not inheritance of possession but inheritance of permission. Before sleeping, Grace opened the diary again to the page she had read earlier in the summer house. The question is not only what happened between Liam and me. The question is what remained because of it. Now, lying in bed with the sea breathing faintly beyond the trees and the house listening around her, Grace thought she understood that sentence more fully than before. What remained was not only letters. Not only a hidden love finally restored to truth. What remained was a grammar of feeling. A way of choosing honesty over legibility. A room. A house. A moral weather. Practical acts of care that had shaped the living without their knowledge. And now, impossibly gentle and yet entirely real, what remained was also this new tenderness moving between herself and Liam, not as betrayal of the past but as the continuation of its deepest lesson. She extinguished the lamp. Darkness settled around the room in soft layers. Far below, the house gave one quiet creak, almost like the shift of someone turning in sleep. Grace smiled faintly in the dark. The old house had learned their footsteps. And somewhere within its patient walls, its long listening silence, and its rooms once shaped by waiting, it seemed to be making space for joy. Chapter 8, The Records of What Was Refused. Morning came with rain. It was the kind that did not begin dramatically but arrived as a fine gray persistence over roof and garden, so soft at first that Grace only became aware of it by the altered quality of light in the room. The front bedroom, which in recent days had woken gold or silver or washed pale by sea brightness, now held a gentler dimness. The windows were blurred with moving drops. The roses beyond were deeper in color, their petals darkened by water, their edges softened into the kind of beauty rain gives flowers when it teaches them weight. Grace lay awake for some time before rising. The house sounded different in rain. More inward. The old boards and beams received the weather with a quiet, complex music. Water moved along the gutters in faint channels. Somewhere at the back of the house a drop fell rhythmically onto stone. The sea, usually a low hush beyond the trees, was less audible now, as if rain had drawn a sheer curtain between inland and shore. Everything felt more enclosed, yet not closed. The day did not seem diminished by weather. It seemed deepened. She turned her head toward the chair where she had laid her clothes the night before. The silver wild rose brooch rested on the folded cardigan she intended to wear, pale against the darker wool. For a moment she only looked at it. The previous evening remained with her not as a sequence of events but as a sustained atmosphere. The letters. The lamplight. Liam's notebook in her hands. The second kiss, which had seemed somehow less like a beginning than like an acknowledgement of something already alive and waiting to be named properly. The feeling of being granted, by her grandmother's careful dead wisdom, permission rather than burden. The rain suited all of it. It made the house feel less like a stage upon which revelations occurred and more like what it had always truly been, a dwelling made by long habit to shelter inner weather. If summer light had revealed, rain invited reflection. Grace rose and dressed slowly. This morning she did not pin on the wild rose brooch at once. Instead she slipped it into her cardigan pocket, close enough to feel its weight without displaying it. She did not quite know why. Perhaps because the day ahead would be more outwardly practical than inward. The records office. Formal correspondence. Property objections. The part of the story that belonged less to tenderness than to what had once stood against it in respectable language and official ink. The house had given her love and its private grammar. Today, perhaps, the world would show her the shape of what had refused it. Downstairs, the kitchen windows held a blurred watercolor version of the garden. The panes were silver with rain. Lavender bent and lifted under droplets. The summer house stood still as a sketch in softened greens and grays. Grace lit the kettle and found herself moving more quietly than usual, matching the weather. Even the ordinary acts of making coffee, slicing bread, and setting out 2 cups seemed gentler in rain, as though sound itself had grown more absorbent. She was spreading blackberry jam when she heard footsteps not on the path this time but on wet gravel in the lane, slower than usual because of the weather. A moment later there came a knock at the front door rather than the back. Grace crossed the hallway and opened it. Liam stood under a dark umbrella, rain beating on the shoulders of his coat despite the shelter. The lane behind him gleamed faintly. The hedge held drops like glass beads. For one suspended second the scene seemed almost impossibly composed, the old house, the rain, Liam in the doorway, and the sense that the day had already begun exactly as it ought to. "Good morning," he said. The warmth that moved through her was immediate and calm. "You came to the wrong door." He looked past her toward the kitchen and then back, rain still purling at the edge of the umbrella. "I thought in this weather propriety might appreciate an effort." Grace smiled and stepped aside. Propriety has been losing steadily for days. He folded the umbrella outside and entered, bringing with him the clean wet scent of rain and cold air. She took his coat when he slipped it off, and for a moment the small intimacy of receiving damp wool from his shoulders felt almost more domestic than anything yet. The house, with all its history of hidden truth, seemed quietly unsurprised by the scene. In the kitchen he rubbed his hands once against the lingering chill and looked out through the rain-filmed window. "The records office will be open," he said. "Thomas sent word through Eleanor this morning. Apparently the roof there leaks only over the newspapers and never over anything useful, which he regards as evidence of providence." Grace laughed softly. "I'm glad the village distinguishes between useful and not." "Oh," very sharply. She poured him coffee. They stood by the table rather than sitting at once, listening for a moment to the rain. "It feels like a day for old ledgers," Grace said. Liam glanced at her. "Not a sentence I would have predicted hearing from you a week ago." "A week ago I was living in a flat full of neutral furniture and answering emails I already resented before opening them. And now?" Grace looked around the kitchen, at the bowl of stones, the pale cupboard paint, the rain on the roses, the second cup warming Liam's hands. "Now I suspect I had mistaken tidiness for peace." Something in his face softened. "That is not an uncommon mistake." They ate only a little. The weather made hunger less urgent than warmth. By 9:30 they had gathered what they needed. The house keys, Grace's notebook, one folder of copied letters for comparison if dates or names arose, and the practical determination to follow the final threads of the mystery where they led. The mood between them this morning was different from the previous days. Not less tender. If anything, more so. But the tenderness had settled into the structure of their companionship rather than hovering at its edge. It no longer startled the air. It lived in it. They drove to the village because the rain had turned the lane muddy in places. The wipers moved in steady arcs across the windshield. Cottages appeared and vanished in softened outlines behind hedges and wet stone walls. The churchyard grass had gone almost emerald under the rain. Eleanor Vale's cottage windows glowed faintly with morning lamplight, and for a moment Grace imagined the older woman inside with tea, books, and the satisfaction of knowing the past was continuing to unfold precisely as inconveniently and truthfully as she had always preferred. The records office occupied 2 rooms behind what had once been the old parish hall, a building that had clearly been repaired in stages by men of varying competence over decades. Rain tapped at the high windows. The door stuck before giving way with a sound of damp wood, reluctant to admit anyone too quickly. Inside, the air smelled of paper, dust, linseed polish, and a trace of mildew that no amount of dignity could entirely disguise. Thomas Crewe was there already, spectacles low on his nose, sorting through a stack of tied bundles with the concentration of a man who regarded disorder not as inconvenience but as insult. He looked up when they entered. "Excellent," he said. "Rain is ideal for archives. It discourages sentimentality and unnecessary loitering." "Good morning to you too," Liam replied. Thomas waved this aside as insufficiently efficient. "I found the family correspondence relating to the Ashcombe estate and certain objections lodged informally and then formally over a period of years. Most of it is dreary, which means some of it may matter very much." He eyed Grace more closely. "You look less bewildered than on your first day here." "I've had practice." "So has the house." He led them to a long wooden table beneath the least leaky part of the ceiling and laid out 3 bundles, each tied with different colored tape and labeled in an old, severe hand. "Estate matters. Personal representation. Settlement queries." Grace felt a strange tightening in her chest. The titles looked so dry. So administrative. Yet she had already learned that whole lives could be hidden in ordinary headings, and that the most devastating refusals often arrived in language polished of all apparent cruelty. Thomas placed one more file beside the others. "This one is less official," he said. "It contains letters sent to the family solicitor that were copied and retained because the solicitor was vain and believed posterity would admire his diligence." "Posterity rarely deserves him," Liam murmured. "True. But in this case vanity may be useful." Rain moved steadily over the roof. The room's single lamp cast a muted yellow circle across the table. Outside, the world had dissolved into softened gray. Inside, paper seemed to hold its own weather, dry and preserved and faintly stern. Grace opened the first bundle. Estate matters contained exactly what it claimed. Land boundaries, repairs, small financial disputes, references to inheritance anxieties and the condition of stone walls no one had loved enough to maintain before requiring them as evidence in some larger argument. The names of relatives appeared repeatedly, many half familiar from family stories told in tones of mild exhaustion. At first glance it seemed as dull as Thomas had promised. Then, midway through, Grace found a letter marked confidential. It was from the family solicitor to Eleanor Ashcombe's elder brother, written many years earlier. The tone was professional to the point of stiffness. "In response to your concern that continued association between Miss Ashcombe and Mr. Liam Mercer may create future complications in relation to property expectations, reputation, and the practical management of the house, I must emphasize that no formal claim exists and none can be inferred from acquaintance or correspondence alone. However, should Miss Ashcombe's intentions regarding residence, marriage, or household continuity become inconsistent with the family's understanding of the estate's future, timely clarification would be prudent." Grace read the paragraph twice. The words were dry enough to pass as caution. Yet beneath them she could hear the moral structure plainly. Reputation. property expectations, household continuity. The whole apparatus by which love had been made to appear troublesome not because it was dishonorable, but because it threatened neat inheritance of space and role. She passed the paper silently to Liam. His face did not visibly harden, but something in the stillness of it changed. "So they were discussing us with solicitors," he said quietly. Thomas, who had the tact to look elsewhere while remaining fully available to overhear, muttered, "Families do prefer bureaucracy when feelings become inconvenient." Grace turned to another document in the same file. This one was handwritten by one of her great-aunts, a woman remembered in family lore primarily for arranging flowers and destroying moods. The letter, addressed to the solicitor but clearly intended to circulate among the family, was phrased with exquisite civility. It would be a profound mistake to indulge Eleanor's present attachment beyond what friendship and charitable regard already allow. Mr. Mercer is an intelligent man and perhaps not unsuitable an abstract character, yet abstraction does not govern houses, nor does sentiment maintain lineages. One cannot hand old responsibilities to youthful intensity and expect anything but eventual disorder. Grace lowered the page slowly. There it was again. Not hatred. Not even explicit cruelty. Only the complete inability to imagine that truth might matter more than arrangement. Abstraction does not govern houses, she repeated under her breath. Liam's expression had gone very calm in that particular way she was beginning to recognize as the edge of old hurt held with dignity. "No," he said. "But apparently aunts wished to." Grace looked at him, and in that moment felt more sharply than before the long years in which his exclusion had been framed as prudence, as civility, as the defense of structure. It seemed almost unbearable that a devotion so alive, so ethical in its tenderness, had once been treated as a complication in estate management. She reached under the table and touched his hand briefly. The gesture was small and unseen by Thomas, who was pretending to study a register at the far end of the room. Liam turned his hand at once and pressed her fingers once, lightly, then let go. The exchange steadied them both. The second bundle, personal representation, proved more revealing still. There were notes about how Eleanor Ashcombe ought to be spoken of in village contexts, which invitations she should accept to reduce the appearance of seclusion, and one particularly painful memorandum suggesting that prolonged intimacy with Mr. Mercer might encourage public misreading unless he were tactfully redirected toward London or scholarly work elsewhere. Grace felt her cheeks heat with anger reading that. Such language did not openly forbid. It merely managed, redirected, interpreted, and thereby shaped lives while preserving everyone's self-image as reasonable. One copied letter from the solicitor to Liam's father stopped her entirely. "Sir, I write only in confidence and at the family's request, as it is understood that Mr. Liam Mercer's good sense exceeds his present willingness to exercise it fully. There is concern that continued private understanding between your son and Miss Ashcombe may lead to disappointment on both sides if not gently moderated. The Ashcombe family's expectations for Miss Ashcombe remain bound to long-standing domestic and estate realities, and it would be kinder to all concerned if her future were not complicated by hopes unlikely to receive full assent." Grace read the lines aloud only in part before she could not continue. "Your father saw this?" she asked. "Yes." "What did he do?" Liam looked down at the table. Rain tapped faintly at the windows. "He never showed it to me. I found it among his papers after he died." Grace felt the room contract. "He let them write to him like that and said nothing?" "He said plenty, I suspect. My father was not a man who wrote every objection down for others to preserve. But he also believed that time and professional achievement would solve what he did not wish to fight directly." Liam's tone held no bitterness toward the dead man, only the tired clarity of long reflection. He underestimated how much damage can be done by moderation in the wrong places. Grace sat very still. The sentence seemed to illuminate not only this file but whole inherited patterns of living. Moderation in the wrong places. Civility where courage was required. Delay mistaken for prudence until delay had become its own architecture. She turned to the third bundle. Settlement queries contained later correspondence, from years after any formal question of marriage should have been considered moot. Yet the papers revealed something else: ongoing concern over Eleanor Ashcombe's control of the house, anxieties about what might happen if she altered the estate in ways the family did not expect, references to Liam as the continuing external influence in matters of repair, tenancy, and rural management. External influence. Grace nearly laughed, though there was no humor in it. He kept the place standing through half those years, she said. Yes, Liam answered. And they called you external. That too, he said, and now she heard a thin thread of irony in his voice at last. Further in, she found what must have been the last formal objection ever raised. It came from a cousin she barely remembered, one of the polished men who had attended funerals looking as if they were thinking chiefly of upholstery and tax implications. Should Miss Ashcombe make any irregular provision in respect of Mr. Mercer, whether by residence, trusteeship, or implied domestic claim, it may invite unfortunate interpretation after her death. Discretion is urged. Grace put the paper down. The rain filled the silence that followed. Thomas Crewe took off his spectacles and polished them slowly. There it is then, he said. The whole glorious small-minded architecture. Grace looked at him. And everyone let it continue? Thomas replaced the spectacles. Not everyone. Eleanor Vale nearly removed 3 of them from this world through words alone. Your grandmother resisted more than they appreciated. Mr. Mercer remained. Those are not small acts. But respectable pressure has a way of making itself seem like weather rather than decision. Grace looked at Liam. He was not reading now. He was simply sitting very still, hands folded loosely, gaze lowered to the stack of papers as if seeing not them but the years behind them. What did you feel, Grace asked softly, when you first knew the family saw you this way? He did not answer at once. When he did, his voice was calm, almost too calm. You must understand that by the time I saw most of these pages, I had already lived the reality they were trying to produce. So the papers did not wound by surprise. They wounded by revealing how methodical the discouragement had been. Grace swallowed. Methodical discouragement. Yes. That was exactly what this was. Not the chaos of open cruelty. The quiet bureaucracy of refusal. She reached for another page in the solicitor's copied file and found, tucked near the back, something unexpected. A letter in Eleanor Ashcombe's hand, unsent but preserved among the papers because the solicitor, vain creature that he was, had kept even the letters she chose not to send when she retrieved earlier drafts. Grace recognized her grandmother's writing at once. To whomever in the family believes that my life can be tactfully rearranged on my behalf. I regret to inform you that I remain inconveniently in possession of my own mind. If the house is to stand, it will stand better for truth than for the elegant distortions by which you hope to preserve your notion of order. Mr. Mercer is no threat to dignity unless one imagines dignity to consist in fear wearing polished shoes. If I do not marry, let no one mistake restraint for absence of will. And if I remain here, let it be understood that I do so not because no life was offered elsewhere, but because every life offered to women arrives attached to obligations not equally shared. Grace's breath caught. There was more. You speak repeatedly of continuity as though it were housed only in names, walls, and respectable appearances. I suggest that continuity worth preserving lies rather in the quality of truth a house can hold without deforming those who live in it. On this matter I trust my own judgment considerably more than yours." The letter ended and signed. Liam had gone motionless beside her. "She wrote that to them?" "It seems she intended to." Thomas's tone held unmistakable admiration. "Whether she sent it or wisely decided that their powers of comprehension would fail before the second paragraph, I cannot say." Grace turned the paper over. On the back, in the solicitor's stiff hand, one note only, "Not dispatched." Miss A preferred alternative wording later. Alternative wording, Grace thought. The phrase seemed almost comic beside the ferocious clarity of the draft. Yet the unsent letter mattered precisely because it preserved what official versions had softened. Here was Eleanor Ashcombe not only loving in secrecy, but thinking with force, fully aware of the structures attempting to reduce her. Grace folded the sheet carefully and looked at Liam. For the first time since they had begun reading, his composure seemed near breaking, though not in outward display. Something in his face had grown too still, too drained of all but essential expression. "You didn't know about this," she said. He shook his head once. "No. She defended you." He met her eyes then. "She defended truth." The answer undid her more than any simpler one would have done. They worked through the remaining papers slowly after that, but the essential shape had been established. The family had not prevented the relationship by one decree. They had managed it, redirected it, pressured it through the machinery of respectability, inheritance anxiety, and careful language until its natural form had nowhere acknowledged to stand. Eleanor and Liam, in response, had not become less true. They had simply been required to live their truth in rooms, margins, and acts of care rather than in the public architecture the family claimed to defend. By noon the rain had not lifted. Thomas closed the final bundle and tied the tape himself, as if the documents deserved the dignity of orderly recontainment after being asked to reveal so much. "Well," he said, "you now possess the official record of what should never have been allowed to count as official. If you are sensible, you will eat something warm and swear moderately at the dead before proceeding with any more revelations." Grace smiled faintly despite the heaviness in her chest. "Is that the village method?" "It is mine," Thomas replied. "The village generally prefers pie." He left them alone for a few moments under the pretense of checking another cabinet. Rain drummed more firmly now on the roof. The records room felt dimmer, closer. Grace turned toward Liam. He was still looking at the tied bundles, not with anger exactly, but with a long, quiet sorrow sharpened now by documentation. "I'm sorry," she said. He exhaled slowly, the breath almost disappearing into the weathered silence around them. "For what?" "For the fact of it. That it was so systematized. That people sat in rooms and discussed your life with her as though it were a drainage issue." His mouth curved very slightly without humor. "A drainage issue at least receives practical attention." Grace could not help it, she laughed, and the laugh came with tears rising too quickly behind it. Liam looked up at once, seeing both. "Oh, Grace." The way he said her name, low and full of care, made the room feel suddenly smaller and more intimate despite the papers and damp wood and Thomas Crewe at the far cabinet pretending not to exist. She shook her head lightly. "I'm fine. Or perhaps not fine. But I'm here." "Yes," he said. "You are." After a moment she asked, "Does it change anything? Knowing the official shape of what stood against you?" He considered this with full seriousness. "It changes the texture of memory. There were times I blamed myself more than I should have, imagining that had I been bolder, or wealthier sooner, or less patient in the wrong ways, everything might have altered. These papers do not erase my failures. But they do reveal the field on which those failures occurred. He looked down at the bundles. One cannot play honestly while pretending the board is level. Grace held that thought in silence. At last Thomas returned and insisted on tea from a kettle so old it appeared to have boiled through several monarchies. They drank standing up in the little side room while rain made the windows nearly opaque. It was there, with chipped mugs warming their hands, that Thomas mentioned one more thing. "Your grandmother deposited a sealed statement with the office years ago," he said, stirring sugar he did not need. "I did not include it because it was marked to be opened only if there was direct challenge after her death, and there never was. But now," he shrugged. "Now it may simply be part of the history." Grace stared at him. "A statement?" "Yes. More formal than the diary pages. Less lovely, I expect. But perhaps useful." He fetched a flat envelope from the cabinet and laid it on the table. The handwriting on the front was again Eleanor Ashcombe's. To be opened only if necessary to defend the dignity of the truth. Grace looked at Liam, then opened it. Inside was a brief, sharply worded statement addressed to no one and everyone at once. It clarified that Eleanor Ashcombe had chosen deliberately to retain Liam Mercer in positions of trust regarding the house, its repairs, and certain family practicalities. It stated that any suggestion of undue influence was false, and that his involvement over the years had been marked by discretion, intelligence, and a moral reliability regrettably uncommon among those more eager to question him than to equal him. Grace actually smiled at that. Then, near the end, came the line that seemed to settle the whole rain-dark day into one undeniable truth. "If I have denied him any visible role in the public story of my life, let it be understood that this denial was forced by circumstance and not by deficiency of worth. In all matters that concern the inward honor of this house, Mr. Mercer has had more claim than most of those who imagine themselves its proper guardians." Grace lowered the statement. No one spoke. Rain moved over the roof and windows, steady as thought. At length Liam said, so quietly she almost did not hear it, "I wish she had not had to write defenses for what should have been plain." Grace folded the page carefully. "Yes." Thomas, perhaps sensing the need for air more than speech, said briskly, "Take copies if you like. Leave originals if you trust me more than mildew. And then go before the lane becomes a stream and forces the whole truth to be rescued by tractor." The practical absurdity of the image broke the heaviness just enough. They copied what mattered and returned the originals to Thomas's keeping, except for one copy of the unsent defiant letter and one of the formal statement, which Grace felt instinctively should come back to the house. Not to weaponize them against the dead, but to complete the record among the rooms that had held all the hidden, gentler truths. By the time they left, the rain had softened again from percussion to veil. The village street shone with puddled light. Stone walls breathed damp. A woman in a yellow raincoat hurried past with bread under one arm and did not glance at them. Somewhere nearby a gate banged once in the wind and then was still. The world continued, as it always did, around revelations that altered lives more than landscapes. They drove back to the house in quiet. Grace held the copied pages in her lap this time, one hand resting over them lightly. Liam kept his eyes on the road ahead. At one point, when the car slowed around a flooded bend, she said, "I understand now why my grandmother left paths and not explanations." He glanced at her briefly. "Why?" "Because explanations are too easily recruited by the same official language that once diminished her. A life like theirs, like yours, needed to be felt in rooms and letters first, or else it could be reduced to dispute and denial before its tenderness had a chance to become undeniable." Rain whispered over the windshield. Liam's face softened. "Yes." Grace looked out at the passing hedges. "And yet I'm glad we know this too." "So am I." The house received them in early afternoon gloom. Rain darkened the stone at the threshold. The entryway smelled faintly of damp wool and old wood, the comforting scent of weather properly met by shelter. Grace hung her coat and set the copied papers on the drawing-room table beside the other discoveries. The room itself seemed dimmer than usual, though warm once the lamps were lit. Outside, the garden had become a softened field of wet green and dark roses. The summerhouse shone faintly where rain had slicked its painted door. Neither of them moved immediately toward the letters or the kettle. Instead, Grace stood by the table looking at the new pages beside the old ones. Liam came to stand opposite her. The contrast felt almost too precise. On one side, the letters, diary pages, ledger notes, and all the private record of a love lived truthfully in narrow rooms. On the other, the official memoranda, solicitors' cautions, family anxieties, and the formal statement of defense that should never have been necessary. Tenderness and bureaucracy. Presence and interpretation. The house's inward honor and the outer world's obsession with arrangement. Grace touched the formal statement lightly. This belongs here. Yes. She wanted the record complete. Yes. Grace looked up at him. Does it help? The question was simple, but not easy. Liam was quiet for a long while before answering. Rain moved softly at the windows. Somewhere in the kitchen a pipe clicked as it adjusted to the weather. At this moment, he said slowly, I do not know whether help is the word. It clarifies. It relieves certain illusions I had about the innocence of delay. It confirms her strength in ways that humble me. It also grieves me, because she should never have had to defend what was noble in terms acceptable to lesser minds. He paused. But yes. Perhaps in time it will help. Truth generally does, once the first shock of shape has passed. Grace came around the table then without deciding to. She stood before him, near enough now that the changed quality of their closeness felt not newly dangerous but deeply natural. The rain, the house, the papers, all seemed to withdraw respectfully to the edges of the moment. She was fierce, Grace said softly. Yes. And patient. Yes. And too courteous for her own good in some seasons. A trace of warmth entered his eyes. Frequently. Grace's mouth curved faintly. Then the smile faded into something more serious. I'm angry for you. His expression changed. No one has said that to me before. They should have. He looked at her with such quiet, startled tenderness that it seemed almost impossible to bear directly. Perhaps, he said. The room held them in stillness. Outside, rain ran in fine lines down the glass. Inside, the dim lamp glow rendered every wooden surface warmer than before. Grace became aware that anger, in this context, was not the opposite of peace. It was part of love's defense. A refusal to let what was beautiful be belittled merely because it had once been confined. She lifted her hand and touched the line of his jaw lightly. It was an instinctive gesture, and yet once made it felt truer than any more deliberate comfort could have been. Liam closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them again, he rested his forehead briefly against hers, just long enough for Grace to feel the contained depth of what moved beneath his calm. Thank you, he said. The words were almost too soft for the room. They spent the rest of the afternoon not reading, but arranging. There were papers now enough that disorder threatened the moral clarity of the whole. Grace brought archive sleeves from the study cupboard. Liam labeled folders in his precise hand, letters sent. Notes unsent. Ledger margins. Diary pages. Estate correspondence. Witness accounts. It might have felt absurd, this careful structuring of an emotional inheritance, had it not seemed exactly the right way to honor both the tenderness and the truth. Her grandmother had believed in sequence. Sequence required preservation. Rain accompanied all of it. At some point Grace lit the fire, though the season hardly required it, simply because damp weather asks for flame even when temperature does not. The small crackle and warmth transformed the drawing room. It became less archival and more inhabited, the documents on the table no longer seeming like artifacts but like members of a gathered conversation. By late afternoon the rain had weakened to an occasional tapping from leaves and eaves. A gray-silver light filled the garden. Liam stood by the mantel reading again the formal statement Eleanor had left for defense if needed. Grace watched his face as he read. When he finished, he placed it carefully in the folder and remained looking at the fire. "What are you thinking?" she asked. "That she gave me more place in this house than I ever allowed myself to believe." He turned toward her. "And that perhaps I gave too much place to those who denied it." Grace looked at the folders on the table, at the restored completeness of the record, at the rain held now only in the shine on the windows. "You remained. That isn't nothing." "No," he smiled faintly, though there was sorrow in it too. "It's just less than what youth once hoped would be enough." Grace crossed to him. The firelight moved warmly across the room. In its glow, with rain withdrawing and evening beginning to gather at the edges of the garden, the house no longer felt burdened by the day's official revelations. It felt strengthened by them, as though the truth had now acquired not only emotional and moral legitimacy, but documentary ground under its feet. She stood close, the folds of her cardigan brushing his coat sleeve. "My grandmother wrote that the question was what remained because of it," Grace said. "Yes. I think one answer is this: that even what was refused did not erase what was real." He looked at her steadily. "No. And another answer," she said, feeling the words arrive with their own calm, "is that we are not required to repeat the old refusals simply because they were once written down in careful language." Something in his face softened into near wonder. "No," he said again, more quietly than before. The fire cracked gently. The room, the rain-washed garden, the folders of letters and records, the whole old house newly complete in its truths, seemed to gather around them in long earned stillness. When he kissed her this time, it carried with it the whole day's knowledge. Not only tenderness, but anger transmuted into protection, grief clarified into understanding, the refusal of old diminishment, and the quiet insistence that what had once been denied no longer needed permission from the dead language of estate caution and family management. Grace answered with equal slowness. Nothing in the kiss felt hurried or salvaged. It felt, instead, like truth making use of its own restored ground. By the time evening deepened and lamps were lit fully against the wet dark outside, the house felt unmistakably changed once more. Not because the mystery was solved in a neat sense. There were still layers of life no archive could ever fully hold. But the essential structure now stood complete. Love had been restored. Opposition named. Witness honored. The living included. Later, over a supper of warm bread, cheese, apples, and the soup left from the night before, Grace said what had been forming quietly in her all afternoon. "When this is over, I don't think the house should go back to being merely inherited." Liam looked up from his bowl. "No?" She shook her head. "It should be lived in. Properly. Not as a museum. Not as a shrine to old sorrow or old restraint. As a house again. One that knows the truth and isn't afraid of it." He regarded her with grave attention. "That sounds like the beginning of a decision." "Perhaps." Grace ran her thumb along the rim of her spoon. "Not all at once. But perhaps. Outside, the rain had stopped entirely. From somewhere beyond the trees, faint now but unmistakable, came the sea again, recovered from behind the weather and breathing steadily in the dusk. The house, no longer only a keeper of hidden things, seemed to listen. Chapter 9, The Room That Chose Morning. The rain had washed the night clean. Grace knew it before she opened her eyes. The house carried weather in its silences, and this silence was different from the rain-held hush of the previous day. It was clearer, wider, as though every pane and rose leaf and stone step had been rinsed of old dust while the world slept. Morning entered the front bedroom with a pale, lucid brightness that made the air itself seem newly arranged. The window was slightly open, and through it came the softened scent of wet earth warming under first light, lavender lifting itself after rain, and the faint mineral freshness that always seemed to follow weather moving out toward the sea. She lay still for a few moments, looking at the ceiling, letting the day gather around her. The previous days had altered the house room by room. Floorboards had opened. Letters had risen from hiding. The summer house had yielded its private grammar. The attic had returned its box of tenderness. The village records had given up their polished refusals. Truth had moved through the old place like light through a long-neglected mirror, clarifying, not destroying. Yet this morning felt different again, not because something remained hidden, but because almost nothing essential did. What remained now was not discovery, but consequence. Grace turned her head toward the chair where she had placed her clothes the night before. The silver wild rose brooch lay atop the folded cardigan again, moonstone pale against wool. Beside it rested one of the folders they had arranged yesterday, labeled in Liam's careful hand, Witness Accounts. The sight of the folder there, at once practical and intimate, made something in her chest shift with quiet steadiness. The mystery had not vanished into neatness. It had become livable. She sat up. Outside, somewhere below the window, a blackbird broke into sudden bright song. It seemed less like announcement than confirmation. The day had chosen morning. Not shock. Not grief. Morning. Grace rose, crossed to the window, and looked down into the garden. Every surface still held traces of rain. The gravel path shone faintly. Drops clung to the rose arches in the slanting light. The summerhouse door had dried in uneven green patches, darker where damp still lingered at its edges. Beyond the fence, the lane lay empty. Beyond that, beyond the trees, the sea's hush had returned with more clarity than before, no longer veiled by weather. The whole landscape appeared freshly legible. She thought then of her grandmother's line in the diary, "If she returns, she must not be led first to sorrow." How exact that had been. Grace had come into the house thinking perhaps she would inherit emptiness, or nostalgia, or the burden of a place too full of the dead. Instead she had been led through atmosphere, then tenderness, then witness, then injustice, then permission. She had not been asked to mourn first. She had been taught how to receive. And because of that, what had opened between herself and Liam no longer felt like some dangerous accident born of charged circumstance. It felt like the house's deepest lesson continuing in the present, that truth, if welcomed slowly enough, can become gentle without becoming false. She dressed and pinned on the brooch this time without hesitation. In the mirror above the small dresser she saw it resting at her collarbone, silver rose and pale stone, not ostentatious, not theatrical, simply present. It changed her posture very slightly, as her mother had said it had changed Eleanor Ashcombe's. Not by ornament alone. By remembrance. By the inward knowledge of what it signified. Downstairs, the house felt open and newly awake. Sunlight moved along the hallway floor in long soft bars. The drawing room smelled faintly of last night's fire and paper. The folders on the table caught the light at their edges. The kitchen windows stood clear again, and through them the garden seemed less like a place that hid secrets and more like one that had weathered them. Grace opened the back door wide and stood a moment on the threshold. Cool morning air moved around her ankles. Wet stone gave off that clean dark scent rain leaves behind. Somewhere in the hedge something small rustled with purposeful life. She took in a slow breath and let it out. Today, she knew, would not be about one more hidden compartment. The records office had likely given them the last formal resistance the story contained. The letters had already completed the emotional architecture. The essential truth stood now in the open. What remained, then, was decision. Not dramatic decision, perhaps, but the kind that changes the direction of a life without requiring fanfare. She made coffee and sliced pears, toasted bread, set out 2 cups before thinking better of the second and smiling at herself because there was, by now, no point pretending not to expect Liam. The expectation itself had settled into the house with complete naturalness, as if the kitchen understood what it meant to leave space for another person before they arrived. He came just after 9, again by the back path, though this time without knocking at once. Grace saw him from the window first, pausing beside the lavender border as if to look toward the summer house before approaching the door. The sight of him standing there in the morning light, coat over one arm, hair faintly wind-touched, one hand briefly resting against the old gatepost, filled her with such immediate calm that she had to stand still a second before going to let him in. When she opened the door, he looked up. There was no startlement now in what passed between them. Only recognition so complete it had become restful. "Good morning," he said. "Good morning." His gaze moved almost at once to the brooch. A quiet warmth came into his face. "You've decided for the rose today." "I think the rose has been deciding for me." A trace of laughter moved at the edge of his mouth. "That sounds very like this house." He stepped inside, bringing in sun-warmed air and the faint scent of outside stone. Today there was no umbrella, no parcel from the bakery, no need for a practical pretext. The absence of one no longer seemed remarkable. The house had progressed beyond requiring such permissions. Grace poured coffee. Liam stood at the table, resting his fingertips lightly on the folder marked estate correspondence, then moving them almost absently to the folder labeled letters sent. The motion struck Grace with sudden tenderness. All the categories of the past now lay ordered before them, and yet he touched them not as relics, but as something living that had finally been given an honest shape. They sat. For a while they drank in silence, and the silence did not ask to be filled. Sunlight moved over the floorboards. A breeze entered through the open door and lifted the edge of one paper slightly before letting it settle again. At last Liam said, "I was thinking about what you said yesterday." Grace looked up. "Which part?" "That the house should not return to being merely inherited." He turned the cup once in his hands. "You were right." She watched him carefully. "You say that as though you had still imagined otherwise." "I think," he said slowly, "that I imagined many futures for this house over the years, but always with myself standing at the edge of them rather than within them. Habit, perhaps. Or caution trained too long." Grace set down her cup. "You don't have to stand at the edge." The words entered the room very softly, but once spoken they seemed to alter everything around them. Liam lifted his gaze to hers. For a long moment he did not answer. Grace could almost see the years of restraint and deference and loyalty gathering inside that silence, not to resist her, but to ask whether what he was hearing could really belong to the living present and not merely to some wish he had trained himself long ago to keep modest. At last he said, "No. No. Outside, a gull cried once somewhere high and invisible over the lane. The sound faded quickly, leaving the kitchen brighter and stiller than before. Grace let the words remain where they were. She did not add to them. She had begun to understand that truth here should not be over-explained before it had time to breathe. Liam looked down briefly at his hands, then back at her. "There is still the matter of your life elsewhere," he said. "The city. Work. The ordinary structures to which reality expects some answer." Grace smiled faintly. "You make reality sound like a stern clerk." "In my experience it often is." She laughed softly, then sobered. "Yes. There is still all that. The city. Her job. The flat whose neat functionality had already begun to feel almost spectral in comparison to this house's breathing truth. The stack of work emails she had barely checked. The colleagues who likely assumed she was handling probate matters and old family logistics, nothing more emotionally transformative than that. The life she had inhabited before arriving here had not disappeared. It had simply been put into proportion for the first time. "I don't know yet what to do with it," she said honestly. Liam inclined his head slightly. "That seems reasonable. I thought you might tell me to be practical." His expression changed with a hint of dry warmth. "Grace, I have spent 40 years learning the damage that can be done when practicality is asked to decide matters it is too small to understand." The sentence moved through her like low music. She looked out toward the garden for a moment, at the path shining faintly where the last damps still remained. "My whole adult life has been arranged around being sensible in advance. Sensible with work. Sensible with where I lived. Sensible with people. Sensible with what I asked of my days." She turned back to him. "I no longer know whether sense protected me or simply made me easier to accommodate." Liam listened the way he always did, with a stillness that seemed to widen rather than constrain what she said. "Accommodation," he said after a while, "is rarely the same thing as peace." "No," Grace smiled without humor. "I'm seeing that." The question hung then between them without needing to be spoken directly. What kind of life might begin if she stopped arranging herself for accommodation? They did not answer it immediately. Instead, because the house had taught them sequence, they moved through the morning doing smaller necessary things. Grace took inventory of the pantry. Liam checked the summerhouse windows after the rain. Together they carried several folders upstairs to the room that would be driest in changing weather. They debated where the writing box ought to be kept now, settling finally on the study off the drawing room, where it could be both preserved and reached without ceremony. These tasks might have seemed mundane to anyone outside the house. Inside it, they felt like vows made in practical grammar. Late in the morning, Grace said, "I want to see Eleanor." Liam, who had been adjusting the cover on the writing box, looked up. "Today?" "Yes. Not for more documents or revelations. Just to tell her." She hesitated. "To tell someone who will understand what it means that the record is complete. And perhaps," she looked down at her hands. "Perhaps to tell her what else has happened." A very slight expression crossed his face, almost amusement and almost tenderness in equal measure. "Eleanor has likely known what else has happened since before we did." Grace laughed. "That is not comforting." "No. But it is probably true." The walk to Eleanor Vale's cottage in clear weather after rain felt entirely different from the previous visits. The lane had dried only partly. Patches of mud gleamed in wool ruts. Water clung to hedges and sometimes shook loose in a bright scatter when wind moved through them. The church stones were darker than usual, moss intensified by damp. The sky above had cleared into a washed blue so pale it seemed almost translucent. They walked side by side, not touching at first because the lane narrowed in places and because the quiet itself was enough. Yet the awareness between them had become so steady that even without contact Grace felt accompanied in the deepest sense of the word. Not merely escorted. Not merely understood. Accompanied. At the bend where the sea could be glimpsed between trees, Liam said, "When I was younger, I thought companionship meant constant likeness. Agreement in temperament, habit, ambition. Now I think it may have more to do with whether silence remains inhabited when two people share it." Grace glanced at him. "That sounds like something my grandmother would have approved." "Yes. Which is how I know it may be dangerously sound." She smiled and then, because the path widened, let her hand brush his. He turned it gently and held it for several steps before they separated again at the village lane, more from old reflex than from necessity. Eleanor opened the door before they knocked. "Of course," she said, taking one look at them both. "The weather clears, the village resumes breathing, and the two of you arrive looking as if the dead have either settled or conspired successfully. Come in." The cottage smelled of tea and beeswax and something baking. Books stood in crooked authority across every wall. Firelight was unnecessary today, but Eleanor had still lit a small one in the grate, perhaps from habit, perhaps because habit itself can be a form of hospitality. She seated them with no more ceremony than if she had expected them at precisely that hour. "Well," she said, taking her place opposite. "Did the records office behave badly or usefully?" "Both," Grace answered. "Excellent. That is the correct proportion for archives." Grace told her of the memoranda, the solicitor's letters, the formal statement, the unsent defiant draft in her grandmother's hand. Eleanor listened with her usual severe attentiveness, interrupting only once to say, "Yes, that sounds like Mabel." Always convinced upholstery and moral order were one subject. When Grace finished, Eleanor sat back. "I am not surprised," she said. "Though I am glad you saw it in writing. There are injustices one can feel for years and still half imagine one has exaggerated until paper proves otherwise." Liam, who had spoken little during the account, said quietly, "Yes." Eleanor looked at him with unusual softness. "My dear man, you have carried far too much generosity toward people who deserved less of it." A silence followed that felt almost like blessing. Grace looked from one to the other, then said, "There's more." Eleanor's brows lifted. "There usually is." Grace drew in a breath. "I spoke to my mother." That genuinely surprised Eleanor, though only for a moment. And? She knew less than she had feared and more than she had admitted to herself. She didn't rage. She didn't collapse. She asked difficult questions and made tea and told me to be careful. Eleanor's mouth moved in a way that might almost have become laughter. Anna has her mother's instincts and none of her language for them. That combination must be exhausting. "It is," Grace said affectionately. "And the rest?" Eleanor asked, with far too much innocence. Grace felt warmth rise to her face. Liam, beside her, had gone very still. "The rest," Grace said, trying for composure and not entirely managing it, "is that the present has become less abstract." Eleanor regarded her over the rim of her cup. "Good." Grace blinked. "Good." "Yes. Very obviously good. Did you imagine I should object on behalf of chronology? I am old, not stupid." Liam let out an involuntary low breath that was almost a laugh. Grace stared at Eleanor, then began laughing properly, perhaps because the entire house, the records, the careful moral sequencing of the past, had made this moment of plain speech feel astonishingly relieving. When the laughter faded, Eleanor said more gently, "Your grandmother hoped for it, you know. Not as a plot. She was incapable of vulgar matchmaking. But she hoped the truth she had lived might one day make possible a gentler form of truth in the house after her." Grace looked down at her hands. "I know," she said softly. "We found the pages." Eleanor nodded. "Then you know enough." They stayed for lunch because Eleanor refused the idea of sending them back to the house without soup and cheese and the last apricot tart of the season. The meal unfolded in that peculiar mixture of ordinary domesticity and piercing emotional clarity that now seemed characteristic of every room touched by the truth. They discussed village matters, Thomas Crewe's vanity, the orchard wall, whether the house ought to have its gutters redone before autumn, and only occasionally the past, as though the past had finally been admitted enough to stop requiring constant centrality. At one point Eleanor said, "If you live there, Grace, live there properly." The words fell into the conversation so naturally that for a second Grace did not register them. Then she did. "If," Grace repeated. Eleanor fixed her with a look of precise impatience. "Do not become coy now. It is unbecoming after so many letters." Grace laughed helplessly. "I haven't decided anything." "No, of course not. But indecision is often only decision in a shawl." Liam looked into his soup with a composure that failed entirely to hide amusement. Grace said, "You are impossible." "And usually right," Eleanor replied. The remark might have been irritating from anyone else. From her it landed like a weathered truth. When they left the cottage, the afternoon had mellowed into that luminous clarity which sometimes follows rain and makes every stone and leaf seem more fully itself. The village was quiet. The churchyard grass shone. Somewhere nearby a radio played faintly through an open window and then was lost again under bird calls. They walked back more slowly than before. At the bend overlooking the strip of sea between trees, Grace stopped. The water held a pale metallic light beneath the clearing sky. "I keep thinking about what Eleanor said," she murmured. "Which part?" Liam asked. "That if I live there, should live there properly." He waited. Grace turned to him. "Do you ever think about leaving the village?" The question seemed to take him by slight surprise, not because it was unreasonable, but because it reached toward a future rather than merely clarifying the past. "I used to," he said after a moment. "Often. Then less. Then almost not at all." His gaze moved briefly toward the house's direction, though it could not yet be seen from there. Places change their claim on a person over time. Or perhaps one's willingness to hear the claim changes. "And now?" He met her eyes. "Now I think less in terms of leaving than of whether there is something here that still asks for life rather than custody." Grace felt the answer settle deeply. They resumed walking. By the time the house appeared at the end of the lane, sunlight had shifted toward afternoon gold. The roses along the fence seemed almost too vivid after the rain. The windows reflected sky. The summer house stood in a clear wash of light, its door slightly ajar where Liam had checked the latch earlier. Grace stood at the gate with one hand resting on the wood. She did not enter at once. "What is it?" Liam asked softly. She looked at the house and said, "For the first time in my life I can imagine staying somewhere because it answers me, not because it is efficient." The words startled her by their own clarity. Liam did not answer immediately. Then, very quietly, "Yes." Something in the word felt like accompaniment rather than persuasion, and for that reason it steadied her more than enthusiasm would have done. They spent the later afternoon in practical work again, though the work itself had now become a form of thinking. Grace opened old cupboards and found linen that needed airing. Liam climbed a step ladder to check a loose curtain rod in the upstairs room. Together they carried in used chairs from a damp back corridor into the sunny drawing room to dry after the week's weather. The ordinary nature of these tasks made the house feel less like an inheritance under inspection and more like a living structure already adjusting to the possibility of being inhabited more fully. At one point Grace stood in the doorway of the room where she had first found the irregular floorboard and watched Liam fix the window latch with a small screwdriver he had fetched from the kitchen drawer days earlier. The afternoon light crossed his shoulder and hand. The scene was so quiet, so domestic, so complete in its lack of performance, that a deep calm moved through her. This, she thought, was what her adult life had lacked. Not drama. Not intensity. Not a grand romance abstractly imagined and never tested. This. A room with sunlight in it, a man she trusted more the longer she knew him, a house that did not demand falseness, and work that belonged to the truth of living rather than the maintenance of appearances. Perhaps she made some sound then, because Liam looked back over his shoulder. "What?" he asked. Grace smiled faintly. "Nothing. That usually means something." She came a little further into the room. "I was just thinking that my grandmother was right. About rooms." His expression softened. "Yes? Yes. About how certain rooms ask less for performance. About how truth can breathe in them." She looked around at the old walls, the patched light, the repaired latch under his hand. "I think this room chose morning." Liam glanced around too, as if seeing it through her thought. "It does have that quality." "No, I mean it more strangely than that." She touched the edge of the windowsill. It could have remained the room of the hidden floorboard. The room where things were buried. But it didn't. It became, almost immediately, the room where everything began opening. He held her gaze for a long moment. Then perhaps it did. They stood there in the old room with afternoon light and the smell of dry wood and sun-warmed paint around them, and Grace felt again that sense she had known since the first day, that the house had not merely contained a story. It had participated in its form. Later, as evening approached, she asked if they might go to the cove again. Liam said yes without hesitation. The path was drier than before, the ground still soft from rain in shaded places. Sun filtered through trees in long bands of amber and green. The sea's voice grew clearer as they descended, and when they emerged from the path onto the cove, the tide was further out than during their last visit. Wet sand reflected sky in dull silver sheets. Lines of seaweed lay dark and shining. Sea glass caught the light in small pale flashes among the stones. Grace slipped off her shoes and carried them in one hand. The sand near the upper shore was cool, finer than she remembered. Liam did the same after a moment, and together they walked nearer the waterline where the sea came in gentle repeated folds, neither hurried nor still. For a while they said nothing. The cove did not feel like a place that demanded speech. It seemed instead to hold language in reserve until the right moment. At length Grace said, "When I was younger I thought decisions arrived all at once. That one simply knew, dramatically, and everything after that was implementation." Liam looked at the water. "And now?" "Now I think perhaps they arrive by accumulation. One honest room. One difficult truth. One conversation. One silence that remains inhabited. One kiss." She smiled slightly. "One records office full of tactful cruelty. Until suddenly you realize you have already become someone who cannot return entirely to the old arrangement of yourself." The sea washed over their feet and receded again. "That sounds right to me," he said. Grace stopped walking and turned to face him fully. "And you?" she asked. "What have you become, these last days?" The question seemed to touch something deep in him. Not because it was dangerous, but because it was exact. He looked down the line of shore for a moment before answering. "Less historical than I had prepared myself to be." The answer went through her like light through water. She stepped closer. The wind moved a loose strand of hair across her cheek. Liam reached and tucked it back with that same unhurried care he seemed incapable of abandoning even in tenderness. "You asked yesterday whether the house might ask for life rather than custody," Grace said quietly. "I think it does." "Yes. And if it does, I don't think I want to answer it alone." The words were not a declaration in the grand sense. They were quieter and therefore more real. A truth offered without ornament. Liam did not speak at once. His eyes on her face held a kind of still astonishment, as though the living present continued, even now, to exceed the modest permissions he had allowed himself to imagine. At last he said, very softly, "Neither do I." The light at the cove had turned gold enough now that every small wet stone seemed outlined. Grace became aware of the immense calm beneath her own heartbeat. Not the calm of certainty about logistics, but the calm of knowing she had spoken from the right depth. Whatever shape life might take after this, the truth of wanting it shared was now in the world between them, no longer hidden even from themselves. When he kissed her there, with tide breathing over the sand and gulls wheeling high in the clear evening sky, the kiss felt less like a rival than like the natural continuation of what they had already said. Slow, yes. But now carrying with it the first unmistakable note of joy. Afterward they walked back with wet shoes in hand and laughter rising once or twice unexpectedly between them over nothing dramatic at all, the indignity of sand clinging to ankles, the absurd seriousness with which Grace once arranged sea glass by shade, Eleanor Vale's certainty that marmalade was a philosophy, Thomas Crewe's contempt for newspapers getting the worst of any leak. The laughter itself felt new. Not because laughter had been absent before, but because now it moved through them without needing first to cross sorrow. Back at the house, evening entered quietly. Grace lit the lamps. Liam found dry socks from a cupboard her grandmother had inexplicably stocked with half a lifetime's worth of household contingencies. They ate supper late, little more than bread and tomatoes and a wedge of cheese, too full of the day to want much else. Afterward, with dusk deepening in the garden and the first stars beginning above the dark line of trees, Grace took out stationery from the summerhouse drawer and sat at the writing desk in the drawing room. Liam looked up from where he was sorting a smaller stack of copied pages. "What are you doing?" She touched the page in front of her with her fingertips before answering. "Writing to my mother." He set the papers aside at once, giving her his full attention without pressure. "What will you say?" Grace smiled faintly. "That I came home expecting to sort legal matters and dust. That instead I found a truthful life hidden in rooms and margins. That Gran was fiercer and less reducible than the family ever admitted. That she loved. That he loved. That the house is not sad in the way we might have feared. That it's full of mourning, and I think perhaps it has more life left in it than anyone realized." Liam was quiet. Grace looked up. "Too much?" "No." His gaze moved to the blank page, then back to her. "Exactly enough." So she began. "Dear Mum," she wrote, "I think Gran left me not a property but a way of seeing." The words came slowly at first and then with greater ease. She did not tell everything. Not yet. She wrote in the sequence her grandmother would have approved. Atmosphere first. Truth without spectacle. Enough of her own changed heart to signal that this was no longer merely an inherited puzzle, but not so much that the letter would ask her mother to bless what still needed gentle living rather than announcement. When she finished, Liam was still at the table, reading one page and then another, though Grace had the feeling he had not taken in half the words before him. The room held them in companionable concentration. She sealed the envelope and placed it beside the lamp. "Tomorrow," she said. "For posting? For beginning the rest." He looked at her in that grave, tender way that seemed by now as much a part of the house's inward weather as roses, lamplight, and the sea's distant hush. "Yes," he said. "Tomorrow." Later, before he left, they stood for a few minutes in the open doorway of the drawing room with the night garden before them. The house was almost entirely quiet now. Upstairs rooms in shadow. The study closed around its newly ordered archive. The summer house dim and pale at the edge of the lawn. Somewhere in the distance, just beyond the trees, the sea moved invisibly under starlight. Grace slipped her hand into Liam's. They stood like that without speaking. At last she said, "Do you realize this is the first evening since I arrived that I'm not waiting for the house to reveal something?" He turned slightly toward her. "And what is it doing instead?" She smiled into the night. "Letting me live here." Liam's hand tightened gently around hers. The answer he gave came so softly it seemed almost part of the dark itself. "Yes." Chapter 10, The Light Left in the Windows. The last chapter of the mystery did not arrive as a final revelation. It arrived as morning. Grace understood that as soon as she woke, not because anything dramatic had changed in the room, but because nothing needed to. The old house no longer seemed poised above hidden compartments and letters waiting for the proper hand. It seemed lived in now, even in its quiet. The front bedroom held a calm that belonged not to suspense but to continuation. Light moved through the curtains in long softened bands. The air had the faint, clean scent of sea and roses and sun beginning its patient work over damp earth. Somewhere below, a board answered gently to the movement of settling walls. Outside, a blackbird had claimed the garden wall and was singing as if the morning itself required emphasis. Grace lay still beneath the covers and listened. It was a different kind of listening than on her first day in the house. Then, she had been listening for meaning concealed in silence, for the hidden edge beneath the visible surface, for the suggestion of a story waiting to be found. Now she was listening to a place that no longer withheld itself in the same way. The house had spoken. The letters had been opened. The diaries had done their patient work. Witnesses had been heard. Even the official language of refusal had been brought into the same light as the private grammar of devotion. The past, insofar as the past could ever be complete, now stood before her in its full and difficult beauty. What remained was not to solve. What remained was to choose how to live with what had been given. Grace turned her head toward the chair where her clothes lay folded. The silver wild rose brooch rested there as it had on other mornings, moonstone pale in the early light. Beside it, her sealed letter to her mother waited on the small table, ready to be posted. The sight of both objects together affected her unexpectedly. One belonged to the inward inheritance of the house. The other to the outward continuation of truth among the living. Between them, in some quiet unspoken way, lay the shape of the life now asking to be entered. She sat up slowly. The final chapter, she thought, would not be about a hidden letter or a confrontation or a neatly tied ending. Her grandmother had arranged all of this too wisely for that. No. If there was a last chapter in a story like this, it would have to be about what becomes possible when truth has at last been given enough room not merely to be known, but to remain. She dressed with the slow attentiveness that had become part of her mornings here. When she pinned on the wild rose brooch, she did so not out of ceremony now, but because it felt natural. The brooch no longer seemed like an object borrowed from memory. It had become part of the moral weather of the house, and perhaps, quietly, part of hers. Downstairs, the kitchen was full of light. Sun spread across the table and the old bowl of polished stones from the shore. The window above the sink framed the garden in fresh clear color. The rain-washed brightness of the previous day had given way to a calmer radiance, every rose leaf and gravel path line cleanly visible. The summerhouse door stood closed and sunlit, no longer mysterious, simply itself. Grace opened the back door and stood on the step with her coffee. The sea sounded clearer today than it had all week. A low, regular hush beneath birdsong and the slight movement of leaves. The lane beyond the hedge was still empty. A breeze touched the roses lightly and moved on. It struck her then that the house had changed most fully, not because its secrets were gone, but because it no longer seemed to be waiting. It had spent years, perhaps decades, holding a truth in reserve until someone could receive it without damaging it. That work was finished now. The atmosphere of the place had softened accordingly. It was no longer a guardian of silence. It was simply a house again, one that knew the truth of itself and therefore no longer needed to defend it by concealment. Grace thought of Eleanor Ashcombe writing, "I would rather risk being known slowly by one person than summarized cleanly by many." That, in the end, had been the great principle of everything. Known slowly. Received rather than exposed. The day asked for action, and because the house had taught her sequence, Grace knew what must come first. She walked into the village and posted the letter to her mother. The act itself was small. A red postbox half warmed by the morning sun. The envelope sliding through the slot with a soft final sound. Yet the gesture carried within it all the quiet courage of refusing to let truth collapse back into private atmosphere once it had done its inward work. Her mother did not need every page or every complication at once. But she needed this continuation. Grace owed her that. Afterward, instead of returning immediately, she took the lane past the church and down toward Eleanor Vale's cottage. Eleanor was in the garden trimming lavender with an air of moral authority that suggested the plants ought to feel fortunate she had chosen to spare them from worse excess. "You look," Eleanor said without greeting, "like someone who has stopped mistaking epiphany for completion." Grace smiled. "Is that an improvement?" "A considerable one." Eleanor straightened, pruning shears in hand. "Completion is for furniture assembly and certain forms of sin. A life properly understood tends rather toward continuation." Grace leaned lightly on the gate. "I posted the letter to my mother." "Good. And I think," she paused, feeling the shape of the words before offering them. "I think I know what I want." Eleanor's eyes, still shrewd and unexpectedly kind beneath their sharpness, rested on her face for a long moment. "Yes," she said. "I expect you do." Grace laughed softly. "You might at least pretend uncertainty." "No. Time is too short for false suspense." Eleanor set the shears down in a basket. "What do you want?" Grace looked past her toward the cottage window where morning light lay across books and blue china and the small domestic order of a life honestly inhabited. "I want to keep the house," she said. "Not because I feel obligated to preserve a family relic. Because I think it should be lived in truthfully. I think I want to leave the city. Or at least not return to it as though nothing has changed." She drew in a breath. "And I think I want Liam there. Not as a guest. Not as a caretaker standing politely at the edge of inheritance. As part of the life of it." Eleanor listened without interruption. When Grace finished, the older woman said only, "Yes." Grace laughed again, helplessly this time. "That's all?" "That is all." Eleanor picked up her basket and then paused. No. There is one more thing. Do not turn your decision into a monument. Live it. Houses dislike becoming symbols when they could be homes. The sentence entered Grace with the force of simple truth. Yes, she said quietly. I think that's exactly right. She left the cottage by the sea path rather than the lane. The longer route suited her. It gave the day room to widen around the decision she had finally let become plain even to herself. The sea lay bright beyond the grasses, light striking its surface in broad white silver plains. The wind smelled of salt and warm stone. Gulls crossed high and easy above the cliffs. Down below, the cove where she and Liam had walked 2 evenings ago lay half visible between outcroppings of rock, a small private geometry of sand and tide and recognition. Grace did not go down to it this time. Some places, she thought, do their work and then remain available without needing to be revisited at once. The cove would keep. So would the summer house. So would every room in the house, because now she was no longer living within a short suspended interval of discovery. She belonged, however tentatively still, to the future of the place. When she reached the house, Liam was in the garden. He stood near the summer house with his back partly turned, one hand resting against the weathered wood of the doorframe, looking not at the house but toward the sea beyond the trees. The sight of him there moved through Grace with such quiet certainty that she stopped for a moment at the gate simply to look. He must have heard the latch, because he turned. The distance between them seemed full at once with all that had already been spoken and all that had not yet needed words. The sun lay warmly across the path. Roses climbed the fence. The lavender had begun to release its midday scent. The house stood behind him with windows open, not waiting, simply bright. Grace walked toward him. There was no dramatic pause, no hesitant beginning. She came to stand before him, and he looked at her face as if immediately aware that something had shifted into clarity. What is it? He asked softly. Grace's heart moved once, steadily, like something falling into its proper rhythm. I know now. Liam did not speak. His stillness around her had always been one of the most extraordinary things about him. It was never blank. It was receptivity, patience, seriousness, and care all at once. It gave her room to become exact. I don't want the city back in the same way, she said. I don't want the flat, the work, the arrangement of myself around being sensible for people who never asked who I really was as long as I remained efficient. The words came more easily as she continued. I want to keep the house. Properly. I want to restore what needs restoring, live in the rooms, open the windows, let it stop being a place where truth was hidden and become a place where truth is simply lived. He was watching her with such full attention now that the afternoon itself seemed to quiet around it. And, Grace said, because honesty once begun ought not be halted from fear, I don't want you at the edge of that life. The air changed. Not because it was a surprise. Because it had been waiting for direct speech. Liam looked down for just a second, then back at her. When he answered, his voice was lower than usual, threaded through with feeling so close to the surface that Grace could hear how carefully he held it. Grace. She stepped nearer. No. Let me say it properly. A smile touched her mouth despite the tremor in her chest. I want you in it. In the mornings and the practical decisions and the broken latches and the books left everywhere and whatever this house becomes next. I don't know how to explain that more tidily. Something in his expression seemed to open and break and steady itself all at once. You needn't explain it tidily, he said. For a moment neither moved. The summer house stood just behind him, the place where so many truths had once been allowed to breathe only in private. The thought came to Grace suddenly and with complete lucidity that this was why the final chapter could only happen in daylight. Not hidden in margins or under floorboards or behind propriety. In the garden, in sun, with the whole house visible. Liam took one slow breath. I have loved one house in my life, he said, because it held one woman in truth when the world preferred arrangement. I did not think I would ever stand here and hear another ask me not to live at its edge. His mouth moved slightly, not quite a smile because the feeling was too large for anything that light. There is nothing in me that wants to remain at the edge now. Grace's eyes burned with sudden tears, not from sorrow, but from the strange immense relief of hearing one's own heart met in its proper language. So, she said softly, you'll stay. Yes, he said. Then, after the briefest pause, with even greater clarity, if you ask me, yes. Entirely. Grace closed the distance between them then, not with haste, but with the deep calm she had learned from the house, from the letters, from her grandmother's careful sequencing of truth. When Liam kissed her this time, there was joy in it unmistakably, but there was something steadier too, decision, mutual and living. The kiss did not feel like culmination alone. It felt like entry. Afterward they stood together in the garden while the light moved gradually across the gravel and rose leaves. The house watched from behind its open windows. Somewhere inside a curtain stirred in the breeze. We should tell Eleanor, Grace said at last, half laughing through the tears she had not quite managed to contain. I suspect Eleanor already knows. That doesn't mean we're spared. No, Liam agreed with dry warmth. It generally means we'll be judged for any lack of elegance in the telling. Grace laughed outright then. The ease of it, the warmth of it, surprised her even now. Joy had entered the house not as an interruption of gravity, but as its rightful companion. The rest of the afternoon unfolded almost absurdly practically. They walked through the house room by room, not as investigators now, but as two people imagining what living would actually require. The attic needed clearing. The west gutter should be repaired before autumn. The small bedroom facing the lane would make a good study if the dresser were moved. The summerhouse roof, though sound for now, ought to be watched through winter. The old guest room might be opened properly for Anna when she visited. The orchard wall would need reinforcing in two places before the first frost. These were ordinary matters. Yet Grace felt as they moved through them that they were also a kind of vow, spoken in wood, paint, storage, windows, accounts, and inhabited intent. A house once burdened by the language of estate continuity was being reclaimed now into the language of life. In the study off the drawing room, Grace stood before the folders they had arranged. Letters sent. Notes unsent. Ledger margins. Diary pages. Estate correspondence. Witness accounts. For a long time she simply looked at them. Then she said, I don't want to hide them again. But I don't want them turned into some family spectacle either. Liam came to stand beside her. No. Perhaps, Grace said slowly, they stay here. Preserved. Readable. But not displayed. If anyone truly needs to understand, the record exists. Otherwise the house can keep what it has earned the right to keep. He nodded. That seems right. She turned to him. Do you think my grandmother would approve? His gaze moved over the folders, the shelves, the old room receiving new purpose. I think she would approve of your refusing both silence and performance. That was always the difficult middle path. Grace smiled at that. In the late afternoon, Anna telephoned. Grace took the call standing in the kitchen while Liam, at her unspoken request, remained in the drawing room but within the reach of her glance if she needed it. Her mother's voice held its usual composure, though now Grace heard more clearly than before how much feeling that composure always contained. "I got your letter," Anna said without preamble. "That was quick. I happened to be near the post as it came." A pause. "You write more like her when you're serious." Grace leaned one hand on the counter. "I'm not sure whether to be pleased or alarmed. Both is often safest." The kitchen window framed the garden behind her. Liam crossed the drawing room briefly in her peripheral vision, a quiet movement of presence that steadied her. Anna continued. "I've been thinking all day. I imagined you might." "Yes. And before you become concerned, no, I'm not calling to tell you you've all gone mad or that my mother has returned from the dead to manipulate the real estate market." That almost made Grace laugh. "I'm calling because I wanted to say something before I thought myself out of it." Grace became very still. "What?" Another pause, softer this time. "If the house feels like a place where you have become more yourself rather than less," Anna said, "then don't leave it merely because the old arrangement of your life looks sensible on paper." Grace closed her eyes briefly. "Mum, I'm not finished. And don't interrupt. I have inherited enough of your grandmother to dislike being interrupted once I've finally reached the point." Grace smiled through tears. "I don't know what exactly is happening between you and Liam, and I suspect I don't want a fully itemized account. But I know this, your grandmother's life was diminished by too much tidiness demanded from the outside. I would rather you risk complexity than repeat that." Grace stood without moving. The words entered her with such force that for a moment she could not answer. At last she managed, very softly, "Thank you." On the other end of the line, her mother exhaled. "I'm not being noble," Anna said. "I'm being practical in a more interesting direction." Grace laughed then, helplessly and with tears on her face, because the phrase was so exactly the bridge between her mother and her grandmother that it felt like hearing both of them speak through the same sentence. When the call ended, she remained in the kitchen for a moment longer before turning. Liam was standing in the doorway, not intruding, only waiting. "She wrote?" he asked. "She called. And?" Grace crossed the room to him. "She told me not to repeat the old arrangement merely because it looks sensible on paper." His expression changed with quiet wonder. "Anna said that?" "Yes." A smile, real and unguarded, entered his face then. "Well." "Yes," Grace said. "Well." He touched her cheek very lightly, then let his hand rest there a second longer than needed. The gentleness of it never seemed to diminish. If anything, decision had made it deeper. Evening entered the house gradually, as it had every day, yet this evening felt unlike all the others. Not because mystery remained, but because it did not. The atmosphere of waiting that had haunted the place when Grace arrived had gone. The rooms no longer held their breath. They exhaled. The light in the windows no longer seemed like signals into uncertainty. It seemed like what light is meant to be in a house, evidence of life ongoing inside. Grace lit lamps early, not out of need, but because she wanted to see how the drawing room looked now that the truth of the place had changed so completely. Warm amber spread over the walls, the books, the folders in the study, the chair by the garden window, the polished table where once the letters had lain like clues and now rested simply as the record of what had shaped them all. She and Liam ate supper in the kitchen with the back door open to dusk. Afterward they carried tea into the drawing room and sat near the window as night gathered in soft blue layers over the garden. For a while they said very little. There was no need. The house had become, at last, a place where silence no longer held suspense. It held peace. At length Grace said, "Do you think stories know when they are finished?" Liam turned the cup in his hands. Some do. Others simply change tense. She looked at him and smiled. That is a very evasive answer. It is a precise one. She considered it. So this isn't an ending? He looked toward the darkening garden, then back at her. It is an ending to secrecy. Perhaps to delay. To certain forms of grief standing guard over the threshold. But not, I think, to the story itself. Grace let the words settle. Outside, the summer house was almost invisible now, a pale shape among deeper shadows. She thought of it as the best room of her grandmother's life. She thought of the cove, the records office, Eleanor Vale's exacting kindness, Anna's practical blessing, Thomas Crewe's rain-dark bundles, the hidden floorboard, the sea glass in her pocket, the first kiss in the drawing room, the second beside the records of refusal, the stillness in which every truth had been allowed to ripen before being spoken. No, she thought. This was not an ending in the small sense. It was an ending in the sense that some chapters closed precisely so a life may finally begin in the open. She put down her cup. Then she rose, crossed the room, and opened the garden doors wide. Night air entered carrying roses, salt, and the faint lingering warmth of a day that had turned itself fully toward evening. The stars were beginning. The sea breathed beyond the trees. Grace turned back into the house. Lamplight moved over old wood, over shelves and papers and the quiet objects of ordinary use. It touched Liam where he stood now, having risen too, his face softened by light and the depth of all that had been lived and finally known. This, she said, looking from him to the room and back again, is what she left in the windows. He came toward her slowly, understanding without needing explanation. What do you mean? He asked quietly. She left not just letters. Not just truth. Grace felt the words arrive from some depth beyond thought, as if the house itself had taught them to her. She left the possibility that light might still be here after all the secrecy. That someone might live honestly in these rooms and not merely remember honestly what had happened in them. Liam's gaze held hers in complete stillness. Yes, he said. The words seemed to complete something and open something else at the same time. When he kissed her then, in the open doorway with the night garden before them and the old house warm behind them, the feeling that moved through Grace was not only love, though love was in it fully. It was gratitude. Not sentimental gratitude, but the profound and quiet kind that comes when life, after years of polite diminishment, at last becomes exact. Later, much later, when the house had gone quiet and the lamps downstairs were extinguished one by one, Grace paused at the foot of the stairs and looked back toward the drawing-room window. From outside, had anyone passed the lane, they would have seen that one lamp still burned there for a moment longer than the rest. A single warm square of light held within old glass, not signaling mystery now, not asking to be deciphered, but simply existing as proof that the house was inhabited. And that was the final truth of it. Not that the secret had been uncovered. Not that the lovers of the past had been vindicated, though they had. Not even that new love had been permitted to grow in the house they had shaped, though that too was true. The final truth was simpler and more beautiful. A place that had once been required to hold truth in hiding was now able to hold it in the open. Grace turned out the last lamp and went upstairs. The house settled gently around her. Beyond the window, beyond the roses and the summer house and the cove and the records office and Eleanor Vale's cottage and the church and the lane, the sea continued its patient breathing in the dark. Inside, the old rooms no longer waited. They lived. And in their living, the love that had once moved beneath the visible surface remained, not as ghost, not as burden, but as the quiet light left in the windows for those who knew how to come home.